So yeah,
Hey, you're
there's
unmuted.
the full Wasatch, which goes up.
Okay, going to call to order the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting Tuesday, July 16th, 2024. It is 10:01 a.m. This meeting is hybrid, held in person in Rebecca Hall as well as online. First thing we need to do is a roll call, starting to my far right.
Ellen 11.
Jesse Riorguez.
Geneva Shawnette, PNP.
Gannon, right?
And Teddy Erico, Mayor. First item on the agenda, work sessions, 1A, climate action plan update, and Darren Graber is here. And if you can sit up to the hot seat, that would be great.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on the agenda to talk about the climate action plan and our progress on it. I will be sharing my screen because in this case, the presentation is essentially, looks like we're frozen. Okay, is in fact a live dashboard. So as you can see here, we have made a digital navigable dashboard that is publicly facing. You all have it in your agenda packet. It's linked there, but it is now also on the city web or on the town website, excuse me. If you look under the sustainability tab, the climate action page, all the members of the public can check this out and see how we're doing on our 2022 climate action plan. So yeah, again, thank you for having me. It feels like I'm kind of standing on the shoulders of lots of people who have been working on environmental stewardship in this town for a long time. And I think our intention is that this will become an annual report on our progress on this plan. So this is the first one, I suppose. So I just wanted to quickly remind everyone just some language that's in the 2022 Climate Action Plan introduction. So I'll be quoting here just for a quick minute. As a mountain town dependent on consistent snowpack, thriving outdoor recreation, and tourists, our community considers climate change to be among the most pressing issues facing the town today. Climate change already threatens the vitality, livelihood, and surrounding environment that make Telluride unique, with projected increases in extreme heat, wildfire risk, heavy rain, flooding events, and snowpack variability. This climate action plan, or CAP, as we'll call it from now on, is an update to our 2014 CAP and reaffirms our commitment to environmental stewardship. It provides a roadmap for our town to sustain economic, social, and environmental prosperity for current and future generations of residents and visitors. Implementation and monitoring of the CAP will require resilient and dedicated effort by the town government and community. And so this kind of update is meant to be part of that effort there. So I will just quickly mention that there are 6 focus areas in the CAP, and the first 4 are what we call mitigation areas. So areas where we want to reduce town, municipal operations, and community greenhouse gas emissions to mitigate the effects of climate change as much as we can. While the last 2 focus areas are what we call adaptation areas, which are meant to help the town be poised to thrive as warming does increase, as we know it will inevitably, at least some at this point, right? So I will sort of show a bit of how to navigate this dashboard. Zoe will be using a similar platform on her update as well. So on the left, you have a toolbar that you can use to click through and navigate. And I just wanted to quickly remind everyone, this is the emissions by sector infographic from the Climate Action Plan. And just to hit on a couple things that are, I think, somewhat important and unique for the town of Telluride is that buildings are our #1 source of emissions, which is not typically the case. Often it's transportation for other communities. There's various reasons for that. But just keeping that in mind, even residential buildings on their own are 35% of our community emissions. When you combine residential and commercial, it's over 50%, almost 60%, which is a lot. And then something that I think, as far as I know, the only other community that shares this trait is that in terms of transportation emissions, we have more in the air travel sector than on-road vehicle travel, which is something to think about. And then just the final thing I would point out is that if we were to take into account what we consume in town, especially considering food, that would add 30% more emissions to our overall emissions in town. And that's, because of our location and how we get goods and services here. So those are just some key highlights I wanted to point out. The 2022 Climate Action Plan's reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions are really aggressive. It was one of the things that I thought was exciting and challenging about this role when I was applying for it and hoping to get this role, is trying to make this happen, right? So 70% reduction by 2030 and a 95% reduction by 2040. And those are really awesome goals that I'm hoping we can make happen, right? So the final thing I would add on just this quick intro is that the Climate Action Plan calls for updates every 3 years on where the emissions inventory actually stands. So 2025 will be that first 3-year interval. And then this is just a basic sort of overview of where the plan progress stands as a whole. And I just want to point out really clearly that percentage there is not a percentage reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. That is a percentage of progress on all the action steps in the plan. So within the 6 focus areas, there's a total of over 50 action items, right? So that's a 22% progress towards those 50 different items. And I guess just 2 or 3 quick points on you see the different categories there. 2 items are complete. One of those is me being here. The other one is actually the landscape ordinance that has a lot of water efficiency measures that's already been passed. So those are the complete items. You'll see the majority are ongoing. And I would just point out in the full Climate Action Plan, I have a physical copy up here. There's an implementation matrix at the end, and over 20 of the items are stated as ongoing, indefinitely ongoing. Things we'll always be working on. So that's why that is there. And then you see 1 minor disruption, a couple major disruptions. Some items have not been started, and I'll give an overview of why that might be for some of the areas. And then there are a few future items, and those are sort of practically, they need to wait for other things to happen first for them to occur. So
sorry to interrupt
yeah,
there, but can you just help me understand where the difference comes between when in the breakdown it says complete 2 actions items complete at 4%,
right?
And then that overall pie chart there 22% complete, and just what that
is and
why.
That phrasing within the graphic there is sort of the platform's default phrasing. And if I could change it, it would say progress, probably 22% progress.
And I'll just jump in on that. So when you go through each action item, you give it a percentage of completion, like your progress within each action item. So it tallies that up to provide an overview of the plan and its progress. So,
and I will say, and if you want to dive into some specifics on the strategies and action items, there are some that are quite difficult to quantify. For example, advocate for clean energy policy. It's a little hard to quantify where the town stands on advocating for clean energy policy, right? So that's something where I'm like, okay, we are doing that. What would 100% be? I'm not totally sure how to quantify that. Others are much more quantifiable. Like when we just start doing building benchmarking and then bringing down the emissions from buildings, we could literally measure that with a lot of effort, right? But yeah, good question. Thank you. So yeah, just to quickly go by focus area. So municipal operations, meaning our internal town operations. This area features 1 strategy, and we are at 44% progress towards completing those. And the aim of this focus area, just as a reminder, is that the town should lead and inspire action across the community. And our main successes there, I would say, transit, public works, community services, and parks and rec are all doing a really good job of looking to electrify equipment and fleets. The transit division has just been awarded a big grant, and they're working towards putting in more infrastructure to accommodate further electrification of the Galloping Goose fleet, but other fleet vehicles as well. So those are some big successes. And then there are discussions that are starting about making sure electrical infrastructure is sufficient around the VP2 development that is nearby the transit division development, to make sure we have some good transformer capacity there eventually for electrification of vehicles. Opportunities that still remain here, I just wanted to call out the 2023 zero emissions vehicle fleet transition plan. There's a lot of vehicles out there still that can be converted over time. And then this focus area calls for the town to look at local and sustainable procurement. And that item hasn't been started yet. That is something that is on my radar. So Again, just a tip for the members of the public that want to navigate this dashboard. If you have the navigation bar on the left open, I won't go through this, there's 50 some items and that would be far too much to go through in detail, but you can click through a strategy and then with each strategy you have the different action items and then you can collapse that back up and we'll just kind of stay on these focus area overviews for the time we have today. So buildings and energy, we've made some progress here. And I just really want to, remind everyone to think about buildings is our #1 source of emissions in the community. So this is an area of lots of opportunity, right? So we've made some progress. One of the important bits on that right now is that the process is underway to adopt the 2024 IECC building codes, which is not an all electric code, but it is a very energy efficient building code. And our buildings team is already working on that now. So we have been doing, participating through Colorado Communities for Climate Action in terms of policy advocacy at the state level. We have our Green Grants program in town here, which has been really successful in producing measurable GHG reductions in the projects that it funds. So that's something I wanted to call out, that we have a partnership with Eco Action Partners in town that helps operate that. And then opportunity, we have, one of the first strategies in this area is to do comprehensive, deep, what the plan calls deep energy retrofits for all the buildings in the community. Probably our single biggest opportunity to reduce emissions, but also probably among the most costly action items in the plan. So a lot of benefit to be had, but also a lot to think about in terms of how to financially make that happen. And then I just wanted to add in this focus area has the most items that are listed as not started yet. And I'll just provide one quick example of what that could mean. For example, this action item BE 1.4, so require point of sale energy use disclosures. Something like that is I've listed as not started yet, because that's an area where I need to do some research, work with legal as well, and like how we make that sort of action item doable legally, financially, otherwise, right? So there is a community in Colorado that worked towards adopting a similar item, and then it ended up being scrapped at the end because it wasn't quite worked out amongst that community. In terms of transportation and land use, I wanted to point out as a reminder, the Climate Action Plan calls out the fact that building attainable or affordable workforce housing locally is actually a mitigation strategy in this area, because it reduces a lot of vehicle miles traveled. In addition to the social and economic sustainability that brings, it is also a mitigation strategy. So just wanted to point that out. And obviously we're working on that. Like there are, I think we all know the big projects underway that fall into that category. I just also wanted to say that one of my main tasks that I've been working on the last 2 or 3 months is getting more public EV charging in place. And we've been working a lot with SMPA and the potential EV charging vendors on how to make that happen. And just for some context on that, to get EV charging in the ground quickly, we are at this point 18 to 24 months if you order a new transformer for that to be delivered. So what we've been doing is looking for locations where there are already transformers in service, but that have capacity remaining and are somewhere located that was actually makes a good place for people to park and charge an EV. So we are working on that, and there's some progress going forward there. I'm hoping to hear back on some grants also here pretty soon that will help fund those. So then I just would point out that some of the strategies in this area or action items in this area call for things like you see there at the top of it, 2.1, expand the use of sustainable aviation fuel. In the other strategy, there is an item to call for reducing private jet traffic. So items like that I've listed as not started yet, and those will need to be coordinated through the airport board. Hopefully we can coordinate there. So I know we've talked briefly about of me meeting with those folks and just learning what they're doing and going from there on those strategies. So yeah, and then yeah.
Is that still in our documents? That was supposed to be struck, the reduce.
That's part of the adoptive plan. So if that was supposed to be struck.
Which part, the air travel? To reduce private air travel.
And I think that I'm just gonna mention this too, with this plan. This is a living, breathing document. So it was adopted, but I do want to make, Darren has some examples of things that don't make sense anymore that we're not doing. We also have things that we need to be looking at that will be added to it. So
Yep, okay, we can go back to that,
Yeah.
but that was a specific point and staff was told twice to remove it,
oh, okay.
so.
Well, that's great to know. And I think that's something that we can
Yeah.
discuss moving forward to understand.
And
priorities of council.
yeah, and I would just point out, so like an example of what Zoe just mentioned, in the natural systems and water focus area, there's an action item on purchasing carbon offsets through the Pinhead Institute, and that program just doesn't exist anymore at the moment. So that's another example of it's in the plan, but we will, if that is something that is desired, like purchasing of carbon offsets, then we'll need to look somewhere else. for
I had
that
another
mechanism.
question.
Yeah.
What from a government, if any, options do we have to encourage or possibly mandate the use of sustainable aviation fuel?
I think that, I mean, to be honest, that I think that's a great question. I think that would have to be a whole discussion
Yeah,
really.
I
on
think with
how-
all of these, there's carrots and sticks. So it's coming to our partners and understanding our priorities and seeing how they can be partners in that. And then seeing where that goes from the priorities of council and the requirement of a behavioral change. And
Okay,
that's with any kind of environmental effort.
okay.
With that for a political
And I would just say that, there are, I think 53 or 54 action items in the plan, and I'm more than happy if we want to work through specific ones in future times, we can do that. And I would just encourage the public as well to dive into this and see all those details. I mean, it would take a long time for me today to go through each action item. And there are questions like that about a lot of them, what's the best way to get a retrofit of a building that's rented out currently, right? What's the mechanism practically financially to put a new building envelope on that building, right? Or new windows or things like that, electrifying appliances. So there's a lot of work in this plan to be done for sure. On the materials and consumption focus area, I would say, we have our newly adopted waste hauler contract includes language that within that 5-year contract, curbside composting will be implemented. So that's exciting. We know that our single-use plastics ban is in effect now. That's something I've been working on a lot, working with the distributors into town, which I think is a cool opportunity, trying to help them understand what our businesses should and shouldn't use so that we can hopefully just kind of have a supply of compliant materials coming into town and not a supply of non-compliant ones, just to make it as easy as possible for our businesses. And then opportunities here, there are some items in this area that would require new policy, potentially even new code. So those would be things that would need to be worked on in the future. And there's a lot of opportunities still in finding ways to reduce food miles. So in other words, how far everything we eat comes from, and supporting local and regional agriculture at the same time. So that's an area in this focus area that has a lot of work left to do, I think. Natural systems and water is kind of an exciting one in terms of a lot of progress has already been made in this area. I mentioned the landscaping ordinance that has helped with this area's progress already. Opportunities that are still kind of outstanding would be the plan calls for some kind of urban tree canopy management. And I know that we already do that. I know that we take a lot of care to preserve our tree canopy that we do have, but to increase it and sort of formally protect it is an opportunity area. Also, green stormwater infrastructure, and then further drought impact preparation is something that I do think could be part of the new comprehensive plan, is required to kind of look at human and natural disaster mitigation through the lens of warming and climate change. So there's opportunity there as well. And then in the focus area of community resilience and well-being, there's quite a bit of progress to be made here. And I just, again, was going to call out the Green Business Program that is administered through a partnership with Eco Action Partners. One of the action items in this focus area calls for the town to help with sort of promoting or helping to enable year-round recreation activities. And I think we kind of all see that happening already. So I think there's progress is being made there. And then opportunities, again, just calling out the the upcoming comprehensive plan, I think, will be an opportunity to incorporate climate change projections into hazard mitigation planning, which is called for in this area. And then there is some research that needs to be done to determine mechanisms for some of the items. Like one of the items in this category calls for a way to encourage secondary structures to be rented long-term. And that's, other items in the plan also mentioned second homes, and even legally defining what that means and being able to start from there to implement some of these action items, I think will require some work. So that is, I apologize if that felt like a sprint through the plan, but it is quite a detailed plan with a lot of action items. And I just would mention, I won't go through this now, but in my memo, I wanted to point out one cool update. I think there's some updates on grants, but I won't hit that today. A lot of the grants that we're waiting to hear back on relate to these action items. So that's exciting. We've been accepted into a Department of Energy and National Renewable Energy Lab program called Clean Energy to Communities that will provide at no cost to town a comprehensive database report on rooftop solar potential across town. So I'm hoping that will be a good data point we can use for future grant proposals and to help with some outreach and education on solar potential in town. And then I've just done a little bit of research on some communities in Colorado and a little bit nationally of how small communities fund incentive programs, rebate programs, or just general sustainability, climate action policy. Because some of these a lot of our important strategies or action items do call for incentive programs or rebate programs. And so I was just trying to see how other folks do that and make it work financially. So I'll just stop now and see if anyone has any questions for me for the questions.
Great. Thank you so much. It's a great presentation, especially the interactive progress, which has already changed from your presentation to what we have in our packet. And so I think that's a cool thing for the community to start diving into. Any council members have any questions for Darren?
I was just at our the most recent community outreach around the new proposed development at Carhenge. Some of the citizens requested that this big project that we're looking at in the future, that it be something that is accomplishing all of these eco action, environmental cap plan things. So how closely are you working with our development team here to make sure that our projects, the ones that we're doing, are actually fitting into the plan that we're all hoping to achieve?
I do talk frequently with that team, and I think we are aligned on trying to make sure that the development that the town is involved with does does it further these aims. I feel like I am a really good example of how thinking of those things has worked in the past, because for me to be able to be in this role, a place to live in Sunnyside was crucial. And then, that's a good example of beneficial electrification, where you have the solar and the electric heat pump making utilities more affordable than they would be otherwise, right? So I think those kinds of things we want to keep implementing. And even other ideas, it's something I'm probably not the best person to update on exactly what the present status is, but I've even had discussions about potential incorporation of urban agriculture kinds of features, or exploring potential, whether there is potential in town for geothermal. Like there are some communities in the state that are doing really cool district geothermal, or they call it thermal network. Like Carbondale's got a cool project where new development that they're involved with could be that could be explored, whether that's a way to do heating and cooling.
And I'll jump in from the manager's office standpoint too, that we have an understanding of both the climate action plan priorities and are of course heavily involved in the project. So very easily bridge those gaps. Two parts, we are accomplishing some of those climate action plan goals, but not maybe communicating them as clearly as we need to the public. This is a great example of why we have the dashboard to start connecting some of those pieces. And I think we can look to incorporate it as often as we can. As Darren kind of showed, there's so many different avenues of that type of incorporation. It's not like black and white. So bringing Darren to the table and spearheading those ideas is a huge part of it, and then communicating to the public what we're accomplishing. So I think we'll look at both of those avenues as we move forward.
Darren, in your frank assessment, how on track are we to hitting that 70% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030?
I mean, it's, I'm not sure if I could give a definitive answer. I mean, I think there are certain things we could do that would pretty dramatic, pretty quickly make a big impact, but I think it's going to be like cumulative, sort of working on all of the things that could most quickly be accomplished and make significant impacts at the same time. Things like the example of sustainable aviation fuel that came up, like at the federal level, there may be action that happens there where all of a sudden that's just all the fuel or a bunch of the fuel. And like, we'll benefit from that in a way if we could find ways to encourage it. Like I mentioned in discussions with Planet Bluegrass, and they weren't aware of that availability at the airport. And so they actually did advertising related to it for their event, right? So there may be ways we could push that specific item. And that's an area of pretty significant impact for that fuel. That's not to dwell on just that. I think the buildings piece, the faster we can start making big improvements on retrofits, electrifying, moving away from, natural gas heat or water heating it to more electrifying. We have some, I'm not the person to speak on this. The buildings folks would know much better than me, but we have a lot of old historic structures here. And I don't know what the status of the building envelopes on some of those are. Some of them are large structures, right? We have a lot of rentals. Is there a way that we can make sure we have the biggest impact with, per dollar that gets spent towards it? On what are the best opportunities to take the low hanging fruit of like large impact. So I know that wasn't a specific answer to your question. We will be doing this update to our emissions inventory next year is due. So I think that's a good, we need to be honest, like where are we? And at that point, we'll have 5 more years to hit the 2030, right? That is not a long time. So I think we need to be aggressive. But yeah.
And one more question. Are there any particular barriers or obstacles you can identify that we as council can help eliminate and help make sure we remain on track to meet those goals?
I would love to think about that, and maybe I could provide a written
Sure,
response to
fine.
council because I think that's, some of these kinds of things, it's like, how do we as a community help folks who maybe want to do something like go solar, go electric for their water heating, but there's that initial cost up front. And, how do we help make that ROI come a little sooner if they're going to invest in something like that? So there may be mechanisms that we could look at, but I will, if that's all right.
And I think, just to that question from the barriers perspective and how are we tracking? I think us having good mechanisms so that we can track our progress is the first start. We are not the only players at the table for this. So making sure that we utilize our entire bench. And the biggest factor too is kind of out of our control in the sense of our energy supplies and how is it clean energy, and advocating for those pieces. And we're doing a great job, especially with our partners with Eco Action Partners. So I think we can get there. I know Darren also mentioned in his report, one of the barriers is where are we putting our funding for some of these incentives for the community, and looking at those priorities. I think as Darren mentioned, we will know a lot more next year of how we are tracking, and we can start making those or having some of those very pointed discussions of we need to do more at that point.
And I have a comment. I feel like it's a little addressed here, but I know we're working on electrifying a lot of our town owned and operated equipment. And I've talked to Zoe a little bit about this, but I think having some kind of incentive to have our out of town, like private contractors who are using particularly landscaping equipment, having them be incentivized to switch to electric. Right. I know that, and I think you actually referenced the California Bay Area Quality Management District. I think they have something like that too. But since we have so many private private companies, excuse me, who are based elsewhere, who are driving in and bringing in their own equipment and using it, how do we make sure that
Right.
equipment is also being electrified as
Right.
well?
Yeah, and I recently had a conversation with my counterpart in Crested Butte because they have a rebate program for lawn equipment to electrify it. They haven't had tons of uptake yet, but they've got some pretty good amounts that people could get back for like a grand for a riding lawnmower. I don't know how many riding lawnmowers we have in this town, but I think that was a discussion that I had with her. Was most of our I feel like my impression is most of the folks doing that work in our community are coming from outside the community. So are we, and also theirs is more of a residential program, and ours I think would be more of a commercially aimed program. So I think showing proof of concept somewhere, is there a potential to try a kind of a pilot program? Or and then the other thing is, are we comfortable with, if we're incentivizing with knowing the businesses are located outside of our municipality, but our municipality might benefit from them having equipment incentivized or a rebate programs. So I think there's a discussion to be had there that could be really productive.
And I'll just add that is on the Ecology Commission work plan. So something that they are dedicated to looking at as well. Again, broadening that bench. And as we look at some of these initiatives and their successes, we do need to look at our regional partners. If the town of Telluride is requiring electric lawn equipment, but our partners in the village is not, is that a successful program for really the businesses that are coming in here? And we are aligned on a lot of these pieces. So we are taking the opportunities to look at what does a collective rebate look like, or what does, I'm not speaking for them and their priorities, but just that's something that we're.
And I would also just, I mentioned this kind of in passing earlier, but our Parks and Rec and other departments here are already using some really cool electric equipment. And I don't know if there might be, I don't want to speak for them yet, but like there might be an opportunity for us to do some, hey, we're using this type of equipment. It works for us pretty great. Instead of buying fuel for this 2-cycle engine, which people don't think of a leaf blower on a 2-cycle motor as producing a lot of pollution, but they're actually really dirty. They're not nearly as regulated as like your car's engine might be. So yeah, maybe it's an opportunity where, municipal operations is the first focus area in the plan, because we're meant to lead on these things. So I think we are doing that. It might be another opportunity for some education or outreach, potentially paired with some sort of financial incentive or rebate. So I think there's definitely some headway we can make on that.
Ashley?
I just, I know that like, we're talking about like what we can do in our municipality and the things that we own and that we could change. I feel like if the biggest source of our emissions in the area is buildings, probably the vast majority of those buildings are not owned by the town. I was just thinking, because I live in Telluride Lodge, which is probably the largest, building structure in town, privately owned, and it is definitely horribly inefficient. And I'm just curious, what kind of outreach are we doing to locate those what are probably the largest polluters, and what, if anything, are we doing? Like, I think obviously the lawn care, getting you to change from the gas to an electrified one is great, but like I'm thinking about like the Telluride Lodge structure and what we could do to get that huge building with lots of owners to try and be like, hey, here's a way that, we can assist you in getting off of the natural gas, or assist you in getting efficient windows and insulation, because each of those are independently owned, but we have obviously a big HOA. I'm just trying to think of like how we can maybe take bigger bites out of the apple.
And I can jump in quickly, Darren, on that. The state, and you can correct me, the state has initiated for energy mitigation, the data collection part. So for certain buildings over square footage, you are required to provide your energy use to the state. Telluride Lodge is not probably part of it. I think it's 50,000 square feet, which I think is mainly the school. However, we have been working with Eco Action Partners and other partners to potentially look at buildings at a different square footage threshold to start that conversation. So I know that's something that we're looking at because data always is a good first step to help people understand where they are and what is needed. The building code is the next piece, where while it's not for buildings that are currently here, if there is a big change to the Telluride Lodge and they'll have to adhere to those building codes. Then the third piece is that rebate. So that carrot and how we have the green grants right now for people that want to replace their windows, go to electric, all of those things. So we have the mechanisms. We're working toward those mechanisms and improving those mechanisms through the plan. And I don't know if you have anything else. to
Yeah,
add.
and I was just gonna say, I think our Green Grants program, it produces really data-based results. You know, this is the reduction of impact of these funds. And so it's a program I've wondered if it could be scaled up, if that was something that we wanted to commit to. And then another piece that I think falls under my role and something that I've been trying to strategize on how to do effectively is there are a lot of things out there available to just any private citizen resident, like federal incentives, rebates, tax credits, I should say, for like rooftop solar or, you know, any kind of efficiency improvement. So trying to make sure that word is out there. You know, I think I'd like to do some kind of updates like this, but more community engagement style out in the community more often. Or, you know, I've been here since December, so I'd like to start those on a regular basis. Just to kind of have that word be out there, you know, like, do you want to reduce your energy bills? Is that the primary concern? Well, guess what? That can also make us, you know, reduce emissions as well. And those often do go together, right? So it's just that initial financial hurdle. How can we help people find resources that reduce that? I think that's going to be one of the biggest pieces of work for this plan, really, is like all those private buildings. How do we help facilitate?
I'm assuming that if any of
Yeah.
these HOAs reach out to you, that you'll come and, you know,
Yeah, I would love to meet
talk and
folks and
discuss and say,
yeah,
hey,
share
here's-
resources.
'cause I think a lot of times people they want to do the right thing. And I think a lot of people would probably be shocked to know that our buildings are our largest polluter in Telluride and not cars and not all these other things that are a little bit more, I would say, like, you know, promoted in the general
Yeah.
vernacular. That I'm assuming that if any of these HOAs are like, hey, we'd love to figure out how to get our building
Right.
more efficient,
Right.
because, you know, they probably just don't even know that, like, oh, this building is a huge polluter.
And I'll
Right.
just put that plug out there, a little PSA, like HOAs to get organized and look at the green grants and come up with a strategy as well. And we are open to those conversations too.
Yeah, the one tough thing to keep in mind, Telluride Lodge is unique, that it's big enough that it has its own,
It's huge.
you know, its own group of people. But most, like you originally stated, most of the HOAs are hiring the companies that aren't based in Telluride. And so that makes it tougher to figure out how we're going to do it.
Right.
Just like how we'll have trouble determining what buildings will we retrofit to help with energy as we look at building a new building without, you know, being irresponsible with our money. Any last questions before we wrap this one up?
I have one more question. For the waste related diversion topic, are you just promoting policies or are you implementing any strategies for waste diversion?
Well, so yeah, the example of like the single-use plastics ordinance is now in effect, right? So I've been working on that, as I mentioned. I don't know what we want to say about the compost.
Yeah,
pilot.
so Bruin, we're working with Bruin as a region to pilot a curbside composting program. They have selected, they're mainly focused on commercial and multifamily units right now. And this is brand new for them. So like all pilots, we were excited. We're like, yes, this is going to keep going forward. And it's at a little slower pace than we expected, but we're working very closely with them because we see the success. I will also add that we have advocated for a lot of our Western Slope partners to also move to Bruin. That will also expand this composting potential moving forward. Because it won't just work if it's just for Telluride or for Mountain Village, but we have to look at our their region as well and who else might be interested. So we're lobbying for those conversations and really pushing for the success of that. Because in the years past, we have looked for a regional composting facility. That's what we hung our hat on. And it's has just been very difficult. So we're pivoting and looking at this while also exploring a regional composting facility, but we just can't wait around for that. And we're very lucky that Olathe has one that we can utilize.
And then anything else moving past that or
From a compost piece? Or-
more, I mean, like waste diversion is I feel like a very big,
Yeah, so
topic.
we're pretty lucky that we have our waste, recycling, and now we're looking at compost. Once we have those 3 tiers, we can start looking at a pay-as-you-throw system, which makes it much more expensive to throw things away and helps with that behavior to then really divert the waste appropriately where it's most sustainable: food waste, compost, recycling.
with the
that's our-
recycling, I feel like there's a lot of grumbling in the community, like, are things really being
is-
recycled?
Actually, Josie Ray, thank you for giving us the opportunity to educate the public that if you recycle, it gets recycled. Mountain Village actually did a little storyboard. They had an intern come and it shows exactly the path of our recycling. And that in fact, when you recycle, that it does get recycled. So that is a completely false statement and I appreciate the opportunity to educate.
I'm glad everyone got to hear that.
Well, I think, you know, this was something that came up as we were negotiating that contract as well. And one of the challenges is that at a certain point, if everybody is throwing their garbage in the recycling bins, that it's so, it does end up having to be, it's completely contaminated and we have to throw all of that away. So ultimately, if people see that we are not recycling, it is due entirely to our own fault and not actually taking the steps to recycle. And so I think, Darren, we talked about that during that period, that, you know, really ultimately it comes down to these multi-unit buildings that are commingling so excessively. And so please recycle.
And rinse everything out too, like,
yes.
your recycling has to be clean.
And we could do a PSA push potentially. We have very clear language on our website to educate people what is recycled and what is not. And I know we're working with Brew and our waste hauler to make that more visible for people, trash cans or so on and so forth to help with that. So appreciate the topic. And again, a huge thank you to Darren and all of his work with our climate action plan. There's a lot of potential out there. We definitely prioritize based off of the largest greenhouse gas emission reduction and other factors. So I just appreciate his work and his way to balance all of it. So thank you, Darren.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, item 1B, second quarter town council goals and objectives update. And we have Zoe here to present.
All right. So I will hopefully be a little brief because we get to do this quarterly. So we are very familiar of the 91 action items that we have in front of us as staff as part of town council goals and objectives. Again, our staff is doing so much more and I so appreciate all of their time and input. And we are in Q2. So up to Q2, which is the end of June, this is up to July 1st. We are there. We're 51% in progress of our plan. And we have 10 action items are complete. We're on track for 66% of them. And we only have a handful that I'll discuss that have minor disruptions or some major disruptions to that plan. But I'm very proud of all the work that our staff has put in and the transparency we're able to give to the public on this progress. And every single staff member is a part of this. So I'll just quickly dive into addressing our critical infrastructure needs. We are 51% complete with that focus area. So with that, we have 10 action items that are complete. That's the overall. So with addressing the critical infrastructure needs, we have 51% complete with that project. So of the 40 action items in that focus area, 3 are complete, 27 are on track, 1 hasn't started yet, and 4 are experiencing minor disruptions, and while 2 are seeing major disruptions. So I'm just going to quickly go over those for staff and the public. And I encourage everyone to look at all of the great work that everyone was doing in this. So we have completed our employment generation study. This was a very innovative idea from our planning, and we partnered with the RRC, I believe, to complete this. And we have updated the affected portions of our land use code. And so we have now put that behind us. We've also purchased the new membrane filters for the Pandora water treatment plant, as the current ones were past their life expectancy. And due to long lead times, the filters were purchased in 2024, and they look to be installed in 2025, but we have now been able to purchase those, and we look forward to replacing them for the Pandora wastewater or water plant. We also, as you know, council, have completed our parking rate and need study to address the town-wide technology utilization and rate structures of our parking. And what we can do, staff is now taking that study and looking at what our action items are. So we'll be coming to council during goals and objectives to see what we're going to be implementing from that. But that was a huge lift from our staff, and I'm glad we have that information. One item that we haven't started yet is improving and constructing the right-of-way and public improvements along the 600 and 700 blocks of West Galena. And this is going to be pushed to later in the year. And that is just simply because we are on a number of the items that we're going to go through. Project bids have come back. Either we haven't got enough people to bid on these projects, or the cost has been too high. So with that, we're just re-looking at prioritizing some of our streets projects and looking at phasing, and also re-looking at the bid process. So you're gonna hear that in a number of these. So one of those minor disruptions, as I just said, with the bid issues, we've only received one bid to install the new accessibility ramps on the north and south side of Colorado Avenue between Aspen Street and Willow Street. And staff is looking to rebid for the end of this month. So we're gonna rebid that project and hopefully get a number that will fit better within our budget, but also provide us options on what we're able to do there. When it comes to the wastewater treatment plant, we've had some minor disruptions, but I would like to say that that is a good thing, because we have been presented with an opportunity for a new land parcel. So we have spent a lot of time as staff looking at all of our different options, retrofitting our current plant, other land opportunities, and Mountain Village has provided us with a land parcel that provides a lot of promise. And with that, we are now taking a step back on some of our other avenues to explore this option. One of the goals that we had was the formation of a sanitation or wastewater authority. So until we have more information about this new plant, what the costs and engineering will mean, it's hard to finalize a wastewater authority. We are working with our partners on those discussions, but we're not there to finalize it quite yet. And then as the bids are coming in higher than budgeted, the implementation to improve in-town accessibility for wheelchairs, strollers, children's and bikes along the river trail and bike path are also looking to be pushed more into the summer and fall with phasing. So that's another piece. Again, with major disruptions, we talked about the wastewater treatment plant and how we are looking at this new opportunity. So that has caused us to slow down a little bit on finalizing the engineering designs and pushing forward on those pieces. With that, we'll move to preserving the community, unless anyone has any questions specifically on our addressing critical infrastructure. Perfect. So with preserving the community, we are 58% complete in our progress through Q2, quarter two. So out of the 22 action items in this focus area, we have 3 that are complete, 14 that are on track, and 2 that have experienced minor disruptions. 3 are also multi-year. So with that, we have fully implemented the Clear Plan strategic plan software, which you're seeing here. And that is to help the public understand our budget priorities, project timelines, and completion tracking. And if you have any feedback on that, you let me know, but we feel pretty confident on this tool and what it's able to provide to the public and to our council. We'll talk about this a little bit more in the manager's report, but we've also completed the production of a community 4th of July event, which I would like to say was a huge success, and we'll go into some metrics later on. And also in January, Case allocated their full budget of $686,280 to 45 nonprofit organizations. So that has been complete. Grant funding agreements are executed and checks were cut in March of 24. Some things that we have seen with minor disruptions. As more information and staff time become available, it will be prioritized to develop bi-monthly public education campaigns on the operations, permit regulations, non-compliance issues, and funding sources for public works, wastewater, and water. So with that, the goal was to educate the public a little bit more on best practices for water and wastewater and have more regular communication. And they're still working on that piece, and we look forward to having a stronger communication plan moving forward. The complete street concepts for Mahoney and Davis will be sent out to bid as one package. So we've changed kind of that structure. Staff is still waiting on the final design for the culvert crossing at Cornet Creek as part of the Southwest Area Conceptual Plan to remove and replace the stormwater culvert crossing Pacific Avenue. So that, again, just because of the bid process, has seen a minor disruption. So is there any questions on our focus area for presuming the community? Great. So for our focus area of protecting the health and quality of life, we are 56% progressing through these goals. Out of the 16 action items that we have in this focus area, 3 are complete, 11 are on track, and 2 are seeing minor disruptions. So for the complete, as a permanent effort, staff has established a foundation to promote health and wellness of our town employees through policy and programs. We've relooked at our wellness benefit we've expanded it for our staff members. We're looking at stronger training and education of what we have available to our employees through an HR newsletter that we have every year, and we're doing more and more in that effort. Staff has executed the issue for bid contract for the resource recovery services that we talked about for trash recycling and potentially looking at compost. So that has been completed. And staff has established, as we know, a grant database to develop grant administration system. I'm very proud of Darren and all of his work and all of the amazing grants that we've been able to get since he's been here. And with this database, we're really able to track what is available and prioritize what we should be going after as the town. Things that have seen minor disruptions. So with the, when we're looking at our recreational center, this was something that our previous town manager was taking the lead on. So with the change in the manager's office, we're now looking at our regional partners to help us a little bit more in taking a lead on that as we look toward a feasibility study again for a regional recreation center. For the marshal's office, currently, we have one code enforcement officer in training, and with the endless demands of code enforcement, training is taking a little bit longer, making it difficult to increase the code enforcement's ability to enforce municipal codes and land use codes. But that is, of course, still a priority for the town, and we're very grateful for our new hire within our code enforcement, and we appreciate all of the training that Jeanette is also giving to Erica. So with that kind of gives an overview of protecting the health and quality of life focus area. Do we have any questions on that? You guys are making this too easy. I should be careful. Cultivating economic sustainability and a thriving commercial core. So here we have progressed 64% through Q1 and Q2. Out of the 6 action items in this focus area, 1 is complete and 5 are on track. So with the one that is complete, staff has finalized their 3-year agreement with clearly defined key performance indicators to align marketing strategies with the community need and council expectation. And this is through, of course, the Telluride Tourism Board. And this contract prioritizes the return on investment and underscores a long-term vision and sustainable growth. And they have been great partners. I'm very impressed with our new campaign. I will be getting data here in just the next little bit of how our summer campaign is going. But overall, we are tracking on our expectations, and I think even going above on some. So with that, I'll move to the next point unless we have any questions on that piece. So ensuring the town of Telluride is an employer of choice. So this was a brand new focus area for council this year. And out of the 7 action items in this focus area, we have 2 that are on track, while 2 have not started yet, and 1 has a minor disruption. So we were looking to look at a new retirement plan. So the RFP is slated for Q2, but we wanted to wait till after the conclusion of our compensation study, just due to limited staff time. So that will be coming up now in Q3. The implementation of a new performance management system will also kick up after our compensation study and this retirement plan. So we look to do that in the fall. There are some minor disruptions. Staff has shifted focus from implementing an applicant tracking system to the recruitment of several executive level positions. So this is really just bandwidth on a lot of these pieces, but they're still at the forefront of our mind. And I'm so appreciative to our team to really looking at what the town needs to do to keep progressing as an employer of choice. So with that, I think we caught up with some time. And if
Awesome.
anyone has any questions,
I do have one question.
Great.
With the database for the grant
Yep.
feasibility, are we looking at anything for Parks and Rec?
all departments.
All
Yep.
departments?
Mhm. So a lot of them, and this kind of goes back to a lot of our goals. The grants are kind of a key to progressing on a lot of our goals, such as sustainability, JEDI, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, a lot of those pieces and so much more. So I know Darren has been looking at parks for a lot of their infrastructure pieces and also the replacement of some of their equipment to be electrical and other items like that. But if you have anything in mind in particular and that you want to talk to Darren about, I encourage you to do so.
Thanks. Good job.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
Any other questions for Zoe? Great. Zoe, thank you so much.
Yeah.
And just a reminder to the public listening is go on the website and take a look and dive into it. There's lots of great information for progress and I think you'll find yourself more informed on your own without calling your staff.
I definitely agree. And again, I just want to do a shout out for all staff and the effort they put in. This work has always been done, but I'm really glad that we have a way to make it very transparent and educational for the public. So I agree with Teddy. Please have a look and it's a live dashboard. So we'll continue to show our progress.
Awesome. Thank you. We are going on to item number 2 on the agenda. 2A is consideration of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting updates, Town of Telluride Transit Division 2021, Title 6 Plan, and we have Joe Delsworth here to present. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have any slides for you guys, but I think I summarized this pretty well in your packet memo. I'll do a brief summary. I'll go over some minor changes that need to be made, and then if there are any, I'll try to answer any questions that may come up. So as a recipient of federal funds, that provide a public service, we're required to maintain a Title VI plan. It's best practice for this plan to be renewed by our governing body every 3 years. This was last updated by our council in July of 21. So the changes mainly reflect changes in staffing. Appendix E, our limited English proficiency plan. I updated some census data, but the core of the document is unchanged. So if there are any questions, be happy to answer or try to.
Do we have any questions for Joe on this Title VI item? Is there anyone from the public here that is in the room to discuss this agenda item? Tiffany, double check Zoom for me.
Seeing no hands on Zoom.
Great. Since this is an action item, we'll take a motion if anyone is ready to make one.
I move to approve a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, adopting updates to the Town of Telluride Transit Division 2021 Title 6 Plan.
Second,
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Elena. Mian, how do you vote?
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Joe, thank you so much. We appreciate you hanging in there in the back of the room for a while.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, Jim.
Item 2B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Land Use Code Article 7, Historic and Architectural Review, Division 1, Historic Preservation Overlay District for the purpose of amending the design guidelines and standards for building in Telluride, the January 2016 edition. And Erica Jensen is here to present.
Great, thank you so much. So just a little background, since town council has changed a bit since 2023. The design guidelines, which is over a 200-page document, are the community standards and best practices for preservation and new construction in the town. The guidelines were last updated in 2015 and then reformatted in 2016. So over the last 9 years of using the design guidelines, staff and the board had noticed some errors as well as inconsistencies in outdated language. So HARC identified updating the design guidelines as a priority at their February 2023 retreat. And we started the process in September 2023 with the green light from town council, who had identified updating the guidelines as one of their 2024 goals and objectives. A design guidelines committee comprised of 3 HARC members and historic preservation staff held 8 working meetings between September 2023 and February 2024, during which each section of the document was reviewed and edited. Those red line edits were then presented to the HARC board for their review at the regular HARC meeting on October 18th, November 15th, December 13th, February 24th, and March 20th. HARC reviewed this amendment at their May 15th regular meeting and voted unanimously to recommend that P&Z support the change. P&Z considered the amendment at their May 23rd regular meeting and voted unanimously to recommend to town council. So a few summary of the changes. There are a decent number, but some of the most important ones are adding definitions of historic, historically, and vicinity to the glossary, which they were used a lot. So adding definitions is very helpful. Adding a table of contents for each treatment area to better organize the document. Adding a new composite roofing material that looks like wood, but is fire resistant, which is very exciting, especially for as the wildfire risk increases. Clarifying expectations around mass and scale of new additions, replacing the term traditionally with the word historically, which is more defensible. Eliminating references to historic structures or context in treatment areas where none exists, and eliminating the guidelines for signs and adding those standards to the new sign code within the land use code, which we will be reviewing next. So that's exciting. And the red line draft was posted on the town website on May 3rd, and we have received no public comment at this time. 2 things I want to add before I answer any questions or pull up the red line draft for you are, this was a massive undertaking and would not have been accomplished without the help from our former preservation director, Jonna Wenzel. So we are very grateful for her contribution to this. And the HARC chair, Mark Shambaugh, would like to also add a few comments.
Great. Come on up, Mark. Maybe sit over there so we have a microphone for you.
Okay. Good morning. Wow, a lot going on here. I'm not going to take less than 2 minutes, but how this started was we meet every year, once a year in February, for a strategic planning session where we look in the mirror and say, how can we get better? And this is one of the OFIs, operative improvements, that we laid out, and I'd been thinking about for a long time, but we were too busy to get to it. But anyway, we started out, we were ready to charge in March, and then we had the moratorium from council. So which was related, right? Because the hillside, we knew we needed more tools, and you had some foresight to allow us to do that, which it was a net positive thing. So that chapter's in here also. But, and then we had a couple other minor meetings, but 8 formal meetings, and it was arduous. There are hundreds of changes, but it's not just cleanup. So why does this matter? What's in it for you? I was told long ago, that's the only question you need to answer in life. Number one, the applicants, it's going to be so much more clear to them on some of these guidelines that were, muddy, or some of or ambiguous or conflicting, so that maybe we have less continuances. And continuance is the bane of HARC, right? Because if you get it right the first time, we keep moving through and debottleneck this backlog of 7 to 8 projects. Number 2, it'll be easier for staff to write their memos, and whether it's compliant or not, it's just turning a little bit more black or white. And 3, it'll be easier for the board to adjudicate. So I think You know, I want to pay kudos to Bob Mather, who was our historic preservationist for 6.5 years, who wrote the 15 ones, who had the guts to come in and say, well, I know, you know, when we say, why did we write that, Bob? And it was very positive about making the changes. And Matt Lee was the other person that I had selected at a meeting, and we worked hard. And then Jonna would write it up, and then we'd scrutinize, and then we went through HARC. So I think we got it right. Thanks for the opportunity. That's it for me, unless there's any questions.
Any questions for Mark specifically?
I just actually want to say thank you because Mark, I know this has been a passion project for you for a while, and thank you for staying on the board and seeing this project through. It means a lot.
Well, thank you. And plus, the selfish reason is my book is getting so old and torn up, we need new books anyway. So I hope I guess we can't order it to your second reading, but thanks for your support.
Get it ready.
Thank you so much, Mark. Good.
Mark, a question for you and the rest of council. It's a bit of an open discussion topics, and I agree with Mian's statement that there is a lot of good, and I definitely, obviously, am familiar with all your work on HARC, and I think there has been a lot of passion and positivity of preserving our historic architecture in our town. One thing I do want to highlight and hear your thoughts on in particular, as well as the rest of council, is on the topic of mass and scale. It's a frequently discussed topic at HARC when it comes to projects. And as is highlighted in these draft ordinances, it's somewhat subjective. There is an element of subjectivity of what is appropriate mass and scale. I have sensed at times that there has been differing opinions, or that is a somewhat nebulous parameter to nail down of what is the appropriate mass and scale. Applicants, of course, never ask for things that is not allowed. They know better than to ask for a 50-foot tall building, 100-foot tall building in Telluride. But especially within the PUD process, there's variations that can be allowed for, given a public benefit that is demonstrated. I have seen it more often than not, those developer benefits, those increase of building envelope, increase in height, increase of site coverage. Those are things that can be allowed for under the PUD process. When it comes to, in particular, government projects where we're trying to, in particular, promote affordable housing, those don't seem to be accommodated for, or it seems as though the preference is always towards lower amounts of mass and scale for it, and then going against some of the goals that we as town council set. It's a balance. It's never clear. It's never easy. And this is where we have to find a difficult line to walk of how do we empower our lower boards and commissions, HARC in particular in this instance, but still make sure that those goals are met, and that developers also have clarity that they know that they can ask for those variances, which they are very much allowed to do. Any developer is allowed to do through the PUD process, but sometimes seems as though, even though they're allowed to ask for it, it doesn't seem often granted. So that's a bit of a long preface there. I can leave it there. If you need a specific question, I'm happy to ask one.
Oh, no, I got all 5 questions
Okay.
within that.
Yeah.
This would be a good 1-hour conversation.
It would be.
And I'd be glad to talk anytime you want me to come back. But here's, I guess, the top 3 things. I'll address all 5, but mass and scale is the only thing that will ever be remembered for. It won't be a window that's 6 inches off, or, so we got to get it right. Number 2, in this rework, we did more clearly define some elements of mass and scale on setbacks and how to break up planes, et cetera. And number 3, we didn't change or write anything that, I should say, became more stringent that the Secretary of Interior wrote on these original guidelines. We're not sitting in a dark room making this up. We took an oath to comply with, their overall guidelines. The last thing I'll say, unless you want me to go on, is you're only as good as your last project, right? Or your last town council meeting and your last decision. And so I would point to Canyonlands and say, since it's passed, we can talk about that there was a good thing that happened when the town switched architects to one who had been there, done this before. We got it through and
Canyonlands is still pending, I believe, isn't it?
no, not the Canyonlands Northwest building. Canyonlands Northwest was.
Canyonlands is still
approved-
pending. Let's just move to a different topic
Okay,
if we
well, that
can.
was approved 6 weeks ago. There's another building that's still pending. Yeah, I think is what you might.
They don't have their final CA.
Sorry?
Canyonlands doesn't have their final CA
Oh, is that what I'm supposed to sign today?
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. Well, I wish this was tomorrow, but anyway, I'm just saying, things worked out. And I guess that, I could go on and on, but I don't know what else to say other than we try to be fair and reasonable and a voice of reason.
And that's reasonable. And I don't need to grandstand or I'm certainly not trying to beat up on you or Hark in particular. It's a tough and delicate topic and one in which I'm just continuing as you're doing a very good job of open the lines of dialogue, because as we both highlighted, there is definitely subjectivity within the guidelines. And that's something for the listening public as well. It's not with these and is with many government regulations, it's not necessarily here is the firm black and white line. There is possibilities for variances and a negotiation process, especially through the PUD process that we as a town utilize frequently. And my point in opening up this conversation is it's a pendulum, it's a spectrum, and I have felt, pardon me, I have felt at times that we are more prioritizing stricter historic architecture preservation guidelines, excuse me. While on one hand, and then on the other hand, trying to talk about a housing crisis, but not showing any willingness to move that spectrum to the other side that would allow for potentially bigger building envelopes, some things that other people who value historic architecture more highly would not wish to see within that spectrum. But we as council, I think, continue to say very clearly that we are in a housing crisis. And when we're in a crisis, you need to take action. You can't just
Thank you.
you can't just say it and then not take action about it. And
I
so
think
that's
I think
the
it's
point I'm
also
trying to make.
important for us to remember that Hark's purview does not extend to the point and purpose of a building and is really due specific to the guidelines that we task them to follow.
But,
And so I understand we sit in a very different position, Dan, but I want to make sure that our boards and commissions are able to follow the rules and regulations that we set forth for them so that they can stay aligned with what our vision is. And our vision as a council tends to be a little bit more widely.
And I'm gonna,
It's a great point, and if I can respond to that, because I think this gets to the heart of it. I'm, of course, not ever asking Hark to go outside of the guidelines, but as we're now reviewing it, this is where it's our responsibility as council to say, do we need to look specifically at that element, which is the element that most often causes conflict within these development applications and is a difficult thing to balance and find that solution for. And so if we as council see a need to adjust that priority system, now is our opportunity to do it. And that's what I'm asking to do, is to look very specifically at that element of it.
Yeah.
So we make sure that we can empower Hark to meet their goals and to meet our goals simultaneously, which I think is a very doable goal for
Just to
all of us.
bring closure,
Hold
I
Yeah.
think we can bring closure with one comment. Number one, first of all, you're absolutely right. There is some measure of subjectivity because we don't have the exact footage of height or step backs. I mean, and I know now, even though I wanted that, some of you know that I wanted to put that in there, but I didn't. Number two, we took an oath to be blind to the applicant. Number three, I might get criticized for this, so I'm going to say it. If one of our values is consistency of the PERC, right? And I will tell you that if you look at setbacks, just one simple thing, on third floors, for instance, you will say that our interpretation was demonstrably more lenient on some town projects than perhaps with private developers. People have criticized me for that. But I'm just saying, matter of fact, if you look at, just take third floor setbacks, where we're 30 to 50 feet on Main Street with private developments, and then we're 3 feet or 5 foot or 7 foot with some other projects, public projects. I think we tried to strike a balance. And the other thing is, the architect that you hired recently, I'm just saying, people have experience, can get creative.
I'm gonna
and-
step in. I really appreciate the conversation. I
Off
feel like we're
topic.
getting pointed, but I think so. I'm just gonna bring it back to the agenda item and thank you so much for your expertise, Mark.
Okay.
But with
Thanks for your
the
comments.
policies that we're looking at here, and the first reading, I understand, Dan, you're seeing this as an opportunity for council to make a suggestion to the policies. Teddy, I'll ask if you want to entertain any of that suggestion or if you want to bring it back to the policies as presented by Erica.
So what I think needs to happen is we are getting a little bit off topic. And I'd like to see us focus on what's being presented to us now. The two things that I was going to chime in on, other than saying thank you to Mark, thank you to Erica and everyone else that was part of this process, is two questions. One could be answered, but probably tough to, which is, do we think there's going to be any pushback from the private sector for your changes? I don't think so, but wanted to ask that because I know there were no comments already, but usually people wait.
We got
And-
sideline comments.
Yeah. And then, so if there's nothing strong in opposition that we think we foresee, great. And then the second question is, again, part of where we were headed with the conversation going off topic is, and I don't know what the timeline would be, but to start thinking about what's the next wave of things to review in the land use code. That may be a project for 1, 3, 5, 10 years down the road, who knows? But if there's something that says, hey, we make great progress here, if we approve it, great. These are some things that we may need to address down the road, and in a whole new task force with a whole new people, we can accomplish that.
I won't be
Great.
here.
Um, And so with that, I'm going to hand it back to Erica because do you have anything else as
I
part of the
don't.
presentation?
I do not foresee much pushback from the private sector. These changes are, while great, are not going to negatively impact private sector projects or make it more difficult for the private sector. In terms of, maybe looking at new design guidelines or that entire process of that 5-10-year plan, I can say, we're doing the comprehensive plan. We went out for RFP on that.
Yep.
So that is going to be a huge step. Hopefully after we're done with the comprehensive plan, we will take a very close look at the land use code and make a large number of updates that are needed. And then I think based off the comprehensive plan and the land use plan, that will kind of guide us moving forward. So we do have a set of steps in place that we're going to take after this.
And just added to your point with a lot of community engagement
Yes.
and input throughout that process.
Great. Specific to item 2B, are there any questions for Erica, or since Mark is still sitting there, for Mark? This is an action item. Is there anybody in the room for any public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll double check online. I don't see anybody. Tiffany confirm that. Unless there's any other further discussion from council or staff, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending Land Use Code Article 7, Historic and Architecture Review Division 1, Historic Preservation Overlay District, for the purpose of amending the design guidelines and standards for building in Telluride, January 2016 edition, and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading for the Town Council meeting on August 6, 2024.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley?
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Item 2B is approved.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your work. guys.
Mark, thank you. Item 2C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code for the purpose of creating new sign regulations, including repealing and replacing Land Use Code, Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 4, Sign Regulations, amending Land Use Code, Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 2, Zone District Purposes and Standards, repealing Land Use Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 1, General Table 3-5, permitted signs and sign characteristics, repealing Land Use Code Article 4, nonconformities, Section 4-106, signs, and amending Land Use Code Article 6, land use and development applications, Division 1, uses, activities permitted by review. And it looks like you're still in the hot
Ron
seat
is
with Ron?
presenting. I am just helping Ron.
Okay, great. Ron, thank you for jumping on.
Sure.
And we'll let you lead it from here.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Erica. So this is a first reading. It is a request by staff to modify the Telluride sign code. We haven't looked at this for 13 years, so it's been in place pretty much as it is for quite a while. We're not making really any fundamental changes. What we're trying to do is incorporate, as Erica indicated, some of the design requirements into the land use code that were formerly within the design guidelines. But we also want to put this all in one place, make it easier for the public to use. We did point out in the staff memo another purpose for this plan or this change to the sign codes. Supreme Court rulings in 2015 and 2022 kind of set the standard for land use codes as they pertain to signage. Specifically that signs can't be regulated based on the content. And so although our code really wasn't that big of a problem as it related to this issue, we did find some places where we thought it would be better to go ahead and remove any references such as residential, recreational, business. So signage is based on time, place, and manner. Time is the hours and duration that the sign can be implemented. Place is location, the placement of the signage, and then the manner is the size, materials, lighting, motions, etc. We added a new section to the land use code that includes more than or about 60 new terms that are specific to signage. So it's quite a number of new terms that we want to make sure the public is aware or understands our new sign code. Permitted signs. So basically permitted signs are projecting signs, freestanding signs, or wall signs. Projecting signs, we allow up to 6 square feet if they're double faced, 1 or 10 square feet if they're single, and projecting no more than 4 feet from the wall. Freestanding signs, we really don't have a lot of freestanding signs in Telluride. Freestanding signs are typically the monument signs or the pole signs or the ground signs. But we do allow 1 sign outside the right-of-way on private property. And then finally, the wall signs, which we do allow up to 10 square feet. Window signs, we've added new language that indicates that any window signage that's permitted would count towards the limitation of total signage that's allowed. Display boxes is a new term. Basically, that's the place for menu placements for restaurants and bars. And that's something that a lot of the restaurants would be willing to provide as a part of the service. So standards that are in place. Again, we're not fundamentally changing what's already in our land use code. Total square footage, 1 square foot for each 3 feet of frontage and cannot exceed 20 square feet. Signs that are two-sided have to be back to back. You can't have the angled signs. Projecting signs, 8 feet vertical clearance from rights of or public pedestrian areas. Projecting signs have to be or cannot be above the ceiling of the first floor, and there are some exceptions to that. Wall signs not higher than the eave or parapet wall, and no more than 6 inches projecting from the building. Signs on property under construction are limited to 20 square feet and must be removed prior to certificate of occupancies. Design principles. These are some of the things that we've incorporated into the land use code that were typically in the design guidelines. Material of signage has to be natural, wood, or at least have the appearance of a natural material. Location, the signage can't really negatively impact the architectural elements, or the must function, for example, projecting signs above the entrances, and any signage should not obscure the historic details. And this is all part of the HARC review when it does go to HARC for new development or redevelopment. Lighting standards, shielded lighting, lumens, basically it's 40 watt incandescent equivalents. Downward lighting, no offsite spillage, no interior lit signage, no window display lighting. And then the painting or the lighting components have to be painted to match the structure or the building. Prohibited signs, we've added a new section. We did have a section on prohibited signs in the old code, but we've identified more specifically the types of signage that would be prohibited. Flashing signage, attention-getting devices, beacons, lasers, inflated signs such as balloons, electronic message and digital displays, internally lit signs, and signs that might be internally lit within the windows, roof signs, any signs projecting above any portion of a roof or parapet wall. Off-site signage we're not permitting. Signs affixed to trees, utility poles, sandwich boards constructed of plastic, marquee signs, and anything that obstructs pedestrian areas. Temporary signs. We do allow temporary signs without requiring permits. And again, they're not content-based. It's based on the size. Up to 4 square feet, you're allowed 3 signs, 45 days prior to an election, no more than 5 days after. Also temporary sign, 4 square feet for sale, for rent signs, and other 4-foot signs, or limitations on the signage of 4 square feet. Temporary banners. We do allow this in our current code. It's tied to business openings, for example. We've modified that and provided some more detailed requirements. They have to be on site, outside the right of way, can only be up a maximum of 15 days, 16 square feet maximum, not illuminated, and they have to be secured to the building or the structure, and then finally made of a durable material that's weatherproof. And finally, to conclude this presentation, we identify exempt signage. That's in our current code. Again, reflects a lot of what we already had in the code, but trying to make it easier to find. Exempt signage that doesn't require or doesn't fall under the regulations of these signage requirements include government wayfinding signs, any signs that are required by the federal, state, local government, historic signs on historic buildings. Of course, we do have a 10 square foot maximum on that. Cornerstones, addressing signs, or anything that's required by the building code. Any hazard warning signs, holiday decorations and flags we've identified as not, or as falling under exempt signage. Parks and recreation issued signs for events are considered exempt. And then temporary window signs that meet our standards are considered exempt. And with that, that concludes presentation. If I can get back to stopping sharing the screen. Thank you, Tiffany. So we did take this to HARC on May 15 and June 12th, and to Planning and Zoning Commission on May 23rd and June 27. Both HARC and P&Z supported the changes unanimously. If Town Council moves to go forward, this will be brought back to you for second reading at your August 6th regular council meeting. And with that, that concludes the presentation. Be glad to try to answer any questions. Erica is also hopefully in the room. Oh yeah, I see her. And she can answer a lot of the signage questions, and she works closely with signage on a daily basis.
Great, Ron, thank you so much. A great presentation. Are there any questions from council for Ron?
Yes, so Ron or Erica, is the phrase attention getting device, is that from federal regulation or anywhere? That phrase, to me, I think we could come up with a better phrase potentially, because I think signs are inherently attention getting devices. And I know it's a defined term in this regulation. Maybe I'm the only one who feels that way, but it just is an awkward sounding phrase when we're prohibiting that. It's, I don't know, maybe I'm making too much out of something that's pretty minor, but it just, I feel like we could workshop that phrase slightly, is one note I had. Erica, go ahead.
Yeah, not opposed to that. I think the reason we use that term is because there's a number of attention getting devices used under that term. So flags, streamers, spinners, balloons. And I don't think we wanted to have to break that out and have a definition for each of those about how they're not allowed. So it was a way to clump all those together into one category. If you have a phrase you would prefer, I don't think we would be opposed.
Let me think about it and get back to you on that one. And within that, it does highlight flags as disallowed, but then there's an exception also for allowing flags as well. Can you help me parse that difference?
I think we allow flags if they don't obstruct pedestrian areas, that they meet at least an 8-foot vertical distance, or distance above. And Erica could probably point to that section.
Yeah, I
Page
think
504,
it's flags or fringe or similar device or ornamentation. So I think that's up for a little bit of interpretation about what kind of flag that would be. That wouldn't be allowed.
That's one part. It just seems a little unclear to me where that line and distinction is on that one. Thank you.
I had a question about lighting, specifically under lumens. Is on page 13. So it says the intensity of lighting shall be limited to the equivalent of the lumen output of a 40-watt incandescent bulb. And so and this is based on a conversation I've actually had with a member of the public about the temperature of lighting. So an incandescent bulb implies a warm, like a higher Kelvin, a warm temperature. But we don't have anything in the lighting standards specifically about the Kelvin number, the temperature of the bulbs, but we do specify a 40-watt incandescent bulb. So my thought is either we strike incandescent because it's just a 40-watt bulb, or we add something about lighting temperature. To me, that seems unclear because I did have a conversation and it was about some specific lighting on town. And, you know, he was like, it's not historically, it's not, it doesn't abide by the historic lighting that we kind of try and encourage. But then, yeah, so I don't know if that makes sense, but that feels a little unclear to me. Like, do we want it to be similar to an incandescent bulb, or are we just concerned about the?
That's a great question. Lighting has gotten really complicated too, as well as we've moved to LED bulbs, and the numbers sometimes don't really translate anymore. So if you feel that it'd be good to add more detail to make sure that the public understands that, or we do want to put something about a softer lighting, because I don't think we want you know, like
lights.
fluorescent lights
Yeah.
on Main Street. That could be something that could be added.
I'd be curious to see if anyone else has opinions. I think anyone who knows me knows that I definitely have an opinion on this. But I don't know if I'm alone here, but it was a conversation that came up with a member of the public. So it does feel like it's worth
No, and
talking
in
about.
the design guidelines, we do have a, you know, an exterior and site lighting section that does, you know, it says like site lighting should be subdued. And so it might be good to add, you know, just a little more detail in this section to say, you know, it needs to be the warmth of the lighting or something like that. So getting at what you're getting at, we don't have fluorescent lights on Main Street.
Ashley?
I also have strong opinions on lighting, and agree that if the point of having a low wattage or lumens on a bulb is to try and not make it like super bright, it also should be that then that bulb also should be of a warmer color and not like the cool bright white that you see now in, you know, a lot of new light bulbs. It doesn't really fit with the historic nature of it. I think it goes similarly in line with like neon lighting and stuff like that, which we do prohibit. So I would concur with Elena and say that my feeling too is that maybe we get a little bit more specific, that it is a warm light, and that there's a whole grading scale of like, you know, maybe it goes from neutral to warm and doesn't venture into those cool blue colored lights.
Great. I have a question. It might be a little specific and a little silly. One of the examples that Ron had put up for the prohibited signs was that open sign and the lights were blinking and all of that stuff. Does it have to be more blinking, or, you know, are those red and blue signs okay? I mean, I kind of see those around. I don't know
No.
if they're still out.
Those, any type of lighted sign, regardless of if it's blinking or just.
Great. I don't think they fit in
No, they are,
Telluride, and so I
they are
just
not
wanted to
allowed.
confirm.
It's a code enforcement issue. And as all of you know, we do struggle with just staffing our code enforcement office. They are so busy. Sometimes lighting kind of falls to the bottom of the list, but those are not allowed.
Okay.
But they are allowed like within like past 5 feet.
They're
on the
allowed
side of the
past 5
building.
feet from the window.
Right.
Yes. So I guess technically if someone had one at the back of their business saying they were open, that would be allowed, but they're not allowed right in the window.
Right. Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Any other questions?
Well, I guess to go back to what Elena and Ashley were saying, do we want, I guess from a council perspective, do we want to put more specificity into that specific section in regards to the warmth of the lighting?
I would be in favor of that, obviously.
I'm okay with that.
Obviously, you guys are, yeah.
As long as it's feasible for staff and they feel like I agree conceptually, but my question is on enforcement of how easy is it to measure the specific temperature in light of a thing?
It's on it.
Yeah, like if we pick a Kelvin number, like 2300 Kelvin, that's like a kind of neutral. I was just Googling this, and incandescent bulbs are 2700 to 3000. That's what an incandescent bulb would be, which is also what historically would have been used. I love a 2700 light bulb. That's like the best. But I'm like open to be more accommodating with that window. But I think we should use that as the metric because that's what light bulbs are labeled with.
Sure, I hear you, but I guess my question is, your code enforcement officer, you're going down the street, the packaging's long gone, there's just this light here. Maybe it is, maybe,
It's on the
Yeah, like
bulb.
they can, if there's a concern, they can look at the actual light bulb and be like, oh, this is out of.
I guess.
It's the
I've-
same
I've
as a
seen it on-
wattage.
I've seen it on the package. I don't think so. I think wattage and the temperature are different.
No,
It-
I'm saying, but it's the same thing. Like if they're not gonna know like that is a 28 watt, whatever, like they're not gonna have that knowledge. It's gonna be that it looks different. And then you would be able to say, what kind of bulb is that? Pull it out. All that information is written on the bulb itself.
I also feel like this is like a guideline that hopefully people will follow
Yeah,
and hopefully
it's
it's
more-
not an issue of enforcement,
that's
but
right.
just making sure people creating signage know what we want from them. I agree that maybe like detecting which ones are off might be tricky, but I think
Sure.
I think it should be
Just more
specified.
guidance. Let's-
It's
Yeah.
guidance. And if you're close, it's good, that's going to be okay too. And I
Yeah.
think it's really trying to delineate, between the people who violate and let's face it. And I know and maybe Zoe hasn't gotten these calls yet, but those calls happen,
Gotten one so far.
So, so you almost need the public to make kind of the complaint to then be able to target someone to make it easier on code enforcement instead of walking around being like, well, that doesn't look good. So, I mean, I think it's a great clarification to do it the way we've suggested, without making it too difficult and enforcement among many other things outside of lighting is tough. So that's just going to be tricky. And I think we're making great strides at trying to keep things soft.
And I think like using your discretion on what that number should be, but I feel like we should have a specific the Kelvin number of what we're looking for so that there's not gray area, pardon the
So you said 2700 is
27
is the perfect light.
Effective, in my opinion. Yes, I know what you mean.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
So, okay, I'll take that into account. I'll
But yeah,
do
incandescent does have, I just Googled this, so that I had the answer and it says they're about 2,700 and can get warmer, but that is what an incandescent
Okay.
bulb would be.
Okay.
And I think that's the aim, is to have our town still look historic at night as well. So,
Okay, great.
Well, but this is a resolution, so.
We have to
or
add
Excuse
it.
me, an ordinance, so we would have to make a motion to
Mm.
add a sentence.
I can,
It's
I,
not a-
I have it too.
Bring us back later,
okay,
Erica. We
Got
have
it.
Oh,
to,
yes.
we have to add the sentence that we want to add to clarify this in the motion.
That's right.
okay.
And then before we do that, I do have to check with the public to see if there's any comments. Doesn't look like there's anybody in the room. There's none online. Any further comments? And if not, I would entertain a motion.
Just can we up it ever so slightly from 2,700 to like 2,900,
Well, so
3,000?
if you want it colder, it needs to go down. So higher would be warmer, colder would be
I see.
lower. So like blue to yellow.
Sure, okay, so,
Would
yeah,
you like?
if we are I'm trying to allow for a little greater flexibility or just slightly easier to comply with. So 2,500, whatever, and
5 to 27, is that what we want? Or
Even comment that?
I don't think it
Come
comes,
up a number.
it doesn't come. to 20.
Kevin, is there a
I mean-
way to provide
I'm
some,
Trying to match what old light bulbs were.
some variation without defining a strict?
Wait, I was wrong.
Range right
Higher's
now?
colder?
that's what I
Higher's
thought.
colder. Yeah, sorry, I was wrong on that.
Yellower.
Yeah, I think you need to be pretty specific on this if you're asking for language to come back. Otherwise, we would propose language and then consider it again
So it would be
for the
another.
first time.
Yeah.
Because if you don't get it right
Right.
on this amendment to the motion, then we're risking coming back a third time. You might as well just have us come back and draw up the language that we suggest.
Erica, do
think
you
that's right.
have a preference to do your own research on? this
So
topic a
the
little bit more?
only concern is the design guidelines and the sign code have to go together. So if we need to hold this up at all, then we also need to hold the design guidelines up.
Should we continue
If-
for the afternoon and do our quick research on light bulb
Verbiage.
specifications and then add that?
Sure, I think that I can do,
I think it's a good point.
That's a great point.
I'm hearing what you guys are saying and I'll come back with hopefully a good compromise.
Great. And then because we don't have anyone chiming in on the public, I think we can do that in pretty short order in the afternoon session.
Yeah, my suggestion, I'll be happy to work with you on is let's just get specific language
Great.
for a
Okay.
specific code provision and insert that.
Perfect.
Okay.
And do we put that in item number 7? I mean, or just create another action item? Where's the best place to
No,
put
so
it?
you'll just basically, you'll not take action right now. You'll indicate that you're going to postpone action on this till the afternoon. We'll bring it up again on first reading and there'll be an amendment that'll be proposed, I think, for the motion.
Yeah, and I've got language for that amendment, unless you're gonna provide it.
I'm not gonna provide
Yeah.
it. This is,
They're gonna
I don't know
provide
anything
it.
about
We're not-
lumens. I can
Okay.
draft a motion. I can't tell you about lumens.
Okay, great. That's what I wanted to know. So in case anyone did want to chime in from the public, they have an idea of when, and we will start action items on number 9 with this topic.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great.
We need a motion to continue.
You don't need a motion to continue. It's not a public hearing.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very
Yes,
much.
of course, thank you.
We've got some time before lunch. I'd like to move it along to maybe our manager's report.
Perfect.
You're ready, Zoe?
Am ready. Thank you so much, Mayor Erico. With that, I want to start off with just doing a quick update on e-bike and e-bike safety. I know at the June 4th council meeting, staff presented a work session discussing e-bike regulations for youth, including potential helmet regulation for those 18 and under. Wanted to kind of just take this opportunity to educate council and the public of current state laws that are in place for safety on e-bikes and also the precedent from other communities on any additional regulations. So with that, I just want to start with defining the classes of e-bikes. So there are 3 different classes of e-bikes. We are going to mainly discuss class 1 and class 2. Class 3, they are the ones that feel a little bit more like a motorized vehicle. They go up to 28 miles per hour or more. But what we see around town are usually class 2 and class 1. With that, there aren't any state laws or local ordinances requiring the use of helmets on class 1 or class 2. However, through the state, I wanted to mention that there are some things that we need to keep in mind as a community to be followed as part of state law. That being that class 1 and class 2 e-bikes are limited to 20 miles per hour. So there is a speed limit to those. Also, e-bikes cannot carry more than the bicycle is designed to carry, i.e. 1 person per seat. I know many of us have seen a difference in that. So that is already a law to be followed, that only 1 person per seat is allowed. There's other things that I'll have Lindsay post in terms of traffic and how you should be adhering to traffic laws, such as you must ride in the right-hand lane when riding on the roadway, less than the normal speed of traffic. E-bikes turning left on the roadway in a one-way, if there's enough room, can overtake vehicles. There's a lot of nuances to how e-bikes should be written that I think the public needs to be educated on. With that, we did discuss this matter with some of our local partners. We have been very fortunate, according to the Telluride Medical Center, that we haven't had too many injuries from e-bikes thus far. But as a reminder, we only have certain accessibility to medical equipment within our medical center. If someone does fall and has a head injury, that means that they need to be flown to either Denver, Salt Lake, Colorado Springs. We don't have the ability to treat people. So helmets are an important factor and other protective equipment when riding e-bikes, especially given our destination. When we were looking into some potential examples of e-bike regulations, particularly around helmets, we couldn't find any. Many, including the town of Telluride, highly encourage the use of helmets, but only Eagle County very recently this March passed a law to require helmets. They have found very little adoption in that. And right now they're looking at enforcement strategies that have yet to be successful.
Sorry, was that helmets required for everyone or just for youths from Eagle County?
For 18 and under. Yep. So with that, we're taking this opportunity right now through the manager's report to simply educate, to encourage everyone to wear protective equipment, including helmets, to adhere to state laws, and to understand that it is your own responsibility to make sure that you are doing that. I know the town council and town staff will continue to look at the town of Eagle and see other success stories on what might be available from a town perspective that will be successful in encouraging that. But we're going to work with our partners, that being the Med Center, the school district, and others, to continue educating youth on using protective equipment and adhering to these laws. I did take note that, certain clubs, when we look at the example of ski helmets and things like that, like the Telluride Ski and Snowboard Club, they require all of their members to wear helmets. So we're going to look at those potentials through clubs too, to kind of start normalizing the use of helmets on e-bikes as well. So just wanted to take that opportunity to educate the public and council on that matter. Before I move on to 4th of July, does anyone have any? Great. 4th of July, I just want to give a huge kudos to everyone involved in the 4th of July. It was a great, resounding success. We marked record-breaking attendance and a smooth execution. I want to provide just some quick metrics. So our wastewater data estimated about 7,280 people when that's serviced to Telluride, Mountain Village, Lawson, and El Tesoro. This is a quick comparison. Bluegrass this year peaked at 22,000. So we were up there when looking at previous 4th of July numbers. This was a record for the 4th of July.
Did you say 17,000 or 7,000?
17,000.
7,000.
2,080 people.
More than that.
Yeah.
Got it. Wow. Thank you.
Yep. So that was a record. The closest one was 2019, which was very similar to this last year. Gondola ridership. The gondola saw just about 3,000 riders, setting a new record of over 4,000 riders. The maximum wait times for the gondola were about 1 hour and 45 minutes. And during their peak times of 9 a.m., 2 p.m., and 11 p.m., there were about 700 plus riders per hour. So it was pretty incredible. I will also note, as we go through what occurred on the 4th of July, the town provided some great nighttime entertainment, that being a drone show. Then the volunteer fire department and the fire district provided fireworks. And then we did another drone show. The second drone show helped a lot with the gondola lines. So we're very appreciative that that was able to mitigate some of that traffic as well. With that, when we're looking at traffic influx, so we have license plate reads from our counters from the roundabout into Telluride. We saw about 5,000 cars, unique reads, so unique travel vehicles, about 5,000 coming into Telluride for the event. When we look at occupancy information for the destination, so the destination as a whole, we saw that the adjusted paid and owner occupancy was up 9% from last year, about 91%. So very, very full. When we looked at adjusted RevPAR, we were up 12%. So this was $506 compared to $454. And when we look at adjusted paid occupancy, the destination was up 13%. When we look at Telluride specifically, our average daily rate was up 5% from last year. So from $518 to $546. Adjusted paid and owner occupancy was up 6%, nearing 92% total occupancy. So again, very, very full. Our adjusted RevPAR was up 14% and adjusted paid occupancy was up 8%. So we were up across the board from an occupancy standpoint. From an event coordinating and the partners, we coordinated with the parade, concert, fireworks, the 2 drone shows, and the laser show with the 4th of July Parade Committee, Symbiotic Events, the Telluride Fire Protection District, the Volunteer Fire Department, Nova Sky Stories, which was, of course, for the first drone show. So all of those partners came together and coordinated to the event, what I would like to say seamlessly for our community. So I wanted to just do a huge thank you to everyone there. from attendance to specifically town park and the activities. So we are estimating about 7,500 people in the park from 12 to 5 p.m., which was an increase from last year. The kids' activities were a huge success, including the mechanical bull and the games that were provided. There were 10 local food vendors this year, and the Telluride Volunteer Fire Department managed the beer booth, grossing over $12,000, which was 110% increase from the previous year. And a huge kudos for Symbiotic Events for the entertainment and organizing that with strictly local musicians who performed on the main stage and benefited, of course, our local community. From a sustainability side, Eco Action Partners helped manage the recycling, compost, and waste, ensuring the event was environmentally friendly. So overall, I just want to say the event was a great success due to the collaborative efforts of the various town departments and other partners. And the celebration saw a large, well-behaved crowd and set new records in attendance and engagement, making it what I like to think one of the most successful 4th of July events that we've seen in Telluride. Woohoo!
Oh, great.
Thanks, guys. I feel.
That was a mouthful.
So really, it was a true community event. So
I
I'm
loved
just,
it.
I'm so grateful for everyone.
The drone show.
Right?
It was really cool.
And so we're looking forward to next year and continuing on with this successful tradition. Wanted to get a quick update on FEMA. So the town remains in active discussions with FEMA officials on the issues of remaining in the National Flood Insurance Program. In mid-June, Town of Telluride staff met with FEMA Region 8 Flood Plan Management Insurance staff and state, what we call National Flood Insurance Program, NFIP coordinator, to discuss the town's current probation status and its desire to seek an exemption from NFIP minimum standards in its mapped AO zones. And just for those that don't know, an AO zone is the river or stream flood hazard areas and areas with a 1% or greater chance of shallow flooding each year. So with that, FEMA has agreed to discuss categorizing these areas as one that could potentially be regulated as an exemption to certain, to the current regulations that they have, and ultimately still allow the town properties to remain eligible for NFIP. FEMA has noted that our geography and alluvial fan geology are unique for them to regulate within the United States. So it looks to elevate this issue to DC headquarters. So with that, our next step, staff is working with FEMA to provide them with more details around our exemption request, and we will provide a response back to them by the end of August. As there are more updates, I just wanted to remind the town will push this through our communication channels. Again, with manager reports and other things like our social media platform and our website. And we will continue to be working with FEMA on that issue. I'll just give a personal update quickly from the manager's office. I went to the Western Slope City Managers meeting on July 10th. This was managers from all over the Western Slope, including Montrose, Newcastle, Grand Junction, Bayfield, Cortez, Delta, Fruita, Picton, Ophir, and many others. And with that, it provided us an opportunity to share updates on recent projects and great initiatives that we can learn from each other on. We also had an update from the Department of Local Affairs, which offered valuable insights into state level support and resources. The discussion ranged from some great topics, including compensation and retention strategies, which we were at the forefront of due to our compensation study, as well as the implementation of flexible work schedules in response to the evolving workplace dynamics. Of interest to me and many others, we had a presentation on AI, or artificial intelligence, and its use in local government, and automating a lot of different aspects of town business. And Grand Junction was at the forefront of this, and it was very interesting to see how AI in many different levels. We also discussed housing challenges and potential solutions. And overall, I think it was just a great platform to share knowledge and address critical issues together. We also talked about compost, which we mentioned earlier. Wastewater treatment plant, I wanted to give everyone a quick update, just mainly for the public. as well. Obviously, on July 9th, Telluride and the Mountain Village had a joint executive session to continue discussions about the regional wastewater treatment plant. And we look forward to continue to work with them, especially given this new opportunity of the 5-acre lot just nearby the Alexander property that they purchased. This lot offers us a flat piece of land near a highway and near a river. And so we're really looking forward to working with them and exploring this new opportunity. There is Michelle and I did a news story with Kodo that is available for staff, and we're looking to update our regional wastewater page on the town engaged page with more information for the public as we move forward on this project. For those that did not come to our Chair 7 car hinge on July 9th, the town of Telluride and the Telluride Ski Resort, led by our consultants design workshop and CCY, we presented the first draft renderings and redevelopment plan for the base of Chair 7 car hinge parking lot. So the presentation was part of the public meeting aimed to gather community feedback, and it involved nearly 100 participants, both online and in person. With that, the consultants shared conceptual site plans, parking plans, character images, illustrating potential architectural designs and public amenities such as active and passive play areas for park spaces. But during the public comment period, several meaningful discussions emerged. Key topics included concerns about parking and traffic management, the impact on view corridors from existing properties, and improvements for pedestrian and bicycle movement within the Southwest area. So the town and Telluride Ski Resort plan to compile all of this feedback received and explore the opportunities to integrate these ideas into the future development plan. So for those that missed the meeting, the resources are on our Engage page. But additionally, the town encourages residents to submit their comments and feedback before 10 p.m. on Friday, July 26th. We do have a comment form on that Engage page if you didn't feel like you've given your input enough. And we also encourage everyone to sign up for emails specific to the Southwest Area Plan, which they can do so through the Engage page. So looking ahead, we're excited to present an updated redevelopment plan in the coming months and continue the collaborative dialogue with the community. So the next phase of the project, we hope to discuss with Town Council at the August 6th meeting. And this will again look at the first draft renderings, a recap of community feedback, and further details about the project will be shared at that time. So I just want to give council a heads up that we'll be looking to continue those conversations. So with that, I know we've reached the lunch hour, so I can continue going, mainly just to touch on some department updates and our housing update, but I can do that after lunch too.
I think we can, I'd rather have you just get through your piece and then
Perfect.
pick it up.
So I just wanted to do some of our departments. They have some great things they want to share with council. One noteworthy thing is that our finance department has won the Government Finance Officers Association Distinguished Budget Award for our 2024 budget. This is their 11th consecutive year, so a huge kudos to them on that. For Public Works, our transit division, the town of Telluride got over $1.9 million to modernize the Galloping Goose Transit Maintenance Facility. Big deal. And a transit was awarded grant funding to purchase a new electric bus. So we are, really great work. The Mill Creek filter replacement. I know Mayor Erico was available, but we did a grand opening of this facility and the new equipment over at Mill Creek, which was a huge lift for our staff and a big accomplishment for the town. For Parks and Recreation and other aspects for the summer, we're in the middle of summer. There are a lot of events available to our community. And with that, I'll just kind of name a few. Obviously in July, we've seen the plein air, and that would be in Oak Park and Elks Park. The Telluride Arts Community Party was on July 3rd. We've obviously done the July 4th event. As we look into the future, we have Telluride Theater is going to move onto the stage, and they'll be performing starting Saturday night through Sunday with a dark day on Thursday for their Shakespeare in the Park. Baseball Festival starts on July 22nd. And rounding out this month is the Kodo Live at the Drive on July 31st. Also in our region, of course, is the Sunset Concert Series up in Mountain Village. And with that, we can see, I believe it's tomorrow, Wednesday, is the Easy Gym, which is a Grateful Dead cover band. So encourage everyone to enjoy all of our lovely community events that we have here this summer. We've also seen some great things on the recreation side with a really big event for our pool. We had a swim meet here that hosted about 155 swimmers that went beautifully. We also have seen our adult programming. We're coming toward the end of adult softball, which of course I was a part of, and so many others that have given it their all, and they're coming through to the finals here soon. They had 9 women's league teams, 6 men's A and 8 men's B teams. And we're starting to open up registration for adult co-ed soccer. With that, for youth programming, I just kind of wanted to also say a kudos to the team for all the swim lessons, the swim team wrap up, the fall youth soccer, and a huge kudos for those that have been working with the library to offer community swim nights with the focus of introducing members of the Latino community to the pool. So this Wednesday, they'll be hosting the second of 3 nights of this program, and the event is free. And they've been working with Claudia from the library to get the word out. Also, a quick update on our short-term rental software and licensing. We have the new short-term rental software, which went live June 26th. They had a community meeting on June 27th to review the licensing categories, the fees, and demo the software. And so to date, they have 185 properties that have applied for a license. They've collected payment on 179 short-term rental applications, and they have collected 49 tax payments, but licenses and taxes are going to be due August 15th. So with that, I'll just make a quick note about our RET and sales tax numbers. So with sales tax, it does show when we look from year to date, so January through April compared to the previous year, it looks like we're down just about 25%. However, we are missing this lodging, hotel, property management, and short tax data. So come here in August, we'll start plugging those numbers in and having a more comprehensive look at our sales tax. When we look at RET, we are tracking ahead. So when we look again, just year to date, January through June, we're 19% over last year's January through June. So we are looking good from a RET perspective. So with that, that's where I'll leave my manager's report. I will be getting a housing update here in a little bit, but maybe I can touch on that after lunch.
Perfect. That sounds great.
Great.
Zoe, thank
guys.
you so much. Any questions for Zoe before we break for lunch? Seeing none, it is lunchtime.
Sweet.
Okay, welcome back, everybody, from our lunch break. We're about to reconvene the Town of Telluride, Colorado Town Council meeting. Item number 3 on the agenda is public comment. Each person will be allotted no more than 5 minutes, and overall public comment will be limited to 45 minutes for the meeting. Is there anybody in the room for public comment? Seeing no one in the room for public comment, it does not appear we have anybody in line for public comment. So we will move on to agenda item number 4, presentations and proclamations. 4A is the state of the town address from me. And here goes. Telluride, the town without a bellyache. Most of us have probably seen the mining era historical photo with the sign draped over the train. Is Telluride on the verge of reversing this saying? Is the state of our town in an unhealthy mental state? It feels that way, and there is a level of negativity that I've rarely seen infiltrate our town and community, and I don't like it. But we can make a change. Be nice to one another. Have some empathy towards all walks of lives here, whether locals, commuters, second homeowners, or tourists. As we see a slow in the economy post-COVID, we need to embrace a new attitude, one that can and must be attained. Does that mean we shouldn't disagree or question actions of others in our government? Of course not. On the contrary, healthy debate is constructive and vital, but there are ways to speak out in positive tones. If we continue on our current path of negativity, it will only get harder and harder to find and retain town managers, other Town of Telluride staff, commission members, council members, and a mayor. Because make no mistake, your Town of Telluride staff, these commissions and council have never been busier doing their best to balance transparency, scrutiny, and visibility. If we cannot start looking towards more compromise, it is going to be a big challenge to keep moving on our minor and major local projects and the many regional projects. Think gondola, wastewater treatment, affordable housing, medical center, and more. However, a sustainable level of tourism is paramount to make these projects a reality. We need to maintain civility to ensure that Telluride, known worldwide as an authentic, inspiring, and unique destination, continues to thrive. Our goal is to create an environment where tourists and second homeowners want to return time and time again, and locals want to stay here. So I implore you, be nice, Telluride, and what's the harm in trying that? Item 4B, a proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, proclaiming July Parks and Recreation Month. That is also me. A proclamation of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, designating July as Parks and Recreation Month, proclamation number 5, series 2024. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the Town of Telluride, Colorado, and whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who live near parks, and whereas, I just lost my train there. Whereas Parks and Recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out of school time programming and youth sports are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, And whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas Telluride recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, that July is recognized as Parks and Recreation Month in the Town of Telluride, proclaimed this 16th day of July, 2024. Ooh, again. Sorry, I bumbled through that one a little bit. And then item 4C is introduction of a new.
Stephanie's up there.
Oh, so you want to say something? Sorry, Stephanie, I was just rolling through and didn't see you up there.
No problem. Good afternoon. Just want to say on behalf of Parks and Rec staff and the commission, thank you for all the support that you provide that allows us to make Parks and Recreation an integral part of our community. It's our pleasure to do so and appreciate the support and acknowledgement.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you for popping in on that proclamation, and good luck with your meeting tomorrow.
Thank you.
And sticking with the Parks and Recreation theme, that gets us to 4C. I see Todd in the back, and he is going to be here to introduce our new park maintenance technician 2, Sophie Bonstrom. And please, we're going to make you step on up.
Thanks, Teddy. Yeah, like you said, I'm here to introduce Sophie. She hired for the position park maintenance tech 2. Sophie's originally from Boston. She's been in the Telluride area for about 5 years. When she first moved up here, she started like most people, or a lot of people, working with Telsky. She also did some landscaping. Most recently was with Telsky doing facilities maintenance. So she's a perfect fit for the park since we cover both bases. Sophie loves the outdoors. She likes hiking, biking, skiing. Free time, she likes hanging out with her friends and playing the game Dungeons and Dragons.
Nice. All right.
Yeah, no, we're super excited to have Sophie on the team. She's already been doing a great job covering a lot of bases. She has really good strength with flowers. So if any of you can enjoy fine boxes on Main Street, she put a ton of work into those. And, also still collecting this stuff as well. So but yeah, we're happy to have her on the team and looking forward to her sticking around for a while. So thank you.
That's great. Thank you, Todd.
Go Red Sox.
And Sophie, would you like to add anything or say anything? You don't have to, but we always want to give you that opportunity.
Coming over from Telsky, it's been really nice to be in a government position with wonderful people and support and not be by myself running an entire department. So that was really nice to be here.
Thank you for joining the team. Moving on to item number 5, appointments to boards and commissions. Current board openings. The Telluride Town Council is accepting applications for current and upcoming vacancies from citizens interested in volunteering their service on one of the following town's boards, committees, or commissions. Applications must be received by noon on Monday, July 29th, 2024, for possible consideration at the next Town Council meeting, August 6th, 2024. Board of Adjustment and Appeals, 5 regular seats for a 1 or 2 year term, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term. Commission for Community Assistance, Arts, and Special Events, and this seat is being considered today. 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Ecology Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Election Commission, 1 regular seat for a 2 year term, town resident. Ethics Commission, 3 alternate public at-large seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. 1 regular public at-large seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Open Space Commission, 2 alternate seats for a 1 or 2 year term, town or county resident, Parks and Recreation Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident, Planning and Zoning Commission, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident at least 1 year, and the Public Art Commission, 1 regular seat for a 1 or 2 year term, town resident. Please note that town council may choose to appoint a sitting alternate to a regular seat vacancy. Should that occur, council reserves the right to appoint any applicant to an alternate position. And that brings us to item 5B, the discussion for the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events, 1 alternate seat for a 1 or 2 year term, and we have Piper here to discuss.
Thank you. So this application is from Mason Osgood, who has not previously served on any board or commission for the town. This would fill the only vacancy on case, and it's an alternate seat for a town resident, which he is. It is recommended that it would be a term for 2 years effective immediately if you choose to appoint him, and I believe that he is here with us to speak on his behalf.
Great. Thank you very much. And would you like to add something about your application?
Hi, everyone. Mason Osgood. Super excited to be living in Telluride now, which is why I applied to CASE. The current director of Sheep Mountain Alliance. We also receive CASE funding. I'm a local trail running race director as well, so we're on the CASE calendar for that, and have been involved volunteering with 1-to-1 San Miguel County Democrats and SMRC as well. So I would love to volunteer for the CASE board, and am excited to help out.
Great. Thank you very much. Does any council member have a question for Mason? Seeing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Mason Osgood to the Commission for Community Assistance, Arts and Special Events for the alternate seat for a 2 year term effective immediately. Should I do that right?
Sorry.
No, did I do that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
I second.
We have a motion from Elena and a second from Dan. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Dan, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Ashley, yes.
Teddy, yes. It's approved unanimously. Thank you so much for your willingness to serve our community. Piper, thank you. Item number 6, consent calendar. Approval of minutes at the regular meeting, June 25th, 2024. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray, a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Mian?
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. The consent calendar is approved unanimously. That brings us to item number 7, public hearing. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Land Use Code of the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 3 Zone District Regulations, Division 5, landscaping, outdoor illumination and maintenance, removal or relocation of tree standards for the purpose of adding citations for the Water Conservation Code. And Ron is already on our screen to present this item.
Thank you, Mayor Erica. This was considered by the town council at first reading at your June 25th meeting. You voted to forward this for a second reading. Hart reviewed this at a May 15th meeting. P&Z reviewed it at May 23rd meeting, and both supported unanimously this moving forward as a land use code amendment. Simply put, it incorporates language from the Water Conservation Code and the Municipal Code, requires irrigation plan, water budget evaluation with any landscape plan, and then a water audit once the landscaping is in place. The change is consistent with the climate action plan that Darren so skillfully presented this morning. consistent with the water efficiency plan and with the 2024 town goals and objectives. And with that, that concludes presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council for Ron? Seeing none, I will look towards this crowded, packed audience for any questions or comments. Seeing none, we will go online. It does not look like we have anyone online. So unless anyone has any further discussion, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18, Land Use Code within Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 5, Landscaping, Outdoor Illumination and Maintenance, Removal of Trees Standards for the purpose of adding citations for the Water Conservation Code.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Thank you, Ron. I understand you'll be sticking around for 7B. That is the second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18, Land Use Code within Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 8, Wetland Regulations, for the purpose of amending Section 3-820.d, Development Review Procedures.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the second reading. It's a public hearing. You approved on first reading at your June 25th meeting. And then Hart reviewed this at their May 15th meeting. P&Z reviewed this at their May 23rd meeting. And both supported the change unanimously. Basically, what the ordinance does, it modifies the order of review. Wetland review will now be prior to any historic review if there is a certificate of appropriateness that is required. And wetland review is basically the determination of the surveyed delineated wetland boundary and then the 25-foot setback. The review will allow for either soil disturbance within the 25-foot setback, or in some cases, wetland, sorry about that. Wetland exemptions for utilities, trails, limited access, things like that. The review will precede historic and architectural review, or architectural commission review. And we think that will function much better than it does currently. I think as John pointed out at the last meeting, does create some difficulties in the review process when ARC is reviewing applications that haven't been considered for wetland exemptions or administrative approvals. And with that, that concludes presentation. Try to answer any questions.
Ron, thank you very much. Council members, do you have any questions for Ron on this agenda item? Seeing no questions, we will then see if the public has any questions or discussion. Seeing none in the room and none online, pending no further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18, Land Use Code within Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 8, Wetland Regulations for the purpose of amending Section 33-820.d, Development Review Procedures.
Second.
We have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Ashley. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Me and yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. That takes us to 7C with Ron remaining on Zoom here. Second reading and approval of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18, Land Use Code within Article 5, Development Review Procedures, Division 2, the Land Use Development Process, for the purpose of amending the submission of the development application timing.
Thank you, Mayor Erico. This is another change to our land use code. What it does is it provides for a required deadline of 30 days prior to public hearing for any applications that go in front of HARC or P&Z, and the determination of a complete application must be made prior to or within that time frame. 15 days prior to a hearing for anything that's continued. The Planning and Zoning Commission and HARC both reviewed this change to the land use code and supported the change, recommended approval. And with that, I'll turn it back over.
Ron, thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for Ron? Kevin, do you have something?
Yeah, Ron, we wanted to raise the one typo
Yeah.
issue, right? The clerical
I'm
issue.
sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did want to point out that we did have a clerical error that we discovered just before the meeting started. It's on section 1, page 547 of your packet. We referenced 5-203 staff review of the development applications. That should be 5-202 submission of the development application. So in section 1, we'll correct that for the final signatures.
But no corrections needed for a motion. We do.
So what you'll want to call that out in the motion, and there's two spots where it references 5-203. The first is in the first paragraph of section 1, and then the right below that, the section heading 5-203. You can just reference to direct staff to change that to the appropriate reference of 5-202. It's a clerical error. The applicable provision under 5-202A through E, those are the correctly cited provisions of the Telluride Land Use Code. So this is not a substantive change. It's just a clerical or typo error, in my view.
Great. Kevin, thank you for the clarification. Any questions for Ron on this topic?
I'm still, so with the change is what? 5 to?
Yeah, let's just go over it. Okay, so take a look if you can at 547, packet page 547. And toward the bottom, section 1, the second line says land development process section 5-203. That should be 5-202.
Okay.
Submission. Then the first bold sentence after that, section 5-203, staff review of development application, should again be 5-202. And then the submission language that's in the code right now. That's the only change.
Got it.
Everyone tracked that?
Yeah, it's just 203 instead of 202.
That's
twice.
exactly right. Yeah.
Okay. On this second reading, are there any further questions for Ron? Seeing none, and nobody in the room, and nobody on Zoom. Unless there's any further discussion, I would entertain a tricky motion.
I move to approve on second reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code within Article 5 Development Review Procedures, Division 2, the land development process for the purpose of amending the submission of development application timing, and direct staff to do a clerical change under section 1. Oh, where did I just lose? I just lost it.
547 is the page.
Page 547, section 1, changing 5-203 to 5-202 in the noted areas by the town attorney.
Kevin, are you good with that?
I'm good with that.
Okay, we have a motion from Jesse Ray. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second from Dan. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Dan?
Dan, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Meehan, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And Teddy, yes, it is approved unanimously. Ron, thank you very much. Zoe, since it's 1:25 and we're supposed to go into THA at 1:45, are you okay if I skip around a little bit?
I'm just fine with that. Yep.
Okay.
Delaney's on her way, so.
We can start when they get,
things.
we get here. So what we will do, I think the easiest thing to do would be jump to item number 11, which is administrative reports. Zoe, if you want to talk about affordable housing update, and then we can go into attorney's report, council reports, and keep rolling.
Perfect. So I will quickly start off with our Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. We are 81% complete under construction. And obviously the subcommittee is meeting today to provide the recommendations to THA and Town Council on the lottery sometime, hopefully in July here this month. So that one is well underway and really near the finish line. Also looking at Shandoka Building F Phase 1. Again, this is the remodel and refresh of 9 existing rental units, an addition of 3 studio rental units. We are looking at right now the pop-up and laundry scope incorporated into the project, and still looking at a completion date for October of 2024. Kennylands Tower House, which is our first public-private partnership. We are in the project pre-construction and entitlement phase. We have a HARC meeting tomorrow to consider the tower house portion of the project with the final HARC application. So again, hopefully we will anticipate the pre-construction phase to be completed in July, and the decision to proceed estimated to be considered in August and September. With our Virginia Placer Phase 2 project, reminder, this is 9 units primarily for town operational needs of on-call, temporary recruitment, seasonal, and long-term. And Phase 2B, which is 10 to 12 units of rental opportunities serving potentially in-town taxing districts. So for this one, we are at the preliminary HARC review, which is happening in July, and using our geotech studies are now underway. The hope there is to have those services completed by August of 2024, and looking at the financing, lease, and occupancy approach and decision to proceed in August and September. Shandoka Building F Phase 2, which is the remodel and refresh of 14 existing rental units and the expansion of 2 to 3 existing units and the addition of 3 studio rental units. We are we're in pre-construction services with hopefully to be completed in July and August. A decision to proceed could occur in August and September, and potential construction starting in October and November. Of course, there are other 2 big potentials that we're looking at is the Lot L redevelopment and the Car Hinge redevelopment. For Lot L, we're in the preliminary planning and cost estimation process, which is hopefully to occur in 2024, pursuant to council goals and objectives, and also in collaboration with our Car Hinge redevelopment. Consistent with the Southwest Area Plan, we're looking at the redevelopment of Car Hinge with approximately, around 200 or so housing units, and also 10,000 to 20,000 square feet of neighborhood commercial uses. As we mentioned in the previous manager's report before lunch, how we're working with Telski and incorporating a lot of community feedback within this process. And we, as you know, have had our open houses and are looking to have 3D renderings underway. So with that, our, let's see, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 housing projects that we are now working on are in various stages. And a huge kudos to our team, Lance and James, for getting us here, and everyone else that's part of that process. And I'm very excited for all of the housing opportunities we have in the near future and longer term.
Great. Zoe, thank you very much. Any questions for Zoe before I go over to our attorney? Seeing none. Kevin, do you have any attorney's report for us?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mayor. A couple things to mention. Probably the most important one that we should probably take a look at right now is we don't want to have a substantive discussion about it, but we did receive a written appeal notice for a planning and zoning commission matter that came in last week. I've provided that to town council previously. Without getting into the merits of it, all I want to do is discuss with council an appropriate timing and setting a date for the hearing on this. Couple things to keep in mind. Let me look at my notes on this. We have some options on this. You have a number of meetings already scheduled. The question would be, do you want to try to fit it in with a previously scheduled and noticed meeting? Or do you want to have a special meeting on this? I don't know that I can give you an estimate of time on this, but I would suspect it's probably a 2 to 4 hour discussion and public hearing on this matter. So looking at dates, you have a town council retreat on August 15th. We don't believe the record nor the applicable notice would be ready for a meeting earlier than August 12th. And we also have a regular meeting on August 27th. The guidelines for timing, and it's not a hard rule, but the guideline is that you should hold the appeal hearing within 30 days of the appeal being received, which was on July 11th. So looking in August, that's really what we're looking at right now. And I don't know that you need much more from me to look at your calendars and probably have a discussion on dates.
Do it on the 15th in the morning and do our retreat in the afternoon.
I won't be able to do that.
Are there other items already agendized for our retreat?
I think that's your budget. Isn't that the,
No. Nope, it's not our budget one.
okay, no budget yet. Okay.
That's a bit later on. Mhm.
Okay.
We're just already meeting every single day that week, so. We could tag it on to another.
I mean,
we already have.
Yeah.
We could do it in the morning. I mean, and just, if we don't have an agenda item for that particular retreat, then maybe this is our agenda item.
Yeah.
We talked about doing like a field trip or something.
Yeah.
Outside.
Well, turns out it's gonna be inside.
Yeah.
A lot of documents.
I'm okay with changing the agenda. We don't have an agenda to change, but making this the agenda item. If you think the 15th of August is quick enough.
Do we think 2 to?
It's definitely quick enough. Can you handle getting the packet? Okay.
I'm not doing that. Do we really think it's gonna be 2 to 4 hours? I won't.
I think a base of 2. Yeah.
That's okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Are we still doing it at 10? Or do we want to?
Nine.
Oh, 9.
Think
I
of
have a good
incorporating
time, so I'll
something fun
change that.
into it, okay, guys?
And this is a meeting we'll want to have everyone in attendance, obviously, for an appeal.
I will not be able to be there if it's that long.
What's your timing parameter?
I have to leave by 11.
Start at 8:30, start at 8. We'll get another date.
Sorry, guys.
That's okay.
The 14th is that the town manager evening meet and greet, or is that a daytime thing?
It's the all-day meeting.
Again.
The 13th is the meet and greet.
I could do the morning of the 13th.
I could as well.
With the IGA, what's the timing of the IGA?
1:30.
That's just like our regular IGA. There's nothing like
That's on Monday.
That's on
particular
Monday.
Monday.
about it.
We
right?
could do morning.
We could do after,
As well.
is that 9 AM?
The
IG meeting's in the afternoon, I think
Afternoon.
1:30.
I'm traveling back from that wedding that weekend. I'm going to the East Coast. I was planning on traveling on the 12th,
Okay.
day of the 12th.
We say no on
Tuesday.
13th,
You didn't say anything, other than it was proposed.
but we have the town manager thing that's the.
It's in the
I think
evening.
that's
like
4 o'clock.
Great thing.
Yeah.
We do have something reserved for department heads in that morning to take candidates around. So that's penciled in the morning of the 13th. I don't know if that's confirmed, but it's typically the day before the.
Applicants.
I mean, welcome to Telluride.
Tuesday.
You want to do noon on Tuesday, the 13th? That doesn't interrupt with the morning and should,
I can't.
okay.
I could do the morning though.
8 a.m. on the 15th is sounding like maybe the
But then means.
long day.
Yeah, I mean, how quickly do we have, do we want to look the week prior then?
I won't have the record done. So the record has to be posted 10 days in
Okay.
advance of the hearing. And it won't be done for that.
If we look at the week of the 19th, is that too far out?
Yeah.
So the language is fairly discretionary. It says as I don't have it right in front of me in my memory, but it says within 30 days or as soon as reasonably thereafter as possible.
This
as
is
possible.
reasonable because
Yeah.
we're busy.
I agree.
So how does that week look for the 19th?
Amazing.
I got it wide open, so I'm obviously missing
I
something.
actually don't have a single thing.
I mean,
That week is pretty easy for me as well.
It's not easy for me. I'm sorry.
Then
guys.
what would
Okay,
work for you?
what about, can we do Monday, the 19th at 10 a.m., 10 to 2?
I can do, I can do that. I don't have any issues with that. Does that work for everybody? 10 to 2 on Monday?
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
So Monday, August 19th, commencing at 10 a.m. We don't need to set a termination time. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything else from our?
Two quick things, and we'll talk about one in executive session. We did get a ruling last week on the Butcher Creek PUD issue from the Colorado Court of Appeals. Interestingly, of the 6 issues that were briefed on the appeal, the Court of Appeals only really addressed 2. We'll talk about those in executive session. And I don't think I mentioned this because it came out a day after your last council meeting, but following up on the active litigation regarding Mountainside, right? I don't think I addressed this at your last public meeting. I informed you privately. There was a ruling from the federal district court in Denver pertaining to Summit County and the federal litigation claims that had been advanced against Summit County regarding their STR regulations and ordinances. And all of those claims against Summit County were dismissed by the federal district court judge. Some of those arguments, a number of those claims were the exact same claims that have been argued against the town of Telluride. So that is an interesting development. And we will keep you informed when we get our opinion issued, which could come at any day or could take a bit longer. Just don't know. I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Great. Kevin, thank you very much. We're still ahead of schedule, so I'd like to try to keep THA to 1:45 as planned. And so I would like to go around the room for council reports, item 11C.
Yeah, I have a couple. So we had a case meeting that was kind of business as usual. We did have a couple updates to the grant process. We're allowing organizations to apply in both categories now. So depending on what they're applying for, they can have a grant application in arts and special events and an application in community support. We're also updating the definition of capital expenditures. So we're defining it as money used to buy, maintain, or improve a fixed asset such as buildings, vehicles, equipment, or land. And those expenses are not funded by or not allowable expenses to be funded by the case grants. So we just wanted to get more specific with that because there were a few things that popped up in last year's grant cycle that sort of felt like we needed more clarification on what that was. The town currently has a contract with Eco Action Partners, and we are thinking that, or the town's thinking that whatever funding they're looking for from the town, they potentially are going to tack on to their contract with the town. So we might remove Eco Action Partners from the grant funding process. And we've also talked a little bit about the childcare funding amongst us. And so that came up as well, that we're gonna look at moving early childhood education out of the case grant funding and into a different channel as we've been meeting with Bright Futures. Something else that came up is an issue of conflicts of interest. I want to keep it broad, but it also is a little specific. We have someone sitting on case who does a lot of work in DEI with different organizations, and she does get paid for that work, and it makes it so that she has conflicts with a lot of organizations that are in the case grant cycle. It's tricky because like we want that type of perspective sitting on that board, but if every time she's doing that work, with an organization, she can no longer speak about that organization. It's kind of creating a block around like how she can contribute. I think this is a bigger conversation as well, because we have a lot of people who are interested in CASE are also really involved in these organizations, and often several organizations that came up when I was on CASE. And so I think something that we should be considering as a council is maybe revisiting how we want to look at what constitutes a conflict of interest with those members, because it keeps popping up. And right now, we just don't have enough people in our community doing DEI work. And she ends up being the person who most people hire, including the town. So just something to consider and kind of start thinking about what we would want that to look like. Moving on to the community fiesta with Kathy. I know a few of us were there, so if other people want to speak on this too, I'd love that. But I helped with the setup and kind of running of that, and it went really well. We had a ton of people in attendance. It was I think a huge success. Felt like a lot of different people from the community showed up to help out. We collaborated with the library. We raised money for the Fundos Unidos. And yeah, that was a huge success. Additionally, this is sort of adjacent, but I went to a Cobalt meeting, which is the group that's been working to get the reproductive rights bill on the ballot this November. And we did receive enough signatures to get that on the ballot. So I just want to remind everyone listening that even if this election cycle isn't super exciting, there's still really important things to show up and vote for, including this reproductive rights bill. So that was a really exciting success, and we still have a lot of work to do, but big progress in that realm. Yeah, I think that's all I have.
Awesome. Thank you. Jesse Ray, do you have a?
Yeah, just open space. We had a meeting last week. We discussed the kind of unveiling of our kiosk at the base of Bear Creek. We'll be doing some information dissemination on that shortly. We also set some schedules to do some site walks so we can determine trailhead locations, how some of our revegetation projects are going. And that's about it. We did hit a little roadblock with our exciting goat weed management program due to a historical emergency ordinance placed on the valley floor. I'm intent on meeting with Lance and working through this in any way that we can. So more information to follow up with you guys on that, because it is the most effective way that I think we've found yet to date on sustainable weed management and also fire mitigation too. So I'll let you guys know what solutions Lance and I come up with regarding goats.
Excellent.
And that's it. It's
Thank
pretty short update.
Geneva, do you have an update?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, we're gonna be talking about a lot of THA stuff shortly, so I won't get into most of the specifics of that, but we did have a subcommittee meeting where we got some updates on compliance enforcement. So that means folks who own deed restricted property within the town of Telluride went through their biannual compliance check last fall, and those that were found to be out of compliance have been working to get back into compliance. But you will probably see and hear about some matters that have not been able to be resolved coming up in the next coming weeks. If people are curious what those issues are, they're usually about net assets or presence required employment in the region. So we will have some meetings addressing some of those issues, but most folks are in compliance, and thanks everybody for participating in that. And yeah, the rest of the voodoo stuff we'll talk about in the THA meeting coming up shortly.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mian, do you have any updates?
Sure. We had gondola subcommittee yesterday, and we discussed the initial results of our ballot initiative and election surveying, which will be presented in further detail. They had just closed the survey the day before. So We'll be talking about that next week in our leadership meeting. And then we also met with Leitner Poma and Pete Williams from SE Group, who's been sort of guiding the process in regards to capacity and station planning, specific questions to the vendors in regards to capabilities as far as like drivetrain and cabin size and station planning, locations, tower adjustments, et cetera. And that's about it, but we'll be talking about that in further detail next week with everybody. And then we also had a SMART board meeting where we were kind of reviewing once again. We reviewed the gondola, obviously. So we talked about the gondola a lot in the last couple of weeks. But we also went through our strategic operating plan and the work session to kind of look specifically at route alternatives and different ways we can allocate the budget to be able to accommodate what we've seen from the survey of our riders, what is necessary for the future of that particular program. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Mian. Ashley, do you have anything to?
I attended the same meetings as Mian, but I will just add on to her comments about SMART and just do a little PSA reminding people that in July and August, there are no fees for the buses. So hop on there, you can ride them for free, get a new habit, start figuring out how that can work in your schedule without having to pay anything right now. So that's very exciting. And I think that was the only other thing that we talked about.
Yeah, weekday travelers between Rico and Nucla can save to Telluride and back and save as much as $228 between now and the end of August.
So utilize it.
And
Do it.
Norwood is a savings of $152, and that's being subsidized by, this is a fare free initiative that's taking place throughout the US.
Great.
Hop on the bus. It's great.
Dan?
Not too much for me either, because a lot of my items are in our agenda today. So including stuff from the Ecology Commission, we covered a lot of that with the landscaping ordinance that we just passed. Thanks all for that. Cover quickly the trash bash that happened, feels like forever ago, but it was a great success with the spring cleanup. We talked about it a little last time, but the Ecology Commission wanted to extend the thanks to council again on that. Thanks for the update from Darren and Zoe on that as well. Planning and zoning also met. We also are covering a lot of that in today's meeting as well. The one thing not on our agenda item, they did give PUD amendment approval to the Hotel Columbia, which is the hotel that's the Cosmopolitan is a part of. So that building envelope will be growing at some point in the future based off of that approval. So they'll be expanded, and they're going also for 4-star hotel designation and trying to continue to up the level of service that they're bringing to Telluride. And this was part of that plan. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Dan, thank you so much. I've got just a couple quick things. I did go to the community fiesta. I thought that was great. So nice work. Well attended. And right before that, I did go to the dedication of the new Bear Creek Trail sign. And that was a really nice presentation there. And that went off without a hitch. And lastly, Telluride Foundation had their biannual meeting. And the biggest takeaway from that is they are working on, specifically Laney Demas is working on a significant, deed restricted program for a considerable amount of financial support for down payments and talking pretty big numbers. And so I'm sure she will be addressing us as a town on that at some point in the future. So just want to get that on everybody's radar. Wrapping up the agenda item 11, Tiffany, any related organization reports? There are none. And comments on payments, please provide those by email. And that gets us back to our regularly scheduled agenda, which is off to item 8, Telluride Housing Authority. Can I have a motion to go into Telluride Housing Authority out of town council?
So moved.
That's a tie. We'll give that one to Mian and a second from Jesse Ray. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Elena, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. So we have the strength to go into THA
Okay,
to Geneva.
we are gonna now call to order the Telluride Housing Authority meeting on Tuesday, July 16th, 2024 at 1:51 PM. We are here in Rebecca Hall as well as hybrid on Zoom. Number one, we have approval of minutes. Does anybody have any comments on the minutes? Nope. I would entertain a motion for that.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Ian. How do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ian, yes.
Elena, yes.
Teddy, yes.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Great. That passes unanimously. And next, we'll go to number two, new business. I'm just gonna say we have a lot of stuff on this agenda and we've been sort of debating the philosophical merits of a lot of these things for a while. And just to try and get through everything, let's just try and stay super focused. So we have consideration of recommendations from the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee regarding rental rates, income limits, occupancy qualifications and standards, and lottery processes for the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. And we have Delaney and Lance here to help us through this item.
Okay, thank you. Greetings this afternoon, Telluride Housing Authority Board. On December 2022, the Town Council and the Telluride Housing Authority directed the Voodoo project to proceed to construction. And in so doing, they requested that the THA subcommittee provide recommendations on rental rates, occupancy qualifications and standards, and lottery processes when the project was approximately 70 to 80% complete. We are now at 81% complete, so it's timely for this discussion to occur. The Telluride subcommittee made its recommendation to this full board at its early July meeting. I think it was July 6th. Now you may recall, I'm going to share the screen real quick to show the project.
And Lance, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. Kevin, do I have to step out of this from being an ownership across the alley? I just want to confirm. I know there's a point when I can contribute and a point where I can't contribute. And I just want to make sure I bring that up now before, I blow everything for
Yeah,
everybody.
and I think we actually have two council members who are in a similar position, if I'm not mistaken.
I think Ashley maybe with
Yeah.
me because we both own New San Juan.
So I think we should just have a disclosure of that and then maybe have that discussion among the fellow members of THA. Remember, THA, which is what we're looking at right now, different rules of ethics than the Telluride Municipal Code provisions for ethics. So,
Well, we're
you're
talking
not,
about rents and stuff, not design.
yeah,
Right. But
Yeah.
you're not,
bring it up.
just, it's all fresh in everyone's memory, ownership or controlling an interest in. For THA, that's not a situation that we're in right now. If you were looking at perhaps, I'll just give a concrete example. Now I don't even want to go with a concrete example on this. Have the discussion, make sure we all understand the interest that we're discussing at THA, and then I think THA should just have that discussion as well.
Because the difference is there's not a proximity disclosure required with the state statutes as there is within the Telluride Municipal Code. So our ownership in that property it's just a different.
Right.
I don't perceive a conflict.
Okay.
But
For
but
any
you
of the
you need
items-
to make that, you all need to make that decision.
Including the commercial.
That's right.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
And I feel like after
Does
everything
anyone on
we
the
read
board-
regarding this last issue, I feel really confident in that there is not a conflict of interest at this
Yeah,
point.
I'm like, I think, happy to disclose and have put into the minutes that I own a partnership interest in an office space at the new San Juan building that is within the 75-foot limit, but that's not part of.
Does anybody feel uncomfortable with everyone on the board participating in this conversation? No, great.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for
Sorry
bringing
to,
it up that time.
sorry to.
It's better to talk about it.
Okay, Lance,
Sorry,
carry
Lance.
on.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Thank you. This is the first level floor plan for the project. And you'll see that my mouse is a little slower. The commercial space is in the lower right-hand corner. And there's mechanical equipment occurring at the first floor as well. The shed's not showing, but it's over by it's in the northwest corner, the upper right-hand corner. These are the parking spaces for the project. They are at grade or slightly below grade. The next level is where the housing starts to occur. And on this level, we have 5 units. These units are approximately 4 feet above the sidewalk grade. So they're not right on the sidewalk when you're walking by. This project has a lot of studios, has one bedroom, has 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 1 4-bedroom. The next level, second level, is where many units occur, all types of units, from studios to 3-bedroom type units. And then on the 3rd floor, there's this is where there's some 2s, even 1s or studios, but we also have our 1 4-bedroom unit, which is in the center in the back. And so these back units, and one of the front units has a loft bedroom, which occurs as shown here. So it's I think due in part to its unique location in town. A lot of these units are not standardized. They're pretty much unique to themselves. Most units have decks. All units will have private storage. Each will have an assigned parking space. And there's ample room in this lower area here for bike storage, with an easy way through this path, open area to walk the bike out. So the bikes will not be up on the street or in the courtyards or next to the shed. Probably if the kids put their bikes there, there's not much we can do about this, but this bike parking is just for the residents. So when council approved the project to proceed, they set an AMI range of 110 to 170 AMI with an average of 140. Council also directed, NTHA also directed that we seek grant funding to lower those potential rents. We received a grant for $2 million through the Transformational Affordable Housing Homeownership Workforce Housing Grant, and it was awarded by the state in April of last year for $2 million, and that's allowing us to lower the potential rents for this project. I'm going to the tables that I'm going to show next have an AMI range of 90 to 140, which compares to the 110 to 170 range that council and THA directed. The average now of what's being presented and recommended by THA subcommittee has a 120% AMI average for the project. I think that's really good given its urban location, downtown Telluride, those types of things, that be able to achieve an AMI range of that level in this type of a project with the higher construction costs.
I think we have to note for the public too, that the trade-off was that we had to designate 12 of those units for people with lawful presence.
Yes, that's correct. Let me go to the table. So this first table are the units that lawful presence is required and are grant funded. So the first column, the potential affordability target, that's where the recommended rent level or the AMI level would be for the initial occupants for this project. If they were qualifying for the lottery, they would be able to afford a rent if they were at 90% AMI of the 1726 number for the 1-bedroom or studio unit. The grant requires that the income of those individuals occupying these units cannot exceed 110%. So there's a cushion there where we're targeting the rents lower than what the state would actually, what the state limit actually is. People are allowed to remain in these units if their income goes above the state limit. So if you're at 90% AMI, you've qualified, you're in the unit, your income goes above 110, you can remain in the unit. THA is then required to reallocate another unit to make it a grant fundable unit and basically retire that unit out of the pool. The key concept there is that it has to be comparable, which is in size and amenities. So it could very well be that that unit doesn't get replaced for a while, that the folks that are living in those units get to remain to stay in those units, and we're unable because we have no other 1-bedroom units to backfill that unit until that person or that household leaves.
A quick question. Am I correct in remembering that all of the studios and 1-bedrooms are in the grant assisted pool? So those will never have another unit that we can replace with?
Yeah, unless somebody steps out of, say, one of the units at 120 can go backfill the 90% unit, for example.
Right, but.
Or the 140,
Okay.
so you can have some movement within that asset group.
So the movement is with within the asset group, not within the actual physical units that are either grant assisted or not grant assisted?
Yes, the 2-bedroom units have we have the ability to take the non-grant assisted units and backfill, make them grant assisted units.
Okay.
If the incomes of those households exceed the 120 limit or the 150 limit that's set forth in the grant.
But for the studios and the one bedroom that exist at this project, if they're all occupied and one of them or more than one of them go above the income limit cap set by the state for the grant assisted units, the likelihood of, we cannot backfill because we don't have any others in the other units that will be in the next table, unless or until someone moves out of one of the units, perhaps into a more appropriate income level unit that's not a grant assisted unit, perhaps, if that all makes sense.
I'd love to just throw out here that this is very confusing and staff has worked really hard to simplify this, but the trade-off for getting this $2 million, which was a lot of money and really hard to turn down, is not only having some lawful presence required units, but also different boundaries and different rules than what we are planning for the rest of our program. So it's going to be confusing. We don't want it to be confusing, but we just have some boundaries that the state grants have put onto these units and to the way we deal with them. So,
and also on that point, the grant was applied for immediately after the project was authorized for construction. The grant was applied for in 2022.
Yeah.
Way before these recent discussions about the rental guidelines. So had there been those types of discussions occurring earlier, or even a lawful presence, discussions, we would have researched that and sussed that out. So
Personally, I don't think it's confusing. I think that we took money over like human justice and social equality, but that's my personal opinion and everyone knows how I feel about this. I did not vote for this.
so let's go to the next table.
Okay.
Hold on, I have a question about this. I'm sorry.
No.
Sorry. I am confused about that we have to designate specific units versus just allowing that to move. So like, why is it that we could have a studio that's under the grant program, the grant assistance program? Let's say that person changes and doesn't qualify, their income goes up too much or whatever. But then maybe there's a 3-bedroom that has people, the people that live there would qualify under those guidelines. We can't shift the grant to say, okay, now this is the unit that is satisfying the needs of the grant.
So it has to be a similar unit. It has to be similar size, similar amenity. So it would be studio for studio, 1-bedroom for 1-bedroom. We might be able to talk to the grant folks about having the 1-bedroom also equate to a studio, just because it's similar. But a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom is not the same. But I did want to clarify one thing that I think I heard from you. The unit, I'm going to just use random numbers. Unit 101 might start out as a 90% affordability tier studio.
Bless you.
It's not tied to the unit. It's tied to the occupant that is in the unit. So we're not going to designate units with like, this unit is always going to be this. There's going to be flexibility so that we can backfill if needed. If we lose that 90% affordability unit for 3 years, but then someone moves out and we're able to, switch it to a different unit, we can do that.
Also, the person, if their income increases, there's no upper limit on these grant funded units per the grant. So if they hit the 110, that just means they're over income. When they choose to move out of that unit, the unit goes back to the 90 or the 110 level, whichever the THA wants to assign it to. But there's no upper income limit on these units for the occupant once they are in the unit.
Okay.
Teddy?
Just quickly, so I'm clear, is there any penalties against us if we don't have that 12 units in compliance? Like say someone goes, past the 110 and then we don't have another studio to make satisfy the terms.
On the income, the only non-compliance would be at the time of initial occupancy that they exceed the state limits. At the time of initial occupancy, they're allowed to grow into their unit.
And we would not have it would not be a problem for us. We've already vetted that with the woman who is our liaison for this.
Great. That's all I wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Dan,
My question was essentially the same, but I do briefly want to reiterate the difference here from the state grant of the state's mandate is that there is not a continuing income qualification for these households, which is in contrast to what we have been talking about. And I find it very interesting that that is the state mandate, but I can leave it there.
So it's consistent with most.
But don't people, their rent would have to adjust if we're a housing authority. Like we couldn't have somebody that you started out at 110 and then let's say you become wildly successful and you make 300% AMI. We couldn't continue, we couldn't charge the same rates that we were charging somebody who makes 110, somebody who makes 300% AMI, even if we said we don't want to like move you out of this.
In these units, we cannot charge a higher rent than the limit that is on there
That escalates annually. Yes.
without an annual escalator. Yes.
And so in contrast to most of our units, Shandoga has a 5 times, currently has a 5 times your income limit. Sunnyside has a 110, I think, and a 200 limit. I'm not sure what's at Virginia Placer right now. I know you guys are changing that. So this project, their grant requirements are that you cannot put an upper income limit on those units if people continue to make more money. The grant specifically says that you cannot move somebody out of a unit solely on the basis of income.
I was just gonna cite to that because I think it might be important for them to hear the exact language. This is section 10.3 of the covenant that was imposed by the state of Colorado, and we agree to have imposed upon the property, and it's termination of a tenancy. And it's about 3 sentences down, but good cause, this is for good cause of termination of a tenancy for a tenant. Good cause to terminate does not include an increase in the tenant's income. So that's a specific provision that's called out. So you do not get to change or terminate a tenancy because of the income potential going higher or realization of it going higher during the term of the tenancy.
The other qualification standards apply though.
So I think we've learned a lot
Mhm.
with this experience and knowing that we always want to be going for grants because it's a good idea to try and get your hands on money that's available, but understanding that there's large impacts on the policies and the way that we run buildings that I think will make us really want to understand grants more before we get into this situation again, where there's rules that are going contrary or different perspective than what we are discussing as a group.
And
So-
if I may, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but there are periods of reporting that are required and then review and evaluation by the state. And there's also opportunities in the future to discuss potential amendments to the existing grant language if for some reason we find out things aren't working exactly as we thought they would. Or that the state thought they would. And I've actually had conversations with other members of the Cast Housing Task Force about this grant and other grants that they are seeing. And mountain communities are experiencing things in a different way. And I've said this to all of you before, I'm sure, so apologies for the repetitiveness, but I'm not very overly concerned about this. I think it's going to work very well initially, and then if we see things going awry, we will have those conversations with the state.
Also, this is the same grant that the Mountain Village received and other mountain communities have received. So this is not, our rules tend to be a little bit more unique than these one-size-fits-all state type programs. But other communities are using these grants to build rental housing.
Jillian, since this money was distributed by the federal government to state governments to distribute to municipally, is there any chance that the federal government could come in at any point and change the terms and conditions of how?
Because it's federal money is why the presence required thing is. The state of Colorado.
I'm saying, could they
doesn't.
change the terms at any point? Is that just a question that is impossible to answer?
They
From
could
speak-
change it. I highly doubt they will.
From speaking with Allison, who is the woman we're working with, it didn't sound like that was a concern of the states. Definitely can ask her that question the next time we speak with her, if she thinks there's any chance of that, but I think they gave them the money and they're,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's keep getting through this memo so we can
Yep.
keep making progress.
Okay, so the second table, table 2, are the units that are not grant funded. And so there is a limitation that's pursuant to the grant, that's into the second column to the right, the second to the last column. Says maximum household income limit for initial occupancy per the grant. So this means that the initial occupancy of when that lease starts, that household cannot make more than the AMIs listed below. So 170s, 120s, 140s, 170s, 160s, as you go down to the unit sizes. That's just for the initial occupancy. So what the THA subcommittee is proposing is that the affordability is on the furthest column to the left. It's much lower than the states. And then also that for the purposes of the lottery, for the purposes of having the first occupants of these units, that there actually be limitations that are more strict than the states in terms of the AMIs. So for example, there's three 2-bedroom units. One at 120 AMI would be the pricing or the rent structure. If you make more than 140, you would not be able to be eligible to occupy that unit through this lottery. You still have the 170 limit for the initial occupancy that's out for the state, but that wouldn't apply in this situation. THA subcommittee also recommended that there's a 220 AMI for incomes on these units. So if your income exceeds 220, you will no longer qualify for any of the units on this table.
Anybody have any questions about this table? Okay.
Okay, I will turn it over to Delaney to go over the occupancy and qualification, lottery qualification standards.
Okay, thank you. Again, this was all presented on July 3rd to the subcommittee, and the recommendation that we got from them did have some amendments from what was originally presented to them, and this memo expresses those amendments that they wanted to see. I think probably one of the things that is so let me back up a second. We modeled this after our last rental lottery, which was Sunnyside, because it was something that we had done in the recent past, and it seemed to work rather well. We presented some ideas to the subcommittee that were a little bit different, and this is what came out of that. One of those being that for just initial qualification, at least one household member must have worked the minimum number of hours, 1,400, within the Telluride R1 school district boundaries for 3 years instead of 1 year. This came from a variety of reasons, not the least of which was we were starting to see a trend at Sunnyside within less than 1 year of occupancy of people moving. And most of them were people who had not lived in the area for more than 12 to 15 months prior to winning the lottery and getting a unit. And they said, Telluride's just not for me. So there was that trend we were watching. And then the consistent comments from the general public and from tenants who've been in a lot of lotteries and just haven't been very lucky and have been here for a very long period of time. And we thought maybe we should require a 3-year minimum so that people were invested in being in the community a little longer. And the subcommittee was amenable to that idea.
Before we move on, can we get feedback on that?
I think that full-time teachers actually don't meet this.
They do.
They do?
Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about
Yep.
it a bunch.
Because I had a teacher approach me and.
They're, yeah. Generally speaking, teachers do qualify at 1,400 hours.
We talked about this with John Pandolfo as well this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to clarify, because the word household means different things to us a lot of times. So for an example, let's say Dan, Ashley, and Mian are putting in for a 3-bedroom. And so the requirement would be that just one of us, of those 3 unrelated, we're just friends, we want to live together people, that just one of us would have to have that 36-month.
Correct.
Not all 3 of us,
Correct.
even though we're not technically like a family. Just want to clarify for everybody, because I know that word can be confusing for the public and for us sometimes too.
Well, we have, at least the way, based on our discussions, we've said that a household is defined as the people that live in the unit together. So whether it's a family who are a nuclear family or any kind of family that
Identifies as such.
exists, or friends, and everyone who's gonna live in the house, at least one person has to have 36 months of work history, 1,400 hours per year.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So we're all good with the 3-year minimum for this lottery. Great.
Thank you. We do want to have the qualified retired or qualified disabled be a thing for this lottery. However, the only place this is truly defined, and we did the same thing in this regard for the Sunnyside lottery, is currently in the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, because rental policies we have not been directed that those are adopted yet. So we are using a standard that exists, and it's 5 of 7 years prior to being defined as either retired or disabled. You have to have worked in the community prior to those designations. We are going to consider people who have housing choice vouchers, but there is no priority. They can enter Section 8 housing choice voucher. They can still enter the lottery, just not, there's no priority. The maximum income limit, it was in the tables above. It must be your primary residence. Asset limitations. This was discussed at the subcommittee, and we did change the D(2) item. The improved residential property in the 4-county area would be prohibited. And then the net worth is going to be based on the asset limit protocol. It was discussed at the May 14th THA meeting. We had done it with, we were proposing it as a calculation of figuring out what the maximum sales price based on square footage would be for each unit. And it seemed more apropos to the subcommittee to utilize the proposed rental housing policy standard for those, which is the lower end of the AMI spectrum is 7 times the income, then it's 5 times the income, then it's 4 times, I think. There's a table. So, and we can get into that a little more later, but there is a net asset cap. Minimum occupancy requirement, same as standard, currently 1 person per bedroom. And then lawful presence, only on the grant assisted units, not on the other units. And no master leases for local businesses.
Yeah, and going back to that asset limitation that Delaney was just referring to, that there was a table presented at the June 4th, 2024 meeting. In the past, we've used the same standards as for the for sale deed restricted units. And what's happening now with the guideline update is it's more improved. It's, I think, reflective of community values more. And so that's why we have to refer to something to set because the guidelines are not adopted yet. So that's what we picked. We could default back to just what's in the guidelines for sale, but that doesn't seem to fit their rental projects as well.
I could live with either. I think it makes more sense to be consistent with what we're talking about for what our rental policies are going to be, or our rental policies are going to be. But I think it would be beneficial to everybody up here and the public to have an example so that they can understand what that asset limit is. Maybe there's one that you're going to address later, but just at some point we should clarify that.
Do you guys have something in there? Or do we have it in the table that's being presented next, in the next item?
Oh, maybe. Yes. Sorry, there's a lot of things going on today. So in the later policies draft discussion, there will be an example. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can save it for then, but I do want to really have a substantive discussion with all of us around net assets, because I think it's one area that the practical implications are still not meeting our intent quite, because when we're looking at the for sale price for these, it's in the around $500,000. I mean, depends on the unit, but around $500,000 valuation. So 2 times that, $1 million. So even if a person liquidates all of their assets, that's not I mean, you can buy something for it, but I also don't want to necessarily make people have to liquidate all of their assets to then turn it into free market housing And then the house poor, as the term is, where you have a high value house, but
Nothing in reserve.
nothing in reserve and high other costs associated with that, including taxes and insurance and
Well,
what
let's,
have you.
let's talk about that when we get to net assets and
Sure.
the housing and the rental policies and try and get through this lottery.
I have just one question before we move on. I noticed that earned income is not on this list. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Is it supposed to be, or is that something we don't require for initial qualification?
It should be on there. Sorry, I don't.
Isn't that a one, I mean, that you work? you have to
No.
work?
No, so the earned income standard is the percentage of your income that is earned from actual employment sources in the area.
And with presence required.
Pardon me?
And presence
Yes.
required. So both of those should be in here.
Well, there is the presence required in the employment qualification.
Right.
For 1,400 hours in the R1 school district.
Yeah, that kind of.
Yeah, but the
What if you-
definition
you
of
could do
presence required, I just feel like we should throw in there.
We can add it to that, whatever, but okay. yeah.
Because it's supposed to be not more than 25% of your earned income comes from outside.
Correct.
Because you could potentially be working, you could work 1,400 hours locally and then make a larger percentage of your income from outside sources.
Right.
That's the clarification.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
So direction is to add in that to be one of the qualification standards, the earned income standard of the 75-25 split, 25% from outside non-employment sources.
I would say so.
I think to be consistent, yeah.
Good
think
catch,
so.
Eleanor.
Thank you. Just make that green. Okay. Any other questions about the qualification standards for the households?
Doesn't look like it.
Lottery process and priority. In our lotteries that we hold, either for the that the RHA holds for ownership or that we have done at Sunnyside, we have a point system and people are able to acquire more points based on their household's history. So what is presented was altered, number 4 and 5. We had just presented it as 4 points and 2 points, and the subcommittee asked to make those equal, so we did. And that is for the right sizing, for lack of a better way to say it, of people in units. So if somebody wants to downsize, if they're in a 3-bedroom and they're all by themselves now and they would like to downsize, we would like to recognize that with extra points. Same for anyone who's in a too small of a unit for their current situation. Family 4 in a 1-bedroom, i.e. That we would like to give them extra points to get into a right size unit. The high school, the existence at high school here in town at Mountain School or at the Telluride School District High School and graduating, we would like to recognize that for generational continuity within our community. And the other ones are similar, except for since we're looking at a 3-year minimum for just the initial qualification, we changed a little bit the range in number 2 from 4 to 7 years, 7 to 11 years, and then 11 or more years. And what we also tried to do was you get an additional entry for 10 points, 5 points. So we tried to make it that if you were going to get extra points, that it was going to be meaningful and that you may actually get an additional entry. So if you graduated from high school here a long time ago and your kids have all left the house now and you want to move into a 1-bedroom unit because you're by yourself, you would get 4 points plus 2 points. So that's 6 points. You get an additional entry and you probably have been here really long. So then you get another set of points for your longevity.
I just have a clarification on the downsizing piece. Just so I understand it too. This would be a situation where, like, let's say we have the 3 roommates again, we live in Shandoka, but I really want to live by myself. If I go in and say, well, I'm downsizing to right size myself from a 3-bedroom down to a 1-bedroom, would that qualify, or does it have to be a situation where like there's 2 roommates living in a 3-bedroom and they're saying, hey, we want to downsize either each individually into the one bedroom or collectively into a two bedroom. I'm just trying to determine what is the situation that that fits into.
I wish Ally was down here. Maybe she can hear me and she'll come down. That's not how I would personally perceive that. But she may have a different stance on that legally. I would say that right sizing is if there's too many people living in a small unit to upsize, or if you're in a town-owned deed restrict, not town-owned, a town deed restricted unit, town constructed deed restricted unit, and we used to be a household of 4 and now you're a household of 1, and you'd like to allow that opportunity for a larger household by downsizing versus, but again, this is all terminology and we are at your pleasure. So if you would like us to consider that type of situation, please let us know.
Oh.
To me, that seems more of
Could not escape.
a transfer situation is how we've usually been referring to that. If somebody's in a 3-bedroom with 3 individuals and they would like a 1-bedroom, we usually treat those as a transfer. Did you hear the question?
I heard the question and I think I heard at least part of Delaney's answer. And the first part that I heard, I did definitely agree with. So in the situation of a household splitting and wanting to downsize, that would not be treated as an advantage. So it would have to be the whole household needing to relocate into a new unit for it to get that lottery advantage.
So I do want to advocate to include this as points, because under the new system that we're creating where all members under the same roof in the same unit are treated as a household on a per person basis. When you have a 3-person household, when you break it down per person, there's a lower threshold to be the area median income. So you earn less per person based off of that, meaning that people having roommates is a disadvantage. Because you get bumped up easier into a higher AMI tier. When you look at the chart, if you look at a 3-person household, if you have 3 income earners, each earning approximately the same, it goes down to around $50,000 instead of a 1-person household of 75 or 76,000 is our current area median income. And so I think with the new housing policies that we're creating, people aren't going to want roommates because you more easily go into a higher AMI tier. And as we've had discussions in these policy discussions, the sentiment I've heard is we're trying to get families and related people into those units instead. So I think it would be natural for people in roommate situations to want to right size as well. So I would advocate for policy that reflects that and empowers those people. Zoe's looking confused.
Does anybody agree with Dan? I mean, I see Dan's point that we want to help, dissolve is the wrong word, but help these households find smaller units because fits might be better. At the same time, we're just going to be, the outcome of this is more balls in the spinner. It's not like a drastic exclusionary process either way. So Delaney.
This is just an observational thing. I think that the reasoning behind having these additional point strategies for people to get more entries and therefore theoretically at least more opportunity, if we were to do this version and just use the example, you 3 live in a place, you each want to get into the lottery to get your own individual place and you all get extra points and you all get a unit. We're not getting 3 additional units. We're actually not getting I don't know how to say it, the best bang for our buck. We're only going to get 1 unit, but we're giving away 3 units. So we're actually not increasing the opportunities of inventory. We're decreasing the opportunities of inventory.
I see it differently.
Okay.
I think that more people transferred than new tenants got into the program. So it's just do you see what I mean? Like we want a lot of transfers because we want people in appropriately sized units. And we also want opportunity for people who are not tenants within our program to get into the program. That's gonna be up to chance when we spin the lottery at the end of the day. So I think this is maybe a good moment to discuss this. I mean, we're gonna have a lot of people with extra points. But is anybody against that? Or for that? I had initially conceived this of a household staying together and going up or down in unit size
To fit their
their
need.
household.
Right.
I see the argument that Dan's making for trying to
separate off from your roommates, basically, to be a
Right.
standalone.
I could go either way on it.
I can go either way. I'm seeing that with when kids graduate and people are getting older, I mean, I think that's hard. I think I'm seeing more and more people leaving now. You know, we historically aren't known for having a large elderly population here in town. It's just a kind of a brutal climate. We don't have a medical facility that provides the care for a aging population. And that's just the reality of where we live. I'm all for trying to get people into affordable housing. I think this is a good way to do it. The inventory, I think, is the challenge with the households, splitting up the households.
So are you for giving extra points for people who are trying to get their own?
Yes.
Anybody else?
I don't know that I am, or I think that there's gotta be like, there's a middle ground in there, because I think the 3 roommate situation is what's kind of sticky for me, in that it would be, 3 units that would be taken up by that. I mean, I would be, because I don't know that that's necessarily was the intent that we were envisioning. I think it was really to have that sort of right sizing and not to be taking away inventory in the process, but to be.
It's not taking it away. It's people who need units.
No,
being
I
in the
understand,
units.
but I think, I would probably say that if it was a 3-person or 3-bedroom unit and they want to right size, that it could maybe maximum be to 2 different units versus to 3 individual units.
Well, don't forget that everybody, let's say you 3 live in a thing, you're all going to apply as your own household.
Mhm.
So you're not automatically gonna all win.
Right.
Yeah,
Or 2 of you might stay together, or,
That's my point.
but we can't try to overthink it and micromanage it and anticipate every move. I think just giving the opportunity is
I mean, they're
the
gonna be in the
important part.
lottery anyway. This is
Right.
just asking if they get extra points for the fact that they're trying to transfer.
Yes.
Teddy.
I definitely see Dan's point, and it's a tough one, but to me, there's no change in the size, so how can it be right sized? If 3 people went in for a 3-bedroom unit, it's still 3 people looking for 3 separate units. That's not, you had a kid go off to college, you got a divorce, I mean, who knows? But, so for me, that, if I've got to pick one versus the other, I think it's, they don't get the extra credit for it, because they were right sized at 3 people in a 3-bedroom unit. And now they want to claim that they're not right sized anymore when there's been no change
But
in what they're doing.
But I don't think that's exactly what we're talking about, Teddy. I think we're talking about one person even in a roommate situation wants to move into a studio. That's the right size for them, is a 1 unit or 1 person unit, a 1-bedroom or a studio.
They want to adult.
I think this is like a semantics thing. I think, Dan, what you're talking about is transferring, not right sizing.
Yeah.
Because I agree with Teddy that 3 people in a 3-bedroom is still a right size. And what you're saying is a transfer. And I think the question that we're asking is, should transfers get extra points in the lottery?
No, but more of what I'm talking about is how we calculate household disadvantages roommates. How when you have 3 income earners living together on a per person basis, that lowers that AMI threshold for them. And so if they want to continue.
But we have very few households that are pushing up towards any sort of limit like that where they would be.
I believe there was at least 13 based off of Delaney's reporting from June.
Once we changed the rules.
Right.
And it's any roommate, any multiple income household has a disadvantage based off of these rules. where when you are on your own, that per person AMI, $76,000 is far more generous than a two-person at 87,000, so $45,000 per person.
You also pay less per bedroom when you're in a larger.
Not off of the scheme where we charge more based off of AMI, where you're combining incomes.
And just to play devil's advocate though, Dan, you know, two single individuals may have income limitations, but you don't, if two single individuals working full-time don't have the same level of expenses as a single parent and a child. When the parent is paying for all of a child's expenses, it's life. I mean, there's never going to be equalized circumstances in any of these scenarios.
Hang on, you guys, we're getting back into the philosophical meta discussion here. Let's do a straw poll right now. Would you like transfers? So not right sizing, but potentially a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom household allowing to get 4 extra points because each roommate wants a 1-bedroom. Yes or no?
Wait, could it be fewer points? What if instead of 4 points, it's like 1 point for a transfer?
That seems,
Or 2.
I think we do it or we don't do it. Cause I don't think it's just gonna be more paperwork for Delaney to do to maybe not even get to another point. Does anybody want to make a compromise like Elena's? Okay, if you agree with Dan's perspective and you think that households or individuals should get 4 points if they're trying to break up their household and get their own units, give a thumbs up. So I see 3, which is Dan, Ashley, and Jesse.
I don't know. I think I'm a no.
You're a no, okay. So
I'm
in a
not-
straw poll, 4 of us don't want to do it. And 3 of us want to do it. So the answer without officially voting is we'd like to keep 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lottery process points as is in the packet.
And not do the transfer.
Not do points for a transfer.
And I just wanted to jump back, sorry. Teachers work 181 hours a year at 7.5 hours a day, and they only that's 1,357 hours a year. So they fall short.
Can you restate that? I think you got confused. With your hours, days.
I wanted to jump back to the teachers discussion about the 1,400 hours.
I think you just misspoke.
You just misspoke. Just repeat it.
Just say it again.
Oh,
Just say it again.
they work 181 days.
There you go.
Days at 7.5 hours a day, and that's 1,357.5 hours. So that excludes,
We discussed this though at the THA subcommittee level, and additional hours that are not within the school, like not in the classroom. So if they're grading test papers, if they're coaching volleyball, any of those other hours also count.
Can you go over that math again? Cause
181 days
Right.
at 7.5 hours a day.
Teachers are there longer than that.
But that's what they like, that's.
We haven't had anybody that's a teacher be excluded from renting.
I just want this to go, and I want people to hear that we're talking about this and then it's being acknowledged, because teachers come up to me constantly and
Please refer them to us so that we can assure them, because we have discussed this year with the superintendent and everybody's a thumbs up on our program.
And teachers.
And
actually
it's-
also in subcommittee level.
And it's total employment, so it can be for multiple jobs. Most teachers also will work in the summer doing something else, and they only have to work an additional 40 hours.
And 140 hours can be
If,
volunteer.
if the subcommittee vetted it out with feedback from the school district, I'm good with it. I don't need to digest it any further because they directly talk to this subcommittee, which I
Delaney.
honor their opinion.
If we run across an issue, I will immediately alert all of you to that. In my 18 years of doing housing, I've only ever heard of one teacher not making the hours. One, just for frame of reference.
And then just for the listening audience, for suggestions on keeping track of their volunteer hours, because I don't know if a lot of them do that, grading papers and that, do they need to do that for the housing board, or do you take them on their word? to make up for that.
But if they don't have a problem with it and they made their
Penny,
suggestions.
I just
to
want the
assembly,
listening audience to hear this.
I know, but their own peers are helping advise the policy.
What is,
I can speak to that. If you are volunteering and you are living in deed restricted housing and there is an hours requirement, please make a list. It can be in Excel, it can be on a piece of paper, whatever it is, so that you can, at the end of the time, when you're being requalified, you can prove that you did volunteer. And thank you so much for your service to this community.
thank you, Mian.
Great, ADA,
So no changes to,
no
okay,
changes to the lottery point.
thank you.
system.
I want to note this, especially for the listening audience. And I reworded this from the subcommittee meeting. I hope that this is clearer for everyone. Lottery points cannot be combined from multiple household members. Whoever has the most points, you three live together. One of, you know,
Roommates.
your roommates. One of you has lived here for 20 years and graduated high school here and is right sizing. Let's just pretend, I don't know. And you have the maximum number of points. You don't add the points up with your other roommates or household members. It's just whoever has the most points. So it would be beneficial to each person to determine who in their household has the most points. And we're going to have a checklist that people can use just like at Sunnyside, so they can figure that out and then submit the required documentation.
So when you're applying for your household, whoever's the most senior and is gonna get the most points has to prove all of that stuff, and not everybody else has to do all that research and get their old paychecks and all of that kind of thing.
Correct.
Great.
ADA units. We're not having a separate lottery for any reason. We're having one lottery for everything. Grant assisted units and other units. It's all one for various reasons. If we have any ADA households who apply, they will be in the regular lottery drawing. As they're drawn in the thing, in the queue, if in the top 27, there is a mobility disability household, they will be prioritized for the ADA unit. Side note, every unit this is also for the listening audience, every unit at Voodoo is an adaptable unit. It's a type B unit, so,
Except for the bottom part.
well, it's still adaptable.
Yeah, so.
Not for mobility disability necessarily.
Yeah.
We have one true mobility disability ADA unit. We have 2 units that are called sensory units. And then others can be adapted if necessary, just in case there's anyone out there, if this pertains to you, that you know there's opportunities. The schedule. I passed out a rudimentary schedule to all of you today that Ally and I worked on for the lottery process. I am still trying to determine availability for the library or perhaps another location if need be, if there's one available for Q&A sessions, info sessions for the public. We did a site walk yesterday at the property and talked to one of the superintendents of the project to talk about site walks, because number one, safety. We want it to be safe for everybody and ready for site walks. So those are still TBD, but they would be before the close of the lottery application period. As presented, this is a little bit different than the dates that were put in the packet, but as you see, it says note dates may adjust. We need to have a legal noticing period, which can be simultaneous with the application period, but we still have to post it. Because of timing with the newspaper, we're expecting to get it into them on, depending on how things go today, on Thursday for posting in the Sunday paper. Right now, we have this as a 4-week application period for people. We're open to suggestions if you feel like you want it to be shorter. Making it longer could be tricky.
My only comment is to avoid the double asterisk.
Okay.
Is try to have that lottery draw on August 29th, knowing that most leases are probably a 30-day notice. And so we can, whatever we can do, if we could work to make sure it's August 29th and not September 3rd, then I think we might save ourselves a month's total in rent if you don't want to allow people to be able to break or force them to pay double the rent or something like that. That's my only comment.
Theoretically,
Theoretically.
because once we have the lottery drawing complete and we offer units to people, we like to give them a chance to sleep on it. So it sometimes takes, the reason that this placement period is 12 days long is because not everybody accepts the unit right away. So I understand what you're saying. The other point I want to make is August 29th is a town council budget meeting day. So it's going to be quite an intensive day for council and THA and staff. We are amenable to do it that way. That's why I put both dates in so that you could all chat about it.
So my thought is, we talked about Sunnyside. We had a 6-week lottery period, which I think we would all wish we could do, but based on when we need to start collecting rent and getting, all of this moving along at the right pace, 4 weeks, I think we can live with. So for everybody who's listening, if this schedule gets adopted, and maybe we'll have some more discussion on it, but I just want to repeat that the lottery would go live on the 22nd, which is next week, and be open for 4 weeks with the lottery drawing at the end of August. So, I mean, does everybody feel like that's doable? Because we also have a week after the lottery application period closes when staff has to go through however many dozens, 100 or more probably applications, and notify people if they're missing things or if they don't qualify, and then they get a chance to respond to that. So it's all going to happen in a really condensed time period, but does anybody have any concerns about this schedule?
What's staff's feeling on it?
It's never easy at that stage. It's kind of what it is, but yeah.
So Ally and I talked about the potential of doing only a 3-week application period, which is a little more difficult for the public. I don't think it's more difficult on staff. The number we're going to get is the number we're going to get. It could alleviate that end zone timing of when the lottery occurs and the crunch time. We usually try to err on the side of having a longer runway for people for application period, because for some folks, especially if they're doing I had 18 jobs in the last 25 years and I want to get all that information. It's a lot of stuff to collect. We just wanted to make everyone aware of how tight it's going to be at the tail end.
And if people submit their applications early, do we review those or do we wait?
But we will review them as they come in. Historically, more than half of the applications come in the last 36 hours.
Please bring your application in as soon as possible. Dan.
I definitely want to allow people more time. I feel like 3 weeks, especially in high season when people are busy, it's tight.
It's really tight. Yep. I think 4 weeks is the right call. With that, I would implore people who are going to apply to try and get their stuff in early and ask questions early, because it's going to it gets really bottlenecked at the end when everybody's coming in to try and go over their applications at the same time.
This is a slight aside, but on the lottery application or qualifications, an idea I have that might make it easier both for the applicant and for staff, if people have been living in town-owned or town-managed property, if we use that as a way to qualify people for their past work requirement. If you've been living in Virginia Placer for 4 years or 5 years, and instead of having to go back and get that work history or your taxes or whatever, that is an automatic, you get that many points for your time in there. And that might streamline things both for the applicant and for staff.
The hard part is we used to only require 1,000 hours for Shandoka or for rental, and now we require 1,400.
However, maybe I hope there's people out there listening right now to this. I think there are. If you have lived long-term in town-owned rental housing, let us know sooner rather than later that you are wanting to apply. And if we need to go into the file to help them obtain that information in an easier fashion, we could probably do that because people signed under penalty of perjury. So hopefully those are all accurate 10 years ago or whenever. But yes, I think any way that we can ease the pain of the application process, especially when we can. So if you've lived in Shandoka for 10 years, we should have all of that information.
Any other questions about the timeline?
Okay. Can we get direction on the drawing date?
I think it should be the 29th.
Okay, sorry.
What's
happening that day? Oh.
I presume the budget meeting goes till 12:30.
Noon usually.
Okay.
No, it's in
August, the end of August is gonna be
August.
crazy.
I mean,
When school
we could do
starts.
the budget meeting and then the drawing. The drawing didn't take too long this last time.
No.
It's an hour and a half, I think, or an hour or so.
I'm fine either way, but I would vote for the 3rd. I think that there's likely going to be several people who win the lottery who don't end up taking it, and there will be things to configure
So
as
shouldn't
well.
we do it sooner than later in that case, so that they have more time to think about it?
Well, I mean, there's going to be some, the lottery happens and then it's not that day you have to decide. Usually there's a little bit of lead time.
Right, but my point is, like, shouldn't we do the lottery first so that people can start thinking about what their decision making is gonna be 5 days later?
I'm just trying to give applicants a little bit more time, but
But it doesn't change, right?
When the-
Everything else is.
Everything
staying
is
The
gonna stay
deadline is-
the
sure,
same.
sure.
It's just when we're gonna draw the balls.
Also giving staff a little bit more time, because again, the end of August is a beast of a month.
Delaney.
We are going to counsel applicants that if they're entering the lottery, it would be in their best interest to let their landlords know now that they have entered the lottery and perhaps even give some kind of, and maybe I'm looking at Teddy because I don't know if this is something that could be done, but say, hi, I rent from Joe Smith. Joe, I'm entering this lottery. I'm going to give you my notice today, but I will rescind it if I don't win the lottery.
It all
No.
depends on how the
Okay.
notice is written.
Because you don't, I mean, because if they don't win the lottery, that, the
Yeah.
landlord may already have found someone else and just not renew your lease.
Okay.
And at whatever time that is. So it's a tough one.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, if, it's really, if people are in later than October 1st and maybe just pick a drop dead date and we have to eat that money, I mean,
Well, or again, I think these are decisions that people have to make for themselves, but I guarantee you that there will be a lot of people that did not get units that would be able to move in on the date. So I think
I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel on
Yeah.
this. We always have a lottery. People get the opportunity to sign a lease and they move in as soon as they can.
Yep.
And we hope it goes smoothly for everyone.
no sweat.
And I think, essentially what we're looking at, is it right before Film Fest or right after Film Fest? If we're just gonna say it like it is, like when this lottery is.
Yeah.
What sounds less stressful?
It's the Thursday of Film Fest.
Wait, I thought it was a Wednesday.
I'm doing
That's
it.
a
The
Thursday.
28th
August
is-
29th.
Oh, 29th. Oh, yeah, so,
I think at the end of the day,
People
having
from,
having
like,
it right
Just when you hear.
at the end of the month is what makes the most sense.
More
It
time.
gives them the opportunity, should they choose to take it, to give a month's notice when they terminate their lease. And
Yeah.
if they don't feel like they can do that, that is their personal decision amongst their personal circumstances.
I'm down with the 29th.
Great.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think that was everything in this section and
Yeah.
now,
Okay, so let's talk about units that are not subject to the lottery. When the project was authorized for construction, council and THA directed certain units be set aside for certain entities before the lottery would occur. The recommendation at that point was for a maximum of 3 units be set aside for town authority employees, and that those units be subject to the lottery and occupant qualification standards established for the project. And 1 unit be set aside for a mental health professional with the occupant to be selected in consultation with the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel. This unit would not be subject to the lottery and occupant standards established for the project. With respect to the town units, the subcommittee is recommending that 1, two-bedroom unit at the 120 AMI affordability target be set aside, and one two-bedroom unit at the 140% AMI affordability target be set aside, and the last unit be a three-bedroom unit at the 140% affordability target. They're also recommending that these units not be subject to the lottery and occupant qualification standards established for the project. And the reason for that was staff discussed this issue with the subcommittee, and staff implored upon the committee the importance of having flexibility for these town units with respect to recruitment and also filling staff needs promptly. So meeting some of these qualification standards would be unlikely and require exceptions, or even if there were exceptions possible. Also allows the town manager to swiftly make changes. They can change circumstances. If they have an employee leave, they can fill that unit right away because they can go right to their existing employee pool. It's also to manage multiple recruitments. Presently, we're recruiting several different staff positions right now. And so having that ability to move people in right away would be helpful, and at different AMI levels. So that was, and the committee members were certainly at the meeting. They can chime in as far as how they felt about it. But that was the takeaway from that aspect of the recommendation. On the mental health unit, the committee's recommending that one two-bedroom unit be set aside at the 140% AMI affordability target, and that unit continue not to be subject to the lottery or occupant qualification standards. Town staff will be housing staff will be meeting with the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel to receive input on the definition of a mental health professional to be used for selecting this unit's occupant. So again, this unit would be set aside, not part of the lottery, and the occupant qualification process and the selection process would be run through the housing department.
And I would just throw out there that the San Miguel Behavioral Health Solutions Panel has a meeting, it's the 25th or 26th, that they're gonna discuss this, and we're invited to.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make a comment about that. As a coroner for our county, we do not have like on-call emergency mental health advocates or help that's outside to like help somebody, assist a family or individuals in like situations like there's a death, other crises that are outside of the purview of the San Miguel Resource Center. So I would say that this is definitely a hole that we have in our community. And I know there's a meeting, it sounds like, that whoever goes, or if I need to go, to advocate that this is somebody who is operating in some way on an on-call basis for emergency mental health.
I think that'd be a good thing to bring up at their meeting.
Because we don't, right now, it's really challenging. There's no one that can assist a family or individual if there is like a sudden mental health
The
crisis.
Virginia Plaster Project might be a good fit for that as well, because we're looking at those types of temporary housing needs for a variety of different reasons. So there's also that project.
I don't know if this is a temporary housing need. I
I
think it
think it's
needs
more
to.
temporary emergency services.
No, what I'm saying is like having a family come to town that needs a place to stay.
Okay.
Oh,
you know,
sure.
And we're having on-call type units built as part of that facility, so that might also fit into some of those units as well.
Looks like you're attending a meeting.
Yeah, sounds like it. It's fine.
Okay.
Is everybody on the board cool with those recommendations from the subcommittee about the town units as well as the halfway there suggestion for the mental health professional unit, that we'll get more input from their panel later?
The mountain, I just am curious because I haven't been on this, board for very
yeah, you
long.
didn't talk about the
What's the
mountain
mountain school?
Okay, the Mountain School has a longstanding lease to
Deal.
purchase or lease to rent. It was originally part of the land acquisition for what became the Spruce House. Harley Brooke Hitchings owned the lot. She was involved with the Mountain School. She put that in there where they would have the choice of the second pick of a two-bedroom unit. That's gone through several projects, and now council extended for one more time for one more project, and this is that project.
This is the last time.
So they are very interested. They have the paperwork, and we're going to be doing a site walk with Andy when he comes back into town. And if they decide to proceed, they will let us know, and that unit will be blocked out of the lottery as well.
What is the term? I mean, I don't want to call it a master lease, but what is the terms for that? Do they get it indefinitely or is it just for a set period of
Okay, it's a
time?
30-year lease.
30-year, okay.
And that the rents would be set by THA, but it has to be on an equal basis or consistent with the other rent structures throughout the project.
Good.
Yes, and so that would be, and they would also are required to pay the full subsidy of the unit. So the town subsidy for the project, they would be paying on a square foot basis, what that would be. And we provided them with those numbers as well.
Yep.
So for the town units and the mental health professional unit, this came up at the subcommittee and it's why I'm bringing it up. And I just want us to be clear and have direction. There's a request to not have the qualification standards meet. And the question was, which qualification standards do you not care about them meeting, or is it all of them? One that was brought up was the whole 3 years, having been here 3 years. That one is pretty straightforward. If we're recruiting for a town position and we need somebody in there, then they don't have to fulfill that 3-year thing. But there are others that are minimum household standard, like the size of your household. There is income, there is assets. So I just want to be clear, if we're not counting any of them for ongoing management purposes.
So I'll just bring up too that when we discussed this and Julia was here explaining why she was hoping to have this leeway, she expressed she understands what that town council's desire is to have at least one person per household and to be in units that are appropriate for income and that sort of thing. And that she would appreciate if we trust her discretion on that and not put guardrails on it, but that she understands if we feel the need to require certain specific occupancy standards to be upheld. I'm conflicted on this, but I also want to allow our town staff to be shuffled around as necessary to make sure that we can hire people. So
I think for the mental health component, like
that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the town of
Town-
Telluride units.
The only one that jumps out to me is the household size, that like if we have a town unit that's a 3-bedroom and we're putting a single person in there, that kind of like pushes back on me in a way that I'm like, that
I agree 100%.
feels like that shouldn't be where we're giving, because then we're essentially, there's 2 empty spaces there and we're really trying to get bodies in there.
And I'll just speak for the manager's office. We do work really hard to fit within those parameters and prioritize accordingly. I can't think of a precedent off the top of my head where we did allow that example to happen. Again, I think it's just without foreseeing all extenuating circumstances, tying our hands. If there is an emergency to put someone in like that, I think that was just allowing us the flexibility. But based off of precedent and our best practices, that's not our intention or how we move that forward. So
Or
just kind of
maybe-
that input.
Or maybe it allows them to put someone there for 6 months until
Mhm.
something else comes up and it's like works within the puzzle that staff is always doing to try and serve our.
If it's temporary, I can get on board because I just don't want different rules for us than the public that we
Yeah.
really
And
scrutinize.
specifically around Voodoo, it's a rental portfolio. So that's exactly that. It would easily be a temporary solution if we did.
Sounds like household size is the biggest concern. Do we want to require household size is the same and release the other things, or what do you guys feel?
I mean, the thing that's hard in this unit is all of the studio and 1-bedrooms are also the grant assisted ones. So those are not going to be the town ones. And that's where I just feel like we're kind of pushed up in a corner where there are no studio and 1-bedrooms available to the town.
Well, we have
They have a lot of studios. I think.
Wait, I thought they were all the grant assisted.
No, the town portfolio is.
Yeah,
getting-
Oh,
there's a
yeah,
lot
but in
of-
this specific project.
In this specific project, we have what is suggested in here for the town of Telluride units is 1 2-bedroom unit at 120, 1 2-bedroom unit at 140, and 1 3-bedroom unit at 140.
And like, I feel weird about saying to other people in the community who are professionals, who are hard workers, that they're required to have roommates, and people working for the town are like too good for roommates. Like that that feels like a
Yeah, I
little
think the example
sticky.
I'm thinking through is more, recruiting an executive level position and that is coming from out of town. And in this example, we don't have the appropriate housing available, but we need to get that person in there. That's just an example of allowing us that flexibility under extremity circumstances to move forward. But, it's up to your discretion.
Could we do something where it's like within like a one person area? So like you could put two people in a 3-bedroom kind of thing, but like, or one person in a 2-bedroom, but we're not going to put one person in a 3-bedroom.
I think that our staff is gonna do that anyway.
That's how I feel as well. I mean, I think that there are parameters and there are safety guardrails on this, in that the staff ultimately reports the town manager reports to us. If we are displeased with how this is going, there's a lot more that we can do ultimately. And so I think giving staff the discretion to serve this community best makes the most sense to me, knowing that obviously we want to ensure that we are playing by the same rules as everybody else.
Can we just call it temporary?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I could say.
Because
I
for
think
me,
that
it's
helps us.
hard. I think sometimes it's hard because it's like we say we'll change it after if it's not working, but like the actual like mechanics of change it after it's not working means displacing a town employee, which I don't think any of us will be like rah, we need to wrong our right. So I think temporary is the suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's a fine balance between, allowing us that flexibility and understanding our priorities too, with, should that example come up, with the understanding for the public that it would be a temporary solution.
So
And again, if
we add a sentence to this somehow, or is this just a direction thing?
I think the way it's written is probably fine as long as you all are comfortable with knowing. So I meet with HR every other week to talk about town employee housing stuff. So we're constantly having these conversations, and we do want to respect the general rules as much as possible. And if we're hearing from you during this discussion that if we have an outlier that you would like to see it be temporary, we will always be on the lookout for the most appropriate place to then move them when it becomes available. But if you want something concrete, we can put that in here too.
I'm personally okay with trusting staff on this.
Yep.
HR and the manager's department to make these calls, and I think that if anybody's curious, they can always ask how decisions were made. Does that bring us to the end of our
Yes.
recommendation?
Yeah.
Yes.
So did we make any changes to this other than choosing August 29th as the lottery date?
Yeah,
There's
the
the-
earned income.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and adding the earned income.
Can I ask one question and maybe, and correct me if this is wrong? I know we haven't finalized the policies that we're gonna enact hopefully here soon or whatever for the rental policies. We discussed pets. I'm bringing it up just because people have asked me directly if this project is going to allow pets. Okay, so that was just my question, because obviously Sunnyside did allow pets. Our previous discussion had been that that properties would not allow pets unless there were extenuating circumstances or something. So I didn't know if we were going to discuss that, because that also might change people's desire or ability to enter into the lottery if they already have pets.
Apologies, that was not in this memo because at the subcommittee meeting, the recommendation was no pets.
Okay.
And so
that
we
was
took it
not an
out.
item that was kind of in their ability to dictate, but you guys can certainly change that. But the subcommittee, that's in their decision-making as part of these projects, and they said no pets for this project.
What else can subcommittee is under their purview for
Well,
decision-making?
Good question. When it comes back to council is what council has directed, that comes back to council. So the income limits, the lottery, the things that are outlined in this report. That's what council specifically and THA said, come back to us and report back and have a recommendation from the committee on those topics. And there was no recommendation from the committee to talk about pets. or individual unit assignments.
Yeah,
things
we
like
can
that.
talk about it if you want.
But yeah.
I mean, I think that this project is a little unique in its, just because of its proximity to the town park and the number of units that it is. We're not talking about hundreds of units, which some of the other projects that we will be in the future and currently own exemplify. So I felt like it might be a project where a discussion of pets could be had, just because, like I said, it has a few unique characteristics that maybe not all of our rental properties are going to have.
I mean, I think all of our rental properties have open green space close by to them. I mean, I'm just because it's town park, I mean, it's no different.
I'd be willing to
than-
discuss pets.
What are the surfaces in Voodoo?
Luxury vinyl tile on the floors. You know, so the flooring is not carpet, and also tile. In
You
the
said luxury
bathrooms.
vinyl tile. Did you mean luxury vinyl plank
I think it's tile, but
tile in the whole place?
well, there's tile. I'm sorry, there's tile, like stone tile, and then vinyl tile. So there's two. There's vinyl,
Like a
tile.
linoleum
And it's a luxury vinyl tile. It's a glue down type of product, and it can also be a slide in. But it's a same type of product that we've used in our more recent housing projects rather than carpet. So Virginia Placer, Sunnyside, this project. We also have stone tile at the bathrooms and at the entrances. So
And on the exterior, just to be clear, it is metal grating on the staircases and it's metal grating on some of the walkways so that snow can fall through.
Yeah.
So that it can be put into the snow storage area. Those snow storage areas are largely gravel. And then it's surrounded by cement sidewalks, parking area.
So if it sounds like some folks on the authority would like to discuss pets, I think it's important to get the feedback that Delaney gave about how pets are going at Sunnyside and how pets are going at an apartment where we don't allow them, but people have ESAs, et cetera, like Shandoka.
And thank you. I think that's a very important stipulation to make. If pets are not allowed, someone who needs a service animal is of course protected, and emotional support animals are now also included in the ADA ruling since around 2019.
Pets do you think live in Shandoka despite there not being allowed pets?
70.
That's a loaded question.
70.
I
70,
think,
and those are
because some
un-
households have multiple
And they don't
ESAs
count
and we
towards your pet.
cannot, we can't question that.
And just to clarify also for the listening public,
Too much.
what is the policy as far as maintenance and damage to the property that could become from a pet? How are we able to recoup those costs, or can we?
So there's new legislation from the state this year that you can charge a refundable pet deposit to anyone who has a pet. You cannot charge a pet deposit of any type or charge a fee if it is an ESA or a service animal. You can charge pet rent up to $35 per month additional on top of rent. That's it.
and you can limit the number of pets per unit.
As long as they're not
other than
ESAs.
Correct.
Yes.
So can you
So
expand on that, what that means?
on
That
what?
you can't, that if, let's say we did allow 2 pets at Voodoo, does that mean someone can have 2 pets and their ESA?
You can't limit ESAs
Yeah.
at all.
So you can have 2 pets
I'm trying to
and
use it to
12
illustrate that we can have
ESAs.
3 and 4 pets in apartments if we allow pets.
Let's just open that can of worms and pop on the radio.
The same is true regardless. That doesn't change. If we're talking about ESAs, the same is true regardless.
I would make a
My point is
recommendation.
that people who really, really need a dog and who are willing to go through and need to go through the process to get these certifications for their dogs are going to do it. And so allowing pets that aren't considered ESAs and support dogs in that way, or cats, I guess, I think we're gonna end up with too many animals.
What if we limited it to a single pet, either dog or cat, only one? Have a cat or one dog per unit, $300 a month, or sorry, $300 at signing pet damage deposit. and then the $35 a month pet fee.
So just to be clear, so everybody pays a security deposit. So if you had an animal, regardless of what type, and there's damage, we can keep it from the security deposit in addition. I just want to say that from a management and operations standpoint, I can't remember the number now, but I know I told you guys because I had it in my notes. It was like 6 to 7 dozen bags of dog poop were collected last spring behind one Shandoka building. All of the animals at Shandoka have to be in ESA. We don't have cameras behind the building, so we can't assess fines to anyone because we don't know whose dog it is. With Voodoo being very urban and having zero green space around it, staff has expressed to me concerns about their maintenance requirements at the building if the animal situation gets too big. I'm putting that out there for transparency.
That's great feedback.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm leaning towards just the,
I'm kind of
service.
okay with Ashley's recommendation. I won't lie.
But that's one pet plus any ESAs.
But if we don't allow a pet, then I feel like what we're gonna do is then we're steering people towards
breaking the rules
to get these ESAs for animals that maybe aren't necessarily doing the prescribed job or jobs that they're supposed to because the law allows for an ESA versus saying it's okay if you just want to have a pet. We're going to collect the additional money for any damages, and we're going to limit it very strictly to a single pet per unit. And like I said, either one dog or one cat per unit. We can't limit ESAs or service animals ever, period, in anything that we do. But we're just making it so that people who don't want to maybe lie in order to keep their dog.
They can also not lie. I mean, it's a crazy concept, but
housing is, I mean, I think this is it's a good way. It's freedom within boundaries. I'm totally on board for this. I like the deposit idea. I like the pet rent. It's holding people accountable. And are there going to be cameras at this new building?
I will honestly say I hope so, because we are experiencing a lot of situations over this past year with vandalism and various things that I know people like their privacy, but in public spaces, I think that it's important that we do have
cameras.
security.
And I'll just
The other
say
thing is I
from the
live in that
manager's office, we are prioritizing security cameras at high traffic areas.
I lived in that neighborhood for a long time with pet, and I will say that neighborhood is particularly nosy about pet responsibility.
Everybody wants pet owners to pick up after their pets, no matter what.
And
neighborhood you're in.
everybody's really on you over there. I mean, it's an intimate community. It's a high density area, and there's people constantly walking around. You don't get away with much over there. Like, you just don't. I lived there for 9 years.
My feedback about the whole ESA versus not ESA thing is I think that if you must jump through the hoops to get your pet registered, that's already exhibiting a level of responsibility and care that many dog owners in this town do not have. And so I think that certainly we cannot ban ESAs, and I don't think we should, but I think that those are the kinds of pet owners that we want to have around versus people who just want to get a puppy because they can in the new apartment. So,
and I'd have to say that, if the security deposit for an animal is $300, and even if we have a $35 a month fee, that we're going to lose thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars per unit. Trust me, I have a dog. The reality is that animals beat up units quickly, and cats, dogs, I'm hesitant.
You must have the most vicious dog ever, because I've had 11 dogs and it's never been thousands and thousands
and
of
Elena's comment
dollars.
and take a straw poll and move on, please.
My comment is simply that under our current system, there's already many, many dogs in particular already causing troubles for staff, it seems like. And so if the current system we're having is already causing problems, why not pivot, create a system that allows for more accountability and more recoupment of funds through a legitimate and straightforward process.
Yes.
People are seemingly very willing and able to jump through the hoop of getting an ESA certification.
Or
and
just
it's-
And
break the
yet there,
rules.
and yet we're having all of these problems with.
Or
I'm
just
just
break
gonna
the
make,
rules.
I'm gonna make
After
this
their
super
pets.
fast because I know Elena wants to talk. If it's a pet policy and somebody violates it, you can then not renew their lease because it's a pet. Versus if somebody has a bad ESA animal, that cannot be grounds for non-renewal of their lease. So just keep that in mind as well when we're talking about this. If we make it a pet policy, then we could say you are in violation of the pet policy and we're not going to renew your lease. You need to find housing somewhere else. If it's just everybody goes out and gets an ESA, we have no grounds to remove that person based on an ill-behaved animal.
You wanna?
I think you could enforce some rules of general applicability, for instance, not picking up waste after an ESA, not having an animal on a leash. I think you could do that and also have enforcement, even if it's an ESA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
But your point is taken that generally it's,
Yeah.
yeah,
Protected.
it's a more protected
I
class.
see.
I'm concerned about damage to the units. I also have a pet. I have a cat. She's done so much damage to the moldings in my house. I can't close doors because she'll scratch on them. I just feel like we're opening up the floodgates to these brand new units being destroyed by pets. And I know there are a lot of good pets out there, but we have to prepare for anything that any pet that might enter. And I know that we allow for ESAs, but I do think I kind of agree with Geneva that kind of having that extra hoop to jump through is enough of a barrier that we're already filtering some people who are maybe more
Flippant.
I was gonna say flippant pet owners who might not be, who's the word, who might not be, as tedious about cleaning up their pet messes or taking their pets out to use the bathroom. And instead they're doing it in I've seen those pets. So I know that this is a real thing that we would be opening ourselves up to. So I'm good with just E ESAs.
Straw poll, who wants to allow one pet per unit at Voodoo? We got 3. And who wants to not allow
It's pretty
pets?
obvious.
We do a motion to pass this recommendation, or are we missing
comment?
any? Oh, public comment, I guess so.
Mm.
Do we have any public comment in the room or online about these Voodoo apartment lottery implementation timeline and standards for the lottery?
None online.
Nobody online? Okay. I would entertain a motion.
Can do it.
There's one out there.
Here we go. I move to approve and direct staff to proceed with the rental rates, income limits, occupancy qualifications and standards and lottery processes as set forth in the staff memorandum dated 7/16/24 for the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project with the addition of adding presence required and earned income standards to the occupancy requirements.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Can I offer a friendly amendment to set the lottery date for August 29th?
And
Did you already say that? I missed it.
Did not, okay. Accepted.
I accept that for my second.
Okay, great. We have lots of motions and seconds and amendments. Any other discussion? How do you vote?
Me and yes.
Teddy, yes.
Elena, yes.
Just here, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Ashley,
Oh, sorry,
yes.
The last.
Dan, yes.
And Geneva, yes. Okay, motion passes unanimously. That was a big one. Thank you so much. We'll now move on to B, proposal selection approval for the Voodoo commercial requests for proposals. We're gonna have Zoe help us with this, and this is now discussing the commercial space on the first floor of the Voodoo building.
Thank you. With this, we put out our RFP. We had a lot of interest in our mandatory pre-proposal meeting. About 10 individuals came. With that, we only received 2 proposals that were in partnership. So one proposal for the use of the entire 3,000 square foot space. With that and, best practices for RFPs in the hopes of at least getting 3 proposals to really have an idea of our options. We are asking council or staff is recommending that we reissue the RFP for a new timeline and bring it back to THA at the August 6th meeting.
Is anybody opposed to extending the deadline or reissuing this RFP so we can hopefully get some more applications? Nobody's opposed.
Okay.
You seem surprised.
No, I'm excited that we don't have to debate it and that we all agree.
So this has been reissued, and with that, I know that it's a short timeline for those out there, but hopefully those that were interested and need more time or had more questions can now pose it. And thank you to the 2 proposals that we received and all of their work to put those proposals in on time. So thank you all.
Okay.
I think we had someone that wanted to speak publicly.
I think there are a couple of public comments for it. Yep.
All right, well, let's open public comment and please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Michael McTeague. I'd like, oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to point out just one element that.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Do you mind?
Speak to a microphone. That we have, I don't know all the dynamics of the building, but I live across the street. That there's 2 units that are facing east that are 3 bedrooms, 1,100 square feet. Teddy would probably have a better understanding of the numbers, but we're talking about a $2.5 million condo that we're going to turn into a rental. What really hurts me, bothers me, is that $2.5 million, why couldn't we have 3 families at $850,000? I just don't understand how we can have a $2.5 million rental. Once again, I don't know the other units, but I do know those 2. Teddy, am I approximately correct about the value of those units?
It's always tough to say.
Give or
within
take.
the project. It's
Give or take.
Probably in the ballpark. But
so anyway, I think that what we've done is sometimes we go to the point where we have to do this. We have to do this rather than we thinking it through. Couldn't we use that just in those 2 units? Couldn't we use that $5 million for a half a dozen families, 8 families, or 10 or 12 workers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McTeague. Anybody else in the room with public comment about the Voodoo commercial RFP opportunity? Please come step up to the podium and speak into the microphone and introduce yourself.
Hi, hi, my name is Michelle Davis. I've lived here 27 plus years. I've had businesses in town for 26 of those years. I'm nearing retirement. I'm really happy that you're taking more RFPs with a new deadline. I know you guys did your very best to put out proposal things in the newspaper, but a lot of us were out of town after working, 4 or 5 months without a day off, so thank you for that. I also just wanted to say, I know you're taking all kinds of proposals and it's a little confusing for me, and I'm just now reading some of the information because I didn't know if I would actually get to apply or not. But having been a long time ago, because obviously I've been here near 30 years, I was a retail analyst on Wall Street. I researched malls, downtowns, all kinds of retail consumer situations. I have never seen in my life ever, and you may have, a mall that was composed partially or even greater than partially by office space. You don't anchor a mall with an office. You anchor a mall, maybe not with the Macy's who's going out of business, but with a viable business. Like, I really love the idea of the Coffee Cowboy being in that space. It's something that a lot of people, young people get the fancy drinks, older people get the espressos. It's very community oriented. It's very high traffic. I think they are the perfect anchor for this situation. How, I know that the majority of people who applied are offices. We already have a lot of offices on the first floor in town, mostly realtors, because they're the ones who can afford it. And since COVID, most of the retail rents in this town have literally tripled. However, our tourism base has not gone up at all. In fact, currently it's going down, and you can interview a lot of businesses, not just in this town, but the Mountain Village. It's changing. It's changing big time. And we don't have time to discuss all the reasons, but we have a disconnect of what it costs to rent a commercial space versus what, yes, if you sell $10,000 paintings, you're in a whole nother category. And, great, we're going to have more art galleries and more real estate, but I would really like to see things more like, and back to, my business. A lot of my clients really upset. What am I going to do? I said, I can't continue in a space that is $10,000 a month and $120,000 a year. That's, yes, you can sell $10,000 paintings, but probably not oxygen and massage, and probably not even IVs or whatever. So I think this is great, but I think we really need to, and I know somebody commented at one time they thought it was going to be more offices. And then a lot of people started working from home and they didn't need offices. And I think we have a lot of offices, and it's always been a traditional multi-purpose, first floor commercial, second floor office, third floor penthouse. Obviously you can make it whatever it is, it's town owned, it's you guys' decision. The other gal who did retail, she just told me she pulled out because she didn't have any money to contribute to the build out. Right now we have a third of the people, I don't know, maybe that's an exaggerated number. The number I heard of people going to the emergency room for oxygen is up to a third. I don't know if you've ever been in the emergency room, and even though ours is a lot nicer than inner city, I don't think that's the perfect place for people. And I see people every day who are throwing up with migraines, having anxiety attacks and things like that. And yes,
Michelle, I've got you
other
at your 3 minutes if you want to
Thank you very
wrap it
much
up.
for listening to me. I do hope that you consider more retail things. And I also think that when the businesses, less than half of the people who are in those businesses are locals. For instance, the Yoga Festival, and I love Erica, but she does the whole entire thing in the Mountain Village.
Thanks so much, Michelle.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Come on up, Sarah. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, I will. Hi, I'm Sarah Holbrook. I'm the Executive Director of the Pinhead Institute. And we are one of the two entities that got their application in on time. So we're still very hopeful, and we can't wait to hear what happens on August 6th. I just wanted to make some things clear because there was some misinformation in the packet from a letter writer just about Pinhead. And I just wanted to be clear that we service kids mostly of elementary age, but all the way from pre-K through 12th grade, and parents as well. And while we work in areas as well as in Telluride, the majority of our work is in Telluride, both summer camps, after school, and then we bring a lot of the school kids into the Pinhead headquarters. If we get the commercial space, we want to, and we've had this plan in the back of our heads for a long, long time, offer a little science STEM museum, hands-on, that people could stop in. Pinhead has been a Smithsonian affiliate for over 18 years. We've never had the office space or the commercial space to be able to offer that before. So we've always been a program-based Smithsonian affiliate, but we would love to do some wonderful hands-on STEAM activities as well. Also, we have a makerspace, and we do adult drop-in maker things that we already offer in our current space. We would like to be able to expand that. And that would then include probably a pop-up for some kind of retail. We know we talked to the hat girl who might help make some of her hats in our area, and then she could sell it in our windows. And there's a wood artist who has been exhibited in Nick's, and then also the former Telluride Arts. And he's used our maker equipment to make his things, and we'd be happy to have him sell those and other things in our windows as well. So we really do see it as a vibrant space that includes a lot more people than maybe just a few local teenagers. And I just wanted to make that clear as you go forward with your thinking. And we can also update our packet to make sure that that information is in there. But given that I read the agenda packet today, I just wanted to make sure that you all know the wide scope of Pinhead's influence and how we would so open our doors to everyone as much as we could.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Anybody else in the room that would like to make public comment on this commercial voodoo space RFP process? Okay, great. We'll close public comment on that. Any other direction you need from us on this item, Zoe?
No, thank you so much. I
Okay,
appreciate it.
great. We'll now go to C, discussion of rental housing policies. Ally and Delaney. This is a big document. It's reminding me of the guidelines.
It looks a lot like.
And we're gonna try and stay focused on the pink highlighted items. Is that right?
Yes, thank you, Geneva. In an attempt to focus our review today and not go through every line of this 40-page document, I did highlight some pink areas in the rental policies that I thought that you might want to focus on. They were areas where we spent the most time discussing different options, or they're the areas that are most different from the guidelines. But of course, if there's anything that's not highlighted that you want to discuss, that's exactly what we're here for. There are also a few items that I wish I had highlighted that I've since in my second and third and fourth review of this that I would like to now discuss or just bring to your attention. So I thought we could just go through this kind of line by line or highlight by highlight. I do have appendices B or A and B for you. And these are just one-page documents. It's not new information. That's just
you want one,
compiled.
Kevin?
Yes, if you can pass that around. The appendices are just references, but we did want to spend some time making sure that they looked nice and that they are consistent with what is represented in these policies. So those are coming after the fact, but it's like I said, it's nothing new. It's no new information. And in fact, this green chart is the exact same chart that you've been reviewing since the beginning of this process, just with the proposed taken out and the current taken out. And now it's just one document with everything that you have discussed to date for what will be the policies moving forward. So I'm going to share the screen so those in the public can see what we are looking at as far as the highlights go. This was in the packet, but if you'll give me a moment here just to connect and share. Okay. So this document is in near final form. Like I said, the pink highlights are things that I left highlighted for your review today. The red highlights are highlights for staff. They're items to be filled in. Obviously, we don't know what our adoption date is going to be yet, so that's why we have a highlight up front. And then, of course, just some notes for staff prior to finalizing, just to make sure that the document is consistent throughout, and just some editing notes. So the first section, I guess, as Delaney said earlier, this should look very familiar to a lot of you. I use the exact same template that we use for our Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, which is the document that we use for our deed restricted program. So the documents look incredibly similar. If you think that this could cause confusion, I'm welcome to do, or I'm very willing to do certain things, like even just changing the font. Just let me know. Even those little nitpicky things could help. But I did want to let you know that this will look incredibly familiar for those of you, especially that were involved in the guidelines review process, including starting with the definitions. So affordable housing program or housing program, this is not a new definition, but I did tweak it for the policies. Same with the definition for affordable housing unit. So you will see that program now includes a reference to the 3 specific programs of the guidelines, which is our deed restricted town constructed units, our EDUs, so our employee dwelling units, and our, what's the third one? Town constructed mitigation units. So mitigation units, town constructed units, and employee dwelling units are the 3 guidelines programs in addition to this one policies program of the rental units. All together, those form our housing program. So we have our deed restricted units and our rental units. Affordable housing unit similarly includes all of those. So the EDUs, the TCUs, and the MUs, and in addition to this new definition of RU, rental housing units, which is also mentioned further down, which I also highlighted. If there is any confusion for you here with respect to reference and how I define these, please let me know. I can definitely clarify that. If you think we need to separate these out and use different terms, we can also take that to heart.
Does anybody have any feedback about these definitions?
The only thing that I actually, when you were speaking, maybe if we just capitalize Telluride employee rental housing, like rental housing, if it's like all caps, just for clarification, like in both, maybe both documents for like rental and for ownership, then maybe just whenever that text is there, that could be really useful.
So affordable housing program or housing program, is that what you mean?
No, I mean, just like
Or-
when we're like calling out the employee rent, like that it's rental housing policies, like capitalizing like rental or capitalizing ownership as opposed to like tweaking fonts, but maybe just like having that delineation in the document.
See, I really liked the idea of like this document has this font and then this document has the other font. So like if you're going through it, you're like, oh, this is.
I just think from a brand
Sheriff.
consistency for the town. We just like went through a rebranding process.
Brand consistency, I want clarity on what you're reading.
I was gonna
Can we do
say,
both?
what if we had like at the top or the bottom of every page, it just says like Telluride rental housing policies, and it's on every single page, like next to the
footnote?
number.
So
Yeah.
it does have that once you get out of the definitions. You'll see Telluride employee rental housing
Oh, yeah.
policies,
Okay. I
starting
think
on
that
page
could
1.
Be on literally every page of the
Yep.
document. Yeah. Would that suffice?
I like that.
I mean, are the definitions different between the two documents?
No term that is used in the guidelines will be used differently here. So income, for instance, means the same things between both documents. However, and we already have started this for when we do our next review of the guidelines. When we do that review of the guidelines, we do want to take a look at these definitions and make sure that they're defined the same way there, but we're not changing them simultaneously. We're just making clarifications here to differentiate between the policies and the guidelines. The next guidelines update that comes through, we want to make those same clarifications, because while the guidelines does currently carve out all of the rental units, we want to make it even more explicit in this next review that we do.
And there's only minimal reference to rental units
Mhm.
in those guidelines because our town-owned rental units are not technically governed by those guidelines. But there are rental units, especially in the mitigation unit section, so.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll add that to each page. And I've heard at least one vote so far for changing the font of the entire document to something different. So we'll just keep that in mind as we go through. The next definition, is there anything before the next highlight, which is guidelines, that caught your attention that you want to discuss? Okay, so again, guidelines has a definition and our guidelines document as well. We thought it important to keep here because there are two different documents and we're not trying to confuse anyone. We want to make it very clear that there are policies, there are guidelines, they apply to two different things, but they're both part of the same affordable housing program.
I think if you just put all caps, ownership and rental,
Yeah.
that's, the
But-
policies and guidelines is confusing.
But there are rental units in the guidelines, so I think even that simple distinction isn't gonna work. There's a reason that
I
she's
know that-
cross-referencing it.
I understand, but I think that people know that if they're a renter in a unit that is owned, that's different than than Shandoga, than a rental.
So are you saying that you would, instead of referencing the guidelines, you would say the capitalized ownership guidelines? Is that
I feel
how
like
you
we
would?
can't expect, yes,
Yeah.
I think that the term, that rental policies
Mhm.
and deed restricted ownership guidelines, like that's how we separate them in our head. I don't think people are gonna remember that the guidelines are for deed restriction and policies are for rental.
I think
I agree with that. It's not clear in the guidelines that it's ownership versus rental. So I agree with you, Neve.
We get at least 3 or 4 people a day coming to us to help them with RHA stuff because they are renters. So there's already confusion, and I think if you call that ownership guidelines, it's going to increase the confusion for the applicants who really need to be dealing with RHA. That's just my personal take, working daily with already confusion. That makes sense to me that there would be confusion.
Yeah, because, and just to build on that, we don't call it the ownership guidelines, we call it the guidelines. And if we're referring to it formally, it's the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. It is the whole mouthful. Same with these policies. It's these policies in the document because we're talking about these policies. It could be the policies if we're referring it to somewhere else, but the most formal title is going to be employee housing rental policies.
I'm not saying it's not confusing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I think wherever we can note which one is rental and which one is owned by individual human beings and separate it.
Okay,
that would be
I'll keep that in mind when I do my next review, if we can add in some more differentiation between the two. And especially where we reference, there aren't very many references to the guidelines in the policies because we're creating a new document, but we still found it important to define the term because there are just a few references that people just need to be aware that it is an entirely separate document that's not applicable here unless specifically referenced.
And on this same topic, I mean, you maybe are already doing this, but an idea that occurs to me is when people are signing their lease or whatever, there's some plain language phrase right at the top of it. Your housing is governed by the policies within Telluride Affordable Housing Policy or for ownership. Yeah, in Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines. We just say this is the title of the document that governs your housing, and have it right at the top in bold right then, just to, because I agree, people are confused. It is confusing. We're trying to eliminate it, but I also hear your point of your perspective as well. So something like that might be beneficial.
Okay, anything before intent to work? So intent to work is something that you guys discussed and you wanted more clarification about what intent to work means. This is a good example of something that we actually will be adding to the guidelines. We don't have anything for intent to work in the guidelines right now. So just again, when we get to that point, intent to work really only matters for purposes of people in the guidelines who are going to be leasing. But of course, in these policies, we have other properties that do allow intent rather than a specific time period for a history in the community. We did go ahead and add in some criteria here for what intent to work could mean and some guidance to those who will be applying so that they understand what staff will be considering when staff is considering whether intent to work actually does exist. So this is a new definition that you are seeing. Please let me know if there's any feedback to this definition that we have added or if there's any confusion by this definition.
Feedback? No feedback. All right.
Okay, I like to hear that. Thank you. So again, lease is something, this does also have a definition in the guidelines right now, but this is something that has changed. We have specifically defined this term now for these policies. So I don't think you'll have any problem with this definition of lease, but again, it is something I wanted to just bring your attention to and make sure that you reviewed it and were okay with it. Okay. So placement waitlist is also a new term. You'll see that there is a term for placement waitlist, and then also at the very end, transfer waitlist, in addition to also just waitlist in general. So 3 new definitions for this term or these terms. Very obviously needed because we now have a waitlist policy, which before we did not. And we also have 2 waitlist instead of just 1. So again, there's a placement wait list for those waiting to be housed in one of our rental units, and there's a transfer wait list for those who are currently housed but wanting to be placed into a different housing unit. And we'll get into more of that later. Policies, another very new definition because this is an all new document. Should be very similar to what we've adopted for guidelines, just reflecting that this is again a different document specific to the rental housing units, which we have abbreviated as RU. Good. Okay. I did not highlight presence required employment because this is the exact same definition that is found currently in the guidelines. I know that at least one of you have brought up that you would like to review this. However, I think our preference would be to review this at the guidelines level and then take any changes that are implemented there back to these policies rather than policies and then guidelines. So unless I hear otherwise, I'm just going to leave that definition alone, but it is standardized between the guidelines and the policies.
Is that okay, Mian?
Okay. Same with all of these that I have not highlighted: qualified disabled, qualified employee, qualified household. All of these for the most part remain the same. Qualified household is only slightly different because there's different criteria for becoming a qualified household under these policies, but it follows the same definition that the guidelines do, just with different criteria incorporated. So getting down to the pink highlights, unless there's comments there. Rental housing unit, again, is a new term. Town constructed rental unit, which is what we refer to in that definition, is actually something that is defined in the guidelines, which is why we found it important to reference both here, even though we're calling them rental housing units and not town constructed rental units, which is a bit of a mouthful. Rental project is something that you'll see several times throughout these policies. Rental project refers just generally to any one of the individual rental projects that we have. So I put the examples in here. Shandoka Apartments is one rental project. Sunnyside is another rental project. So each one of those can be referred to as a rental project or individually by name as needed. This is a Delaney edit, and something that was new to me as I was going over this document. But we now have a Telluride Housing Division under the Community Services Department. And so Delaney is the department head as Community Services Director, but anywhere THD is referenced will be Telluride Housing Division, not the formerly known Telluride Housing Department. THD is going to be the division of the town, which for the most part implements these policies. And then I will enforce once they're, these policies, once they bring it up to me for enforcement. But THD, you'll see reference throughout this document. It's THD staff. It should not be THA staff, which is what our guidelines go for. THD is who manages these properties, who qualifies anyone who's applying, and who brings up issues to me. So THD is a new term.
Sorry, I'm just understanding the need to have these technically distinct departments, but effectively the same.
That was not a me decision. So this is just referenced here is what it is for the town.
And I mean, 6 one way, half a dozen another, but again, just the complication for tenants is real and possible when you're like, okay, who do I talk to? Who is the person in charge? I'm just trying to understand why this change, this distinction is necessary. I just don't quite understand.
Well, so THA staff, so Courtney and Emily they administer our guidelines in our housing program. They do not administer the rental program. So it's a strict division between jobs and between responsibilities there. So we do need to reference THD staff because that's actual town staff, whereas Emily and Courtney are not town staff. And so they share the same office. Someone can walk in and ask Courtney a question, but she'll guide them to THD staff.
But I didn't phrase my question well, because my question is why, it's because this is now a new subsection of the Community Services Department. And so why is there, so we are creating a new sub-department here. And
it already exists.
It does.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so when we had the opportunity to relook at the role after Melanie left, we changed the role from the rental housing director to a community services director that now oversees a larger umbrella of, so they oversee rental housing, facilities, and childcare. So the position changed at that time.
That I understand. I'm just, again, this is the first I am aware of the Telluride Housing Division. And that's what I'm trying to just understand.
I think it's just helping the public and everyone else understand that community services structure changed and that there is more underneath that umbrella now than just rental housing. So the division happened when we expanded that role.
But we don't have any other staff that are
The
like
staff is one of the
overseeing
same.
childcare, for example.
No, they're just different staff. So
we just don't want to
as
call it
the-
the rental housing department anymore.
Because
under the
it-
Community Services Department.
And I think we're just getting into nuances now, but when we have that, like we have the IT division now. So it's just a different way to structure instead of having more and more and more departments, you have a larger department umbrella with divisions underneath.
I think that's fine. I just don't see why we're changing the name. Like, we could use division, but like rental housing division, when it used to be the rental housing department, as opposed to.
Because it's now the Community Services Department.
I know, but.
With rental
but you're
housing division
saying-
underneath it.
Right.
Yeah.
But weren't you just saying that it's going to be the Telluride Housing Division under the Community Services Department? That's the definition that's in here.
It used to be called the Telluride Housing Department. It is still called that on the website. We're going to be getting all of those things cleaned up in conjunction with this. So it was already called the Telluride Housing Department.
We had a rental housing manager.
Yeah.
But is it
So the
community
confusion
service
does not start
department?
now, I
Yes.
think.
I don't care what it's called, as
Yep.
long as we don't have multiple different names.
So there is no more Telluride Housing Department. It does not exist anymore. It's now the Community Services Department with the housing division under it. Which is why, yeah, which is why it's defined as Telluride Housing Division here. So the acronym remains the same. It's just division is, department's now division.
Great.
And that's just the way it's been structured. So.
Just going across all departments. So it's like, it's just a more clear linear, like.
Great, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
But thank you for pointing it out and the opportunity to explain.
Yep. So again, I think I already explained this one, but town constructed rental unit is how these are defined in our guidelines currently. And that's where these units are carved out from the guidelines. So we acknowledge that the guidelines do refer to these as town constructed rental units, but for purposes of these policies, we're just going to call them rental housing units because that's what they are. They're rental housing units. Does not matter that the town constructed them. They are our rental housing units. So both terms could be used interchangeably, but rental housing unit is what we're going to be using moving forward. Again, the last two highlights are transfer waitlist and waitlist, which again, we'll discuss further down when we do discuss those waitlist policies. But the transfer waitlist is for those in current housing waiting to be housed in a different unit, either within the same project or at a different project. So any questions about definitions, any other discussion that needs to be had before we move on?
For me.
Nope.
Okay. So part one, just like with the guidelines, is the common policies. It's by far the largest part of this document. It's those policies that apply to each rental housing project. So the purpose and applicability, again, the structure remains much the same as the guidelines. But if there's anything in that section that you would like to discuss, I do try to differentiate again upfront, right there in the very beginning, between what the guidelines apply to and what these policies will apply to, who administers them, who enforces. And then, of course, what language will control when there is conflict between the policies and any resolution that you might adopt between these policies and a lease that gets adopted, or these policies and, for instance, the new grant that we have, should other grants be forthcoming. There is always a possibility that these different documents could conflict, and we need to know what would control in that case.
I have a comment. I know at a certain point we had talked about getting away from using the word employee and moving towards workforce. Just wanted to know if this feels like a place where we'd want to swap those words, because not everyone who's workforce who qualifies is necessarily an employee.
What do you mean worker?
No, workforce.
But a person's not a workforce, an employee. Like, are we trying to match a single person?
General workforce rental housing programs. It's an adjective in that sense.
Oh.
Yeah. And provide quality, affordable workforce housing. I know we've talked about it before, and I see the merits to changing it to workforce, and I just thought I would bring that up.
I'm okay with that change. Yeah.
It's just meaning to involve self-employed people, right?
Yeah.
That's
Well,
your
so
point.
are we wanting to change, for instance, the name of the whole document to Telluride workforce rental housing, or are we only wanting to make a change here? And now I see that you skipped down to section 102.1. Yeah. So are we changing employee
Or did
to
I jump
workforce
ahead?
everywhere, or?
Well, Ally's just zooming out and saying, if you want to change it there,
Oh.
do you want to change the title of the whole document?
I mean, do other people have opinions on this?
I get your point of that if you are a business owner, that you would qualify even though you may not be an employee. I get the point.
I mean,
It's
we had-
semantics because you're self-employed.
Yeah.
You're still an employee, you just employ yourself.
I feel like we've had this conversation for years.
Yeah,
We're
well, I
like,
thought
well,
I thought we like had it and decided workforce.
I don't remember that,
I
but
think it needs to
I'm
be
down with either.
consistent. It needs to be, I feel like it needs to be consistent either way. So if we change it, we have to change it for the whole
Right,
document,
yeah.
or if it's not changing, then it just stays employee.
I'm fine either way.
As long as it goes consistent.
Going back to
The
the
finish line.
definitions, just to be clear, employee, the definition of employee is stated as a person who is self-employed or is working for another person and is compensated for such work on an hourly, weekly, et cetera, et cetera. So so it is defined.
Yeah, the word, yeah. So I
Just
think
so
the fact that it has the definition means that it should stay because it is explaining that it also includes self-employed. So
But again,
I think,
and that's not to lead anybody, it's just to remind you that the definition does exist, and if you want employee change throughout the document to workforce, then we'll probably eliminate the definition of employee and create a different one.
I like it how it is. I think it's gonna be easier.
I'm not gonna die on this hill, so I'm happy to move forward. I just wanted to bring it up because we had talked about it.
That's definitely something we can consider into the future, either making changes here and there or changing the whole document. But I just want to make it very clear for anyone listening and also for the THA board, no policy in here is meant to exclude those who are self-employed. Some of the qualification criteria might just be harder to prove just by nature of being self-employed, but nothing herein is meant to exclude those who are self-employed, including by using the reference to employee. So employee, even that definition specifically includes those who are self-employed. I understand the semantics of it, but the effectiveness of it is that we're not meant to exclude those people. So this pink highlighted section, you might remember I had up on a couple of slides here when this topic was first brought up to the board for consideration and we established goals. This is what I took away from that conversation. This is what I thought we had reviewed. A lot of these do mirror what is in the Telluride Affordable Housing Guidelines, of course, with some changes just to be rental specific, including language about balancing, making this housing affordable, while also balancing that for our need to upgrade these units, take advantage of maintenance opportunities, capital improvements. So making it affordable while also being responsible landlords. If there's any other discussion that you think is needed there, again, please let me know because now is definitely the time.
Do you have any feedback about our housing program goals?
I do, but I've said it all a lot, so we don't need to go into it all. But
Thank you for that, Dan. Anybody else? Okay.
Unless I'm hearing any comments, I'm just marking that you're good with how it's being presented, and if you want something tweaked, I'm marking that. So just in case you need to reiterate anything.
So section 103 is a big one. It's household qualification. So this is where we'll be directing most people who have questions. This is what most questions relate to. So again, this highlighted language is, it's very short and simple, but at the same time, we had a lot of conversation behind it. So I just want to make sure that what I have drafted here is consistent with what you intended to be adopted. So this is where we include language defining household as all members, regardless of relationship to each other. It's just everyone who lives in a housing unit, excluding guest. And guests are defined in the definitions. I believe it's someone who stays for 5 days or less, or it might just be less than 5 days.
I just wanted, so even like a child under the age of 3 needs to be on the lease.
So they're not going to be a tenant named on the lease, but they will have documentation that they live in the
Part
unit.
of the household.
Yeah, they're part of the household because remember, we have to track household number for purposes of bedroom occupation and
Right.
everything.
Really mature.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it, like just when you look at words on a screen for this long, I'm like, all right, so kids will be a part of the household, but whether
We can't
they
bind
are
a
named on the
3-year-old to a lease.
or whether they're
Yeah, but
okay.
they'll be named. So ideally moving forward, once I draft the lease after we adopt this document, there will be a place to list additional household members who are not tenants. Anyone over the age of 18 who is a household member has to be a tenant named on the lease, bound by the contract. Anyone who's a child, we just need to be aware of, we just need to know that they're there, so that we know that they meet the household minimum occupancy limit. But they won't be contractually bound. We can't do that for a child.
Nor can any.
Okay, got it.
I feel
All
like,
right.
I feel like 103.3, while the meaning is, I understand feels kind of wordy.
Okay.
I think we should just say, the meaning of qualified household remains the same across all housing projects. See Appendix A for more specific requirements per project or something like that. I just feel like it's confusing, but group editing a document is the worst
Means
thing ever.
to
So
yourself.
I'm sorry for even bringing it up. Maybe I'll just go talk to Ally about that.
No, I understand. So I'll clarify and simplify that. My purpose there was really Appendix A it's basically a 1-page breakdown of this 30-page document, which is hard to say after how much time I spent on this, but that's really what it is. And a lot of people will have their questions answered once they just refer to that Appendix A document.
Maybe just like clean it up a little
Yeah.
bit. Like maybe it's just like the meaning of qualified household remains the same across all housing projects, period.
See Appendix A.
You know, I mean, I think it's important for it to say like standards must be met for a household to be considered qualified for, or the standards which must be met may vary from housing rental unit, whatever. You know, so I think like you can like condense that sentence and then it's
And you
into
just
like
say
2 sentences and then it's just cleaner and easier for people to understand.
You say see Appendix A4, standards of each rental housing unit.
And qualification matrix.
I don't know, why does it feel necessary to include the part about qualified households in this section?
Yeah, I would.
Because the section is household qualification.
Yes, but when we're talking about what are those qualifications, it's determined by project in the Appendix A. And so the qualified household definition is the same, but that's, isn't that a bit self-evident? It feels self-evident to me.
I agree.
So I think you could just say for individual qualification standards per project, reference Appendix A.
Yeah, I think that's true, that it just needs to say, where do you find it? If it's, for each of these projects, where do you find it?
I think it should say that the meaning of qualified household remains the same across all housing projects. I think that's important to be in there. But again, not
But
my
I think
call
that's
to
a
buy in.
given.
Yeah. I think it is a given, but I also think it's important enough to state.
I agree with that.
I'll work on that. It's
Like-
4 lines. I don't want it to cause any confusion. So I'll work on it and see what I can come up with for the next time. We'll talk about a timeline at the end of this, by the way. So there will be another review opportunity. This is not the end all be all. So yeah, moving on to the caregiver exception, unless there's other comments before then. Again, this is something that is new to the policies. It's very possible that we will implement something similar in our guidelines in the future. But this is something that because here for the policies, remember that for rental housing, you guys decided that you wanted every person, every adult in the household to have to meet every requirement. So you can't have a stay-at-home, partner or whoever or caregiver at home unless it meets the specific provision. Whereas in our guidelines, only one member of the household has to meet the employment criteria, and then the household itself has to meet some other conditions. So here, the most important thing to keep in mind is every adult has to work 1,400 hours unless they meet this caregiver exception. So please make sure that this caregiver exception meets what you wanted it to reflect.
So under the age of 3, this is me being childless and not necessarily knowing. When do kids start having, when do kids go to kindergarten? Or is kindergarten?
5, 4 or 5 or 6, yeah, it depends.
So previous 12 months for a child under the age of 3. I guess, okay, trying to get to what I'm getting at in my head is if a parent is unable to find like preschool or daycare for their kid and they're not yet qualified for public early childhood care that isn't
Love the non-parent.
oh my, I'm sorry, I don't know.
No, it's just, it's like,
I'm like really good
it's
with cats.
endearing.
Is this allowing so that a parent can stay at home and take care of their kids until they qualify for public school?
It makes it easier.
It is not, but we could change it so that it.
Should we change it so that yeah, like that would be my thought is if, because we already know we have an early child care issue in our community. And if somebody can't find daycare for their 3-year-old, but they don't qualify for school yet.
Well, and I think pre-K in many instances is only 15 to 20 hours a week on average. I don't think that it's like a full-time childcare.
Well,
I'm looking to Zoe as a mother of young children.
Yeah, I think wait, pre-K is what is already covered under this though.
But there's still a lot of after-school programs offered at that age.
Because we're talking about kindergarten and
Focused
up.
on Elena's question. Elena's question is, should we allow this caregiver exception for children until they're enrolled in elementary school?
Yes.
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 Kindergarten's included in elementary.
Also, I think we need to
Right.
add a special needs clause, like a parent that may need to stay home for kids that are special needs or ill
That was
I
my
feel like then
comment.
we're
Is it-
already-
Or adults.
or adults.
That there
Yeah,
should be
like
a caregiver provision for
Special
beyond
needs.
just children.
Yeah.
that- A young child that if there's disability.
Yeah.
Probably.
Or illness.
So are we increasing the age from 3 to 5 or 3 to?
When do
No?
kids start kindergarten?
I would suggest that it's registration in kindergarten.
Okay.
Because
Rather than
some
an
kids might
age.
be 5, some kids might be 6, and I think that if you put a specific age on it, so it might be 23.
And let's
What
also
about someone who
remember
wants to?
that
Child
this
death.
caregiver
I
exception
don't-
will
I don't
be, will be an administrative exception. We will not be hearing this, right? This is gonna be like community services staff approving these.
This isn't an exception. This is just an allowance by the policies. So
Well,
you,
It says exception in this document, so that's why I use the word exception.
It's called caregiver.
oh, it should be an
Oh.
exemption. That's what-
Exemption,
yeah.
that's a typo.
It's
Oh, good catch. On your homeschool point, I don't think we should be subsidizing people to stay at home and homeschool when we have such good public education. So I don't feel the need to accommodate homeschooling
It
in
can
this
be either
policy.
or.
We
It can
could
be
say age 6
or
or,
enrollment
registration
in
and enrollment
into
in
kindergarten.
but I think well, yeah. And I
Qualified
appreciate
for-
Ashley and others who brought up other exemptions for caregiver status. It came up during Sunnyside and we didn't go that route necessarily, but I'm starting to actually see that in real life play out in some of our housing units. I don't know what that looks like for you, Ally, to add that.
Well, I can definitely add it. I just I need further direction on what situations it is you're wanting to accommodate, because if it's someone's elderly parent, where are we drawing the line?
Hmm.
They may or may not actually be getting care to that person. Where are we drawing the line?
The distinction I would like, the thing that comes to mind is the person receiving care has to be qualified disabled or qualified retired. And then we're going through this in real time, so this is difficult and tricky.
Yeah.
But because the circumstance I'm trying to avoid is somebody has housing and then they just import somebody else and then gives them care. That's probably a very unlikely circumstance, but.
Could it be that in order to qualify for this exemption, you have to have been previously qualified as an employee? So like you have been working, and then this is like a change of circumstance where you're taking care of the disabled or injured person. My concern is more, yet like you're saying, like, I'm trying to figure out how to word that, where it's like somebody is in free market and then now they are caregiver and then that qualifies them to move into
Let's
housing.
not try and sound it out altogether since Delaney's been seeing this in practice. Maybe let's have staff draft something that has to do with caregiving to people other than just young children, and we'll go from there.
Yeah.
And I almost like would mention like, this probably isn't the right terminology, but some kind of like doctor's note, like this person needs a stay-at-home caregiver.
Let's let them.
I have some
suggest that.
ideas
Okay.
for documentation too.
And change it to exemption of.
Yes, changing to exemption. Okay, so that one we'll work on. Thank you for that feedback. The next one is another one that I think we need to discuss because I know it was brought up a few times, but I don't think any definitive decision was ever reached there. So the net asset standard, and Delaney can provide a little more background here, but we did it this way that I've put into the guidelines when we did the Sunnyside lottery, and that was, again, a rental project. So we did have a net asset standard there. It's our only rental project that currently has a net asset standard. We had proposed earlier on a multiplier of AMI as a different way of calculating net assets. That way, actually, it moves because AMI theoretically goes up every year. It allows assets to go up each year as well. So those are two different methods that we could have a net asset cap. We did hear loud and clear that you did want a net asset cap. Right now, we're just unclear as to what the method will be to calculate that cap.
And the other methodology was on this green sheet that was passed out. That is the same table that has been provided this whole time. And in the third to last column, it's still in red. We came up with those multipliers for the various tiers originally because we tried one multiplier and the people at the higher end of the spectrum were getting into like the millions of dollars. And the people at the low end of the spectrum didn't have very much because their income is so low to begin with. I know sometimes people like real life examples. If you have a person who's worked here for 40 years, they're now retired and they're on a fixed income and their income is very low, but they have a retirement account that they're living off of, they could be excluded if it's 5 times their annual income versus 10 times their annual income. So we had sort of a sliding scale, for lack of a better term, so that it seemed more equitable without getting to the high end being now somebody has $5 million.
So I think that the logic for that structure, explaining that is helpful. Can you give a tier A example of a cap and a tier H example of a cap, just so people have the numbers in their head and see what that looks like?
So if somebody in tier A makes $30,000, their cap would be $300,000 for net assets. Maybe they have a retirement account and maybe they have their car's worth something. That's like an example. Somebody who is in tier, sorry, I don't have that right in front of me, but tier
F would be 140. So let's just say it's a single person.
So a single person, if they're tier F and they're at 140% AMI, and it's 107,000, then tier F would be 5 times that, and it would be $535,000. So they may also have a retirement account and they may have other assets.
Because we're discussing something different than what is written currently right now.
Correct.
So these are the two alternatives. So this chart has the AMI alternative. The language in the policies currently has that 200% of the for sale value on a per square foot basis.
Which chart?
So it's the green one.
So the one that's
In red.
pink or purple in the memo packet, that is what was used at Sunnyside, and that is the process that is used in the deed restricted affordable housing guidelines. So we could do this. That would mean trying to figure out what the maximum sale price or value of each apartment is in all of our inventory.
I think
then
that doesn't make sense because people don't own their unit. It's not specific to them and they would be subject to different rules based on the size of their 2-bedroom compared to someone
And they
else's
don't
2-bedroom.
necessarily get to choose which 2-bedroom they get to be in. So it's like you would have different asset levels in Shandoka versus the Voodoo because they're different buildings are going to have different value and you don't have any control over
Yeah,
that.
I think
and
it's more
it's-
straightforward to just do the
Yeah.
AMI calculations.
I
personally.
agree.
I think we just need to decide what the number, what the multiplier is and what's reasonable.
Going back to the numbers on the green chart. So when you say tier A 10 times AMI, that means 10 times that 76,000, so 760,000, or 10 times that person's income.
So it could be, I think there's several different ways we could do it. As written, the way I think we intend it is it's 10% of that person's income.
Like 10% or 10 times?
10 times.
Yeah, 10 times. Mhm.
Not a
So-
household.
Well,
I feel
that
like
households,
that's
that
so
household
dynamic.
AMI.
I feel like it should just be like the top level of that tier. So it's not individually specific to different people.
So it's a household income. We're looking at household income, household net
Sure.
assets. So
So like if somebody's in tier A and the maximum AMI limitation for tier A is 60%, then 10 times 47,760.
This is where the household thing is a little bit of seems a little problematic to me in a way. I'm gonna use the 3 roommates again. Dan, Ashley, and me.
The odd couple.
We're hanging out. I'm just gonna use this as an example again.
That's what I was just thinking.
In this world, let's say that Dan has $1 million in assets and makes a low annual income. I have a high annual income, but a low amount of assets. And Mian maybe falls right in the middle of both of us. The fact that he makes a low amount of money really wouldn't matter because it would take all of our incomes into account. And then that would dictate what would be allowed for the 3 of us as an asset value, even though we're unrelated. So Dan might have, like I said, really high assets that if he was an individual in a 1-bedroom might disqualify him. But because he's with somebody else who has low asset values, then he's able to maintain that. That's the only thing that I see that's a little bit wonky with in this case, using households instead of individuals. I don't know how that works though, then for a married couple, because then your assets are their assets. I'm just trying to figure out practically how this all works using people who could have potentially very different income levels and then could also have inversely different asset values. And they're considered a single household.
I think it's just a policy decision for you guys to decide.
Is there a world where we could have the net asset limit on an individual, not as a household? Instead of that being a household calculation, it's an individual calculation? Because I also think it's weird to know that much about other people's business. Like you might live together, but like for Ashley to know Dan's like that much about his financial situation is like a little weird and invasive. I also just need to comment that the way this is written, I would interpret this as a multiplier on the area median income of $76,000. So I think we need to specify if it's household income or personal income, because I think just calling it 10 times AMI, like I interpreted that differently than you guys explained it. So
I think we
that's,
should just put the number in there.
well,
That would just have to be updated.
yeah.
Like, just like the chart is.
I mean,
Nobody, like no matter how many times we explain this
Sure.
to folks,
sure.
at like 10 times AMI means nothing. Like, let's
mean,
just put what the number
That would
is.
be easier, I think, if we're trying to eliminate confusion for everybody within this program, that would make it much easier for them to understand.
I would love it if once we adopt this, that every time on here, it says 45% AMI, 60, like that we just put the number annually in.
Just update it.
So
once a
just
year.
get rid of the word, just say tier A is, well, the problem is that
Tier A,
it could be,
35,
it can be a variety, that number would be different depending on the size of the household. Is the only issue with that.
Well, and then it goes back to like, are we requiring that roommates lump their net assets and is like, I feel a little weird about that. Just even the like, it's one thing to disclose it to the housing authority to qualify. It's like another thing to have your roommates like up in your personal savings and like that type of
We'll
stuff.
have to fill out the form together and turn it in. Each individual person is gonna give their stuff to the office.
And then with then the office.
What if,
so
but then
my
they're like,
point would
okay, your
stand.
household doesn't,
Yeah.
yeah, and then it's like, then a conversation is happening between the roommates of like, who messed it up?
I think that you're in subsidized housing and this is part of the requirements of it.
To bring it back to my comments earlier in the day on this is, this is a area that since we adopted the affordable housing guidelines that I see issues with. I worry that we are incentivizing people to blow their money away instead of saving it. I know that we have exclusions from assets, and that is highlighted just on the next page there as well. But it's, people save their money in a mattress or in a high yield savings account is currently a very popular savings avenue for people that isn't listed here. One way or another, when we're looking at the real dollars of what is the net asset limit, when we're talking $300,000, $400,000, it begs the question of what next, what then? You've exceeded that. And some people, to me, that's a sign that people have done the right thing, have saved money, have tried to set themselves up for retirement. There might be tweaks that we make, but as I read it now, and my understanding is that if you exceed that limit, then you're out, and that you violated the terms of your lease, and that's the part I really struggle with, because I don't want to penalize people for doing the right thing.
I think the thing is, it's not that you're out, it's that it's appropriate for you to be in the free market and to have that space be available to someone else.
Or purchase something in
Yeah,
deed restricted.
But that doesn't exist. If you have $400,000 of assets, no, it doesn't.
You buy something in Lawson,
Buy something in
you
Norwood.
put 20% down on an
your answer is
$800,000
leave-
condo in
Leave
town.
the community.
No, there's condos in town that you can, like, I think the
There's-
reality is people aren't buying condos in cash. Like if you're buying an $800,000 condo, you're not putting $800,000 in cash down.
Yeah.
You're putting a down payment and getting a mortgage. And at that point, you can afford that.
Yeah. And you should be if you have significant asset base, because that's the whole point of why we're doing an asset cap, is because
Like the system has
there is
benefited
a
you.
moment where you should, if you are benefiting from the system appropriately, then you should grow this money so that you can look at, okay, I can take it and make a down payment on something. We're not thinking that anyone's going to have enough to just buy something in cash outright, but I agree that it's supposed to be that if you do it right, like what you're saying, you save correctly, that savings would result in a different housing situation for you.
I do not believe that there is the inventory available for if we were to very strictly enforce this limitation, especially if we're looking at it for a deed restricted ownership, which the same standard applies. And when we're looking at those, if we flood the market with more people trying to be forced to upgrade into a more expensive home because of their assets, there isn't the inventory available, there isn't space in the free market, certainly, and that those people are going to be given the short end of the stick.
But what do you say about the people who don't have savings, who don't have anywhere to live? Because that's who this housing is intended for.
As we have discussed many times, there is no perfect answers, and we can't expect to solve all of the housing problems. And just to wave these hypothetical unhoused people a prayer is
It's not
unfair.
hypothetical. It's not hypothetical though.
To just say that, these poor other people giving housing.
I think
Wait, Dan, I know you don't believe
I think
that.
the
There are
asset-
so many people who don't make enough money who are struggling to find housing.
And the answer
so if
is
someone has
building.
400
The answer is not punishing the people.
That's not realistic.
This
This
is-
is the scope of these policies.
And I think I just want to bring this back to another concept, which I think is getting lost in these hypotheticals, which is that we as council are the fiscal stewards of this community's assets. And if we are using town taxpayer funds to subsidize people's ability to live in housing when they could be affording something else, like, we are not doing the right thing for the community at large. So I think there has to be an asset cap. I think we all are in agreement of that, correct?
Yes.
And it's just a question as to what that asset cap actually looks like. And I think we've heard from the public that there is a path forward, whether it's in our immediate confines of the town of Telluride or in the region, which we continuously call our community, unless we're in this conversation. There are options available and they will be hard to find and it will be difficult. But as you reach that income cap, you start to think about the next step in your life, the next phase. And I think this is, again, these are living, breathing documents. This is something that we will address in 2 years. We will address again 2 years after that. And so I think that it makes sense for us to set a net asset standard and move on from this. And it may not be completely correct for every single set of circumstances, but it should be correct for most.
It feels a little galling to hear when we talk about this and we are not acknowledging those people in our systems who are at that low end, who are doing the right thing. And we're just telling them, figure it out. Just, okay, you've got $400,000, $500,000 in assets, liquidate it all, figure it out, not our problem.
You know that most people don't have
Yeah, I mean, that's what
$400,000 in
yeah.
assets, right? Like, I'm just curious, like are we all accepting that as a fact that most people in this country do not have $400,000 in assets?
I think the average bank account is like around $6,000 in the US. So I think we can be generous with this so that we're not penalizing people for saving, but there has to be a moment when you say you have room to make moves.
And it's a success. It's an
a success, yeah.
achievement. It's
You've-
something
you've done
wonderful.
it.
It's not detrimental.
You called this group the people at the low end, and my reaction to that is these are not the people at the low end. These are the people who have succeeded, and we have to make space for people at the low end because they're not the low. Like that's,
I mean,
think that's the-
if you're one person and you're at that 45% AMI, that means that you can have up to $350,000 in assets. That is significant.
We have the numbers for a
Yeah.
single person household. We ran them, and the reason the first one started at 10 and then they went down to 7 and then 5 is because we wanted everybody to have as even a playing field as possible, and we can adjust them. We can make tier A 8 and make others 4, but the numbers for single person household at those set limits up through F are 477,600 for tier A. Tier B is 429,520. Tier C is 536,900. Tier D, 460,200. Tier E, 536,900. And tier F is 636,800. And I will tell you from experience, the only time these numbers get this high is if someone has worked for 40 years and has a significantly good retirement account, or they own multiple properties outside the area free and clear.
That's also for a one-person household. And I have a few other things for you to consider too, just when you're trying to make a decision here. So the first of which is just like we do with the guidelines, here we can also back out funds that are in a retirement account. So just like you decided with the guidelines, we don't want to penalize anyone who is actively saving for retirement and has those earmarked funds that will be used for retirement. We're talking about liquid assets, cash, sitting in a stock market account, gaining money that have not been put away. Children's education funds also backed out of assets. So there are a lot of accounts that can be backed out of assets for future use, specific uses that we see as very useful that will not penalize you in calculating assets. Something else I do want you to consider. So I compared, and I've been, as you know, doing a lot of enforcement lately, and assets has been a big part of that with our guidelines program. The most expensive unit in our guidelines program that's not an EDU, so price restricted unit, would be a tier 4 unit, possibly a 3-bedroom unit. The most expensive I've seen in the last few years sold has been at about $500,000 to $550,000. Our guidelines currently maxes out assets at 2.5 times the MSP of that unit. So let's just take an MSP of 500,000. The maximum number of assets that household can have at 2.5 times MSP is 1.25 million. That's regardless of whether you're a 1-person household, a 6-person household, a 3-person household, your household size unit. So you cannot live in deed restricted housing unless you get an exception if you have more than 1.25 million in liquid assets. Because remember, again, we back out education funds, we back out retirement funds from that. A more average unit that you would be seeing sold, most that I've seen recently have been in the 300,000 to 400,000 area, which means that household, whether it's a 1-person, 2, 3, 4, 7, cannot have assets more than about $750,000 to $1 million. And again, liquid assets, not retirement account funds. So what I think I need to hear from you right now to come back with a workable policy next time, give me some numbers that you think, now that you know what the guidelines program restricts you at, give me some numbers that you think would be reasonable for the policies in our rental program. Should the policy really be that any individual who has over $1 million in liquid assets, they can get a mortgage for a studio here in Telluride? That's your decision. But if that's your thought process, then that's where we need to set that cap, or at something lower. Or do we not want to ever penalize them for those assets and raise it up to $2 million, or do away with the asset cap altogether? But I need you to throw some scenarios at me at what you would feel comfortable with and where you want to draw the line at where those assets, once someone exceeds that limit, again, not retirement funds, this is just cash that they have, money they have, stocks they have, vehicles that they have. Once they reach that asset cap, that we should no longer be subsidizing their housing.
Do those real numbers make any headway? Does that change your mind in any way, shape, or form?
I haven't said that there's shouldn't be an asset cap, but I am considering, first of all, so your house is 100% of it right there. So you just got the rest, a second value of your house, or a time and a half for the ownership.
Most of it would be mortgage though. So it's, again, this is net assets.
But your house is an asset.
No.
Your house is an asset that's already taken out of there.
You're not, I don't think you understand that. So if you buy a $300,000 house, you put down, let's call it $60,000. 240,000 of that is a liability.
I understand.
So that is not, you don't own that asset outright.
Sure, I'm talking about a person who's paid off their mortgage, who has their house, who have.
You done that in town?
Yeah, very few mortgages get fully paid off. It's really unusual to see the end of a mortgage.
Sure, I realize people don't stay in their houses 30 years a lot of the times now, but I believe we'll be seeing an exception at a near Housing Authority Subcommittee, because I've been approached and asked about it for a person who.
Let's not talk
You
about
can't
it,
talk
'cause
about
it's-
that.
I'm not
it's gonna-
talking details. I didn't talk details
should
with
have
this
had
person.
Okay.
They approached me. They said, "This is my situation."
It's a different example then, if this is about to be a hearing.
Let's get back
Let's
on
actually
track.
not use an example. Let's maybe,
Okay,
let's
who-
find some
who's
direction.
okay with the chart as written?
I think there needs to be clarification on how the numbers referenced, like if it's personal income, household income, because I think AMI to me means
It has to be-
$76,000.
I think what we determined was that it has to be house, well,
So then I think it should say 10 times HHI.
Yeah, so when Delaney was running those numbers, using actual AMI of the household could be very confusing for the reasons that I think some of you've already stated. It's going to be different for everyone, but also your income's changing, and it changes especially a lot when you change jobs. Theoretically, someone could lose their job and now they have zero income or very little income, and now their assets cap also goes way down. So I think a better number to use is still a multiplier of some number. But I would use either the target income or the maximum income, or just 100% AMI of a 1-person household, something like that.
I think it should be the multiplier times the maximum income for that tier.
I agree with
Which is-
Geneva.
Would equate to the numbers I just read to you.
Right. And so we can justify, or we can explain how those numbers are like how we got to those numbers. But I think that on as many of these charts as we can in our policies, we should just put the number and not make people find where they are and do the multiplications.
And the reality is if we use those numbers, it's gonna cover not everybody, 99% of everybody.
Yeah,
I mean,
like the lowest one was over 400,000, right? Yeah.
Okay, so straw poll on this solution that we're discussing right now with the multipliers outlined in this, but multiplied by the maximum income by tier.
And these
Everybody's
and
good?
listed with real numbers.
And listed with real numbers. Great.
Well, it changes by household size.
No. Changes, well,
Yes, but that's.
yes, but it
number.
could be in the
Okay, all right,
chart.
then yes.
Can we hold on one second? Because my point was not no net asset cap. That wasn't what I was saying. But especially for tiers A, B, and C below 100% income, if you meet that net asset cap, what then? Because
Then you can afford a higher rent that's not in deed restricted housing because you have a lot of money in the bank.
Or you can put a down payment on something in Placerville. You can buy something in Lawson. Like, I'm not here to.
It's like down, like, that's true, but you also can just rent. You can afford $3,000 a month for rent. You have.
Because you're not talking about you're not talking about even pulling out of a retirement fund or education fund or anything like, these are liquid investments that you can cash in and utilize to live off of.
Can I ask you all a question? And this is a policy question. I'd like to hear your thoughts. So because we might come back with a third alternative still based off of AMI, but does it matter how much you make? Or does it matter more that you are one person that has $1 million in assets? So should we cap someone at $1 million, an individual at $1 million, whether they're making $30,000 a year or $200,000 a year? Or should that cap change with respect to how much they make? Does that matter?
Like
Wait, can you say that again?
Put an absolute maximum per household size.
I mean, isn't that what you're essentially proposing in this?
It's a confusing way to do it, I'll admit. So I think if I can get an answer to that question, I think we can come back with a much better proposal the next time as to how to calculate maximum assets per household size. So does income matter when it comes to assets? Because for the guidelines program, it doesn't.
I want to say no. Like, I don't think it really does matter.
Okay.
Because if you have $1 million, it doesn't matter if you're making $100,000 a year or $30,000 a year.
you can afford it.
And if you
You have
have
$1
that
million
$1 million, it's probably at least invested. So you're making, like, that's the thing is like, you're probably making money off that money anyway. So yeah, I'm with Ashley on this. Like, if you have $1 million in the bank, then you shouldn't be living in subsidized housing.
But is $1 million the number or is
No.
it?
I can't believe we're talking about $1 million.
Yeah, no, it's absurd. What
I mean,
is
I
the
think that's-
number?
I feel like we have to also keep our eye on the prize, which is like, we have got to get through this document. And I would be comfortable following the path that we all just agreed to, or for the most part, we all agreed to, for 2 years to get a policy in place to see how it can be practically applied. And then when we revisit these in 2026, if we need to tweak because we're finding that it's not working for any reason or another, we can adjust from there. I think we just have to start and we have to do our best and we have to move on.
So here, just to give you a preview of what I think we'll probably come back with to propose next time, is going to be across the board, no matter who you are, what your household size is. It's going to be 10 times your household size at 100% AMI. So for instance, if you are one person household, whether you are making 45% AMI or 220% AMI, your net asset limit is going to be $767,000. If you're a two-person household, your asset limit is going to be $877,000. If you're a four-person household, your limit's going to be $1,096,000. Does that sound about in line with?
Too high.
I don't know if I can, we have to like look the public in the face and say that this is,
That if you have $700,000.
and I
in the
don't,
bank, you could
I just
still-
don't think I can do that. I
Yeah.
don't think I can say.
Could we do like half that? What would?
We
half-
could. I was using those numbers because that's close to what the guidelines also would push people out of their housing with. So that's very similar to what the guidelines restrictions would be. But if you want to go more strict, absolutely, we can do that. I just need to hear that from you.
I'm gonna say this much. Delaney put a lot of brain damage into like creating these net asset limitation tiers and doing this work. And she did it with a level of knowledge and education in this subject matter that I don't think any of us truly have. And I would stand by what she presented for the next 2 years. And if we need to revisit it in 2 years, we revisit it in 2 years.
I think we're having a long conversation
can
about,
agree too.
about something that it is probably not gonna be a lot of situations. So I agree. I think that this is good, because it's not gonna be that we're gonna flood the market with unhoused people because of their asset values as a result of this.
I would be so excited for them if they had that opportunity, honestly, to be honest.
Well, if
But,
they,
like, that to me is such a success for this program. But I think to potentially get out of here before midnight, I think we all kind of agreed to this process moving forward, and that's what I would personally like to see.
Okay.
Okay, we'll clarify that then for you next time and make sure that anyone reading this also understands what that maximum would be.
Should we, looking at the time, so should we stop here? Should we try and get through wait list?
Those were the only two really undecided areas. I think the rest of this could go pretty quickly, unless there were areas of concern that you saw. So I'm comfortable moving forward and just seeing how far we can get. But I think those were probably the two biggest conversations to be had today on these
Let's-
policies.
Let's see how far we get. I would love to turn it back to normal town council by 5 if possible.
Okay.
If we could get through at least part 1, that would be very helpful, because anything you want done in here could affect the other sections, which will change for the next.
So the next 2 pages go over income standards, so minimum and maximum income, exclusions from income. Again, these really mirror a lot of what's in the guidelines, but I'm happy to discuss that here with you now if you have any questions. Nope. Okay. So the next section that's highlighted in pink, I highlighted the whole section in pink. Again, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think I don't think there's much discussion that will need to be had here, but it's the waitlist management. So this is where we talk about the number of waitlist. As you guys determined, we're going to have 2. So there's going to be the transfer waitlist, and then that placement waitlist. We're going to alternate offers between those 2 units. There is still some staff discretion that we wanted to make sure was referenced and reserved in here for management of those 2 wait lists, but we have heard the direction as far as how we want that wait list to be managed. And then finally, updates to the wait list. Because that section is a little confusing, I did think it important to put an example in there about how this would actually play out in a scenario. And then, of course, the provision that individuals can only be a part of one household on the wait list, but they can divide, as you discussed. So is there any confusion after reading that section as to how the wait lists are going to be created or managed, or offers made from that wait list?
We're good.
I like the
Okay.
example you give.
So leasing procedures, again, is a whole new section. I didn't highlight it in pink because a lot of this really is just administrative. I don't think it's anything that you necessarily need to discuss, but I think it is something that tenants will want to know about, or prospective tenants will want to know about. A lot of this language was taken straight from our current application. So none of this is really new. It's just in a new place. Leasing procedures, though, there were a few things that I wanted to highlight for you there. So again, we wanted to explicitly state that prohibition on inherited units. That's the roommate situation where you hand off between a succession of roommates. We did not think that was appropriate. It was a way to jump the wait list. So we have specifically stated in here how we think that could occur and how we will interpret it, and when we will say, no, you cannot renew under those circumstances. Again, a prohibition on master leases. This is that discussion that we had about leasing to businesses in town and then allowing them to turn around and house their employees in those units. We will still house those employees. It's just going to be a direct lease with those employees, not through an employer. And employers will not get preference at this time. However, that topic might be brought up again in the future. And then again, we have a provision in here for reserving town employee units for priority. We just wanted to, again, reference that discretion of the town, but also place an expectation on the town that at the very least, any of these units where employees are given in priority, the employee placed in that unit will at the very least pay the rent that is commensurate with the income tier for the employee's household, in addition to ideally meeting all other qualification criteria, but that can flex. Any questions up to that point? Oh, okay. So the next section is something that Delaney actually proposed to me after I gave this to her that we might just want to strike. So not so much the lottery procedures as the reference to Appendix D. So this is lottery order. So this is on page 11, and you'll see in blue the Appendix D where it's referenced. The way I've set this up, Appendix D is supposed to be more of a guide. So Appendix D is the lottery point system. For the most part is the same that we used for any of our housing lotteries. However, you'll see here it says, or according to separate criteria established by resolution of town council and the THA board. So you still have full discretion to set a different point system for any future projects. This just gives you something to work off of, and it gives us a default. But if you think that is confusing and you would like it removed from these policies, we can certainly do that. Is there any preference there?
If we still have full discretion.
Still have full discretion, but I could conceivably see someone saying, well, your policies say this, and yet you're doing it a different way for this specific project. It could happen, but then we could just point right back here and say, well, the discretion is there for us to set it separately. I could make it clear that that Appendix D is just a default place to start, and we could still keep it, or we could scrap it all together. Do you have any direction there?
I like leaving it in, but I
Okay.
think perhaps putting on that appendix that we have the right to adjust as needed.
Okay. Okay. Lottery drawings for the most part remain the same as they do under the guidelines, including ADA handicap priority. That is something that is new for this Voodoo lottery. In previous lotteries, those units might only be prioritized for someone who was chosen early on in the lottery, but they didn't get to skip the wait list or the list altogether to be prioritized for those units. But because there are so few units here in the community, we thought it important to start really prioritizing those households that really have that need. The next pink highlighted section is the exception procedure. So as we discussed at the last meeting, there will not be THA subcommittee or board level exceptions. Exceptions can only be considered at the staff level, and a staff decision could then be appealed. So I did put the appeal process in here. You did want some level of exception to these policies, but you wanted to make it very clear that they will not be heard by you. Rather, it's just an exception that staff could grant or deny. So there is an exception process in here. Again, only at the staff level. There is an administrative decision review procedure. So this is where someone wants to challenge the community services director's decision on an item. This is the current process that we use already. If someone has an issue with something that Delaney has done, they could bring it up to the town manager. However, we did just want to put this in here to let people know what the complaint process is. If they did disagree with the decision, most likely under these new policies, an exception decision. And then finally, there is the appeal procedure for administrative non-renewal decisions. Again, this only applies to non-renewals. So the only time you will hear a dispute is when there has been a non-renewal by Delaney or the community services director, which has then been taken up to the town manager, and then 2 or more of you call to be heard before you as the board. So it is not a given. There is still an appeal process, but it only goes with you after 2 other people have made a decision. And we heard from last time that you really didn't want to be hearing a lot of these discrepancies, these disputes that happen at the staff level. Rather, you wanted to save it for really the most important matters, which are mostly the non-renewal decisions. Eviction procedures, again, can be heard by a court, so there is recourse there, but the non-renewal decisions will be heard by you. So you will be the last decision there. Is there any desired changes to these exception appeal procedures.
I would like to see the ability to back out more income from the income limitations. I'd rather look at net instead of gross. If you're doing the right thing, you're depositing a lot of your income into savings accounts, to retirement accounts, trying to set yourself up for the future. That to me is a benefit for the long-term community and sustainability of our citizens. And so I'd be willing, right now, the limitation is set at $10,000, and I believe that's across tiers, across income levels. So people at the higher income tier, $10,000 is a much lower percentage of their income to be able to set aside. And so I think we should examine that.
Anybody else want to discuss that?
I'm willing to discuss that.
What section are we looking at specifically?
1082 exception procedure.
Oh, this is in the pink.
Yes. And then the
two.
two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that would
Two.
require a change up higher when it comes to calculating income, which is fine. But before you dive into policy discussion on that, I do want to remind you that under the guidelines, a unit is assigned a tier, and that tier establishes what household can qualify for that unit or not qualify. It is very black and white. Here with the rental units, remember, you can make up to 200% AMI regardless of which unit it is at, say, Shandoka that you want to rent. You just have to pay more. That opportunity is not allowed with the guidelines units that are deed restricted. You either qualify or you don't. Here, you can qualify, you just pay more money. So I'm not so sure there's a need for that, reducing the income exclusion. But of course, that's completely for you to decide here today as a policy decision.
You bring up a good point.
I think it's fine how it is.
Yep, I'm okay
I
with
think
it.
it's fine as well. I mean, the maximum you can contribute to like a Roth IRA is just over $6,000 a year anyway. So I don't know what else would like
But
be.
a 401k contribution max is 25,000 approximately. I forget the exact amount, but it's over 20 grand a year.
Does that come out of does that come out of your income before THA looks at it?
We look at
the
gross.
highest number. So we look at the highest number and then we'll back out those contributions to the extent someone can show proof that they made a contribution to one of those accounts where the money is not accessible,
To a maximum of 10,000.
to a maximum of $10,000.
Which is what we have on the
Mhm.
guidelines. I don't think we should.
They can still contribute
More.
as much as they want. It's just only the 10,000 is they're given a credit basically for that. You could do 25,000 if you wanted.
Right, it's just the
Your
max
income would still just, it wouldn't be.
15,000
Yeah.
is still gonna be part of your income.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with it like it is.
Me too.
I mean, it's a huge, 20,000 is a huge amount of percentage of income
I mean,
at any of these AMI levels.
I make darn near the area median income, and I've been contributing over a quarter of my gross income to my retirement savings. So
That's good.
That's great.
You'll get I think it's good.
it's not impossible.
I just think that, again, it's like, I feel like we're adjusting rules that it's not, I don't think we're gonna see, I think it's great that you're doing it. I just don't know how many people this would affect in a really meaningful way for us to adjust it.
Well, and is the goal of our housing program to make rent low so that people can contribute way more to their retirement fund? I don't know that that's the point.
I agree with Geneva. I think that is doing a disservice to people that are not in this program.
And people who don't have retirement funds.
Or the people that are subsidizing these programs.
Okay, moving on.
What's next? That's the end of part one, right?
I think that's a really good place for us to stop today. And I think before we go back to town council, I did want to discuss a timeline with you moving forward.
I'd also like to open for public comment too. Do you want to do the timeline first?
It's up to you.
Let's do the timeline real quick.
Okay. So initially, so going back to that chart that I included all of the staff memos, initially we had we're really through this whole process. We've been saying that we would like adoption by August 6th, which is our next town council meeting. We think there's a significant amount of public that needs to happen. And I'm not so sure you guys are going to have time to do a special meeting. At this point, what I think we probably need to do policy. So go ahead and do public out next meeting or in the interim between this meeting and the next one. But review this one more time at the August meeting and aim for adoption on August 27th. The reason we were pushing for that August 6th was because of Voodoo, but you gave direction today anyways, which is fairly consistent with these guidelines, with these policies. These policies will be incorporated in the initial lease anyways. We do still have time for that. So I'm not so concerned between the difference between August 6th and August 27th. And I would rather build in more time for us to do more outreach and really refine these before we send up for adoption.
I agree 100%, Delaney.
However, we didn't have a chance to talk about this earlier. We are going to also be in the middle of a lottery. We are also going to be having a lottery drawing on August 29th. Since we were trying to get these done in advance of the Voodoo project, and that isn't going to happen, if there is any appetite to push it out even a little bit further so that people are not rushing through things. And we have plenty of time for public outreach because we also have to have public outreach for the lottery in the next few weeks. So
I don't feel a need to rush. I feel like at least the majority of us have consensus about this direction. The lottery rules and the Voodoo rules are going in line with these new policies in the direction that we're going. And I totally agree. I would love to really give a good faith effort of public outreach, bilingual opportunities, presentations that are easier to digest. And I think that we've had to get to this point where we have the document and then we have the final numbers so that we can actually put out information that makes sense to people. Because a lot of this has been a philosophical discussion. So I'm fine with it going out further, taking more public input and allowing the community to feel heard if they feel one way or the other about the direction we're going.
So would council and THA be comfortable revisiting the rest of this initial draft at the August 6th meeting with some changes that we have heard today so that we can maybe finish getting through this first draft and then move on from there? I don't know realistically if getting any public input meetings for this first draft in the next 3 weeks, also while trying to do the lottery informational sessions, is realistic. Just
I think that makes sense to me. And I don't think does anybody feel like we have a big urgency of passing this right away? I mean,
I think their initial urgency was because we wanted to ensure that everybody in Voodoo was qualifying on these, on these regulations. And I think that since we're so closely aligned with both sets of documents, that it makes sense for us to be able to back off this a little bit, focus on Voodoo, and then come back and clarify this so that the community has the time to digest all of this information.
We're very close and I'm very comfortable with where we are. I just want to make sure we give, enough public informational sessions to where the public feels fully aware of what we're doing too. And I think with everything going on with the lottery, it could get very confusing for people. So I think at this point, because we're so close with both of them, we have the ability to take our time now here at the end. So I think that's a good path forward.
great. Is that all the timeline that we needed to discuss?
That's all the timeline. So I think we're ready for public comment.
Okay, great. If there's anybody in the room that would like to make public comment or on Zoom, please raise your hand and Tiffany will unmute you, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Can't see any online.
Nobody online and nobody here in the room?
Okay. Just raise his hand online.
Okay.
Okay, I should be there at this point. Hopefully my mic is working. The public input part is the thing that most concerns me at the moment. When you guys tried to do the outreach sessions back in June, Those were not well advertised. As you well know, I'm paying attention and I didn't catch those dates and I didn't get any emails for them. I would like to see when we do real outreach before adoption here, that there is some sort of, I'm not sure how you can summarize it in one page, but some sort of summary of what you guys are up to that is given directly to the current residents with where you're going to hold your information session and what it's going to cover. That is, and even then, keep in mind that historically rental residents are just plain too busy to participate in public process. So you might still not get a great deal of attendance, but I think you need to make that kind of effort to get there. Most of the rest of what I would have to say, I'm still waiting for you're getting very close to final adoption. This is good. I'm heartened to hear that you're willing to slow down just a little bit, which is what I think is necessary. The one thing I still have not heard anything concrete about is any sort of transition policy with respect to how this affects the current residents and how you're going to be going about making this real for those of us who are already living here. That to me needs to be one of the major presentations in your public outreach. I think that summarizes that issue fairly well. I think I'll leave it at that at the moment. Once again, thanks for taking on a difficult project and keeping at it.
Thanks so much, Dave. I can commit to helping hang flyers at all of our rental projects if that's helpful to staff, and would love to have kind of the basics on there as well as when meetings are going to be. And I agree that we need to discuss implementation, but I think first we have to get input about if what the changes are going to be. But again, thanks for your great comments as always, Dave. Is there anybody else with public comment before we close public comment? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment and we will adjourn by unanimous consent the Telluride Housing Authority regular meeting. Just over 3 hours. Back to you.
Thank you, Geneva. We will reconvene at the Town of Telluride Town Council meeting. It is now 5:07 p.m. That is going to bring us to number 9, action items. Part of action items is revisiting item 2C, which is in reference to the following. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18, Land Use Code for the purpose of creating new sign regulations, including repealing and replacing Land Use Code Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 4, Sign Regulations, amending Land Use Code Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 2, Zone District Purposes and Standards, repealing Land Use Code Article 3, Zone District Regulations, Division 1, General Table 3-5, Permitted Signs and Sign Characteristics, repealing Land Use Code Article 4, Nonconformities, Section 4-106, Signs, and amending Land Use Code Article 6, Land Use and Development Applications, Division 1, Uses and Activities Permitted by Review. I'm not sure if Ron Quarles will be joining us online.
I'm not sure. I think Ron left this one up to me.
That's okay.
Yeah.
We are in wonderful hands with Erica Jensen.
So I did some light bulb research, and this is the Kelvin scale. I am recommending 3,500. I think that's about where it goes from a warmish hue to maybe to blue. So you guys can look at that and see what you think, but this is the proposed. Oh, now it doesn't want to. I do too.
I think it's too bright.
Too bright, okay.
I would go 27 to 3,000 if I had my way.
Okay.
But I want to, the fact that you said that makes me feel validated, but do other people have reactions?
3,000.
Yeah.
3,000.
Because like that
You go
neutral
back-
in
will you
the
go back to
daylight-
it?
Yeah.
In the daylight, it like looks neutral, but at night, it like looks bold. No, I'm gonna stop talking.
I don't care. Great. I think 3,000 looks excellent.
Threes looks great. I like 2,700 even more
I
now.
think it's a range though, like, yeah, like 27 to 3,000.
3,000. Yeah.
And that is what an incandescent bulb would be. So I think that aligns with our the historic nature of the purpose of all this.
So we want a low range and a high range,
I think-
not just a high range.
Do we want a low range?
Like,
I really like that there's like the 2,700 is the like incandescent, which is the historic, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, and we are a landmark historic community. I think that makes sense. So I think it's a good starting place. And for those maybe newer, trendier places that want something a little bit brighter, the 3,000 is an option.
Do we go down to 2,000? Or is that
Should
too?
just be capped at 3,000.
I
Capped
agree
at
with that.
3,000?
Yeah. Warmer. I think if you want to go warmer, it's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, council, for entertaining this.
No problem. Is there any further discussion from council on this? Anyone in the public that would like to further chime in on 2,700?
So we
Anyone
did,
on Zoom? I would entertain a motion.
1 second, we did, sorry, we did also
Not moving
notice
along.
that we had accidentally left language out about freestanding signs in the red. That's what has been added. Just to clarify that sandwich boards can only be allowed entirely on public property because we have had issues with sandwich boards in the
private
past.
property.
Yes, so we just wanted to really clarify that language. So those are the two changes.
Does
Great.
the,
That sounds good.
does the motion need to include both of those?
Yes.
Okay, wait, let me find
Good
it.
luck.
I can do this
Can you
one.
make that a little
I
bigger?
can,
I
yes.
think this one
I'm-
should be all you.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this one.
Yeah.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the Telluride Municipal Code at Chapter 18 Land Use Code for the purpose of creating new sign regulations, including repealing and replacing LUC Article 3 Zone District Regulations, Division 4 Sign Regulations, amending LUC Article 3 Zone District Regulations, Division 2 Zone District Purposes and Standards, repealing LUC Article 3 Zone District Regulations, Division 1, General Table 3 through 5, permitted signs and sign characteristics, repealing LUC Article 4, nonconformities, Section 4, 106 signs, and amending LUC Article 6 land use and development applications, Division 1 uses and activities permitted by review, and direct the Telluride Town Clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the ordinance for the Town Council meeting of August 6, 2024, with the two amendments of in Section 3-405B1A, that a sandwich board sign shall be allowed only if located entirely on private property. The area of one side of a sandwich board shall count towards the total signage allowed for the business, and all other sections of the code shall apply, as well as an amendment to 3408.E.2, color and brightness, that the color temperature of sign lighting shall be limited to a maximum of 3,000 kelvins. Second.
All right, we have a motion from Elena and a second from Mian. Elena, how do you vote?
Helena, yes.
Mian,
yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Neva, yes. Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Petty, yes. It is approved unanimously. And that gets us
We're all
on
going
We're getting toward
cross-eyed.
the end of the day.
9A. We're crawling along like a turtle. Consideration of recommendations from the Telluride Housing Authority Subcommittee regarding rental rates, income limits, occupancy, qualifications and standards, and lottery processes for the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project. We are now on page 551 of the packet, in case you're confused, and we have Lance McDonald here.
Thank you. So the presentation for this item is the same as was presented earlier to the Telluride Housing Authority. Staff would recommend that you move forward with this item with the recommendations of the subcommittee with the amendments that you made earlier for the THA subcommittee, and also including any materials handed out for the THA meetings, such as the lottery implementation timeline.
Great. Do we have any questions for Lance on this topic?
Just to clarify really quick, so you already covered that there is no continuing qualification for income for the grant assisted units
Yes.
earlier. Did I also hear you correctly that the grant disallows a sliding rent tier system for those units also?
Yes, the rents may annually need to be approved by DOLA, but they would follow a CPI or some kind of indice.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Lance? Any questions from anyone out in the public? It does not look like there's anyone remaining in the room. We wore them out. Tiffany, can you confirm no one's online? I don't see anybody. I would entertain a motion.
Can we just reference what was discussed, so we can just reference what was discussed at THI, call it out specifically?
I want to look at the notes. I think you did have two changes, is my
One was
recollection.
the eligible,
The occupancy requirements,
occupancy required.
and then the date.
And the date of the 29th for the lottery.
I can do that. I move to approve and direct staff to proceed with the rental rates, income limits, occupancy qualifications and standards, and lottery processes as set forth in the staff memorandum dated 7/16/24 for the Voodoo Affordable Housing Project with the following changes to occupancy requirements in that presence require and earned income standards should be applied. And the date of the lottery for the Voodoo Apartments will be on August 29th at 1 p.m.
Okay.
We have a motion from Mian and a second from Geneva. Mian, how do you vote?
Mian, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Elena, yes.
Essie Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
And yes.
Teddy, yes. It is approved unanimously. Lance, thank you very much. Item 9B, introduction and first reading of an ordinance, Town Council of the Town of Telluride, Colorado, amending the 2024 municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2023 budget line item amounts, making supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts and making supplemental appropriations from revenue in excess of those estimated in the 2024 budget. And Kaylee Ranta is in the hot seat to present.
Thanks. This is the first round of 2 budget amendments that you'll see for the 2024 budget. We'll have another one in December when we have a better idea of how we'll be ending the year. Budget management includes periodic adjustments of the current budget to reappropriate unexpended appropriations from the preceding year's budget that are necessary for ongoing work and projects, or those appropriations contractually committed by the town but not fully expended. These adjustments are also used to address grant funds, which may span a period of time exceeding the town's calendar budget year. Adjustments typically occur after the prior year accounts are closed out, outstanding bills are paid, and revenue adjustments are posted through the town's annual audit, which was approved at your last meeting. This budget amendment process creates an opportunity to make modifications due to changes in revenue estimations that have been identified since the budget was adopted. Okay, section 1, we'll just go through each of the 4 sections here. This one starts on page 566 of your packet. And it reconciles the beginning 2024 budgeted fund balance to the audited fund balance and shows the audited excess or shortfall compared to the budgeted fund balance. So this first column here is the how we expected to start this year from our budget process last fall. And then that third column titled Budget Audited Beginning Fund Balance is how we're actually starting the year after the 2023 audit was complete. And then that middle column, the audit excess, is the difference between those two numbers. And then we thought this was helpful, this column on the far right that shows the net effect on fund balance with all of the requested budget adjustments and preceding sections. And some things to note in this section are the 2023 audit with new auditors. We definitely had some recommendations that they brought to us, which finance thinks are great and better for our financial reporting. But one of them is how we account for our tax revenues. So that's the 4 different taxes that we collect. And they are asking for us, well, they did do this for the 2023 audit. They included the December revenue. So for December sales that we receive in January in 2023. In the past, we've always included that in the next year since it's received then. But this will be better and track with those monthly reports that you guys get.
So
And
they're
then
suggesting that we consider it 2023
they
revenue?
did it in our 2023 audit. So it's kind of making a large audit excess there because we have an extra month's worth of sales tax in there compared to what we had budgeted. Also because they changed the 2022 ending fund balances.
And I will also just point out as we go through this, we did have new auditors this
Yes.
year, so we're gonna see some of those growing pains or difference of procedure in this budget.
And then they have also recommended that we adjust the way that we account for our housing projects, where we've always put it all to the Affordable Housing Fund during construction. So the cost of project, all the debt payments go through that, normally would go through the Affordable Housing Fund, but they've asked us to create that new fund as soon as we close on the financing, and that everything run through that new fund other than the town council approved subsidy the project, which will still come out of the Affordable Housing Fund, or in the case of Voodoo, part of it's coming out of the capital fund. But overall, the 2023 audited revenues were higher and expenses were lower than projected, and this is fairly normal. And we're tracking ahead of expected as far as fund balances. Section 2 addresses the reappropriations of unexpended 2023 budget lines that were expected to be spent in 2023 or will be expended in 2024. These capital projects either span 2 years or were not completed in 2023. Therefore, the balance has been rolled over to be spent this year. And some notable items in this section are in the general fund, scanning in the amount of $62,000. In the capital fund, purchase of a Galloping Goose bus of $195,000, and then the related grant, town municipal building feasibility study of $100,000, and then in the water fund, some large capital projects for Mill Creek improvements and Lawson Hill Pump Station, which were started in 23 and have just carried over into 2024. Section 3 concerns the budgeting of new revenue sources that were not addressed in the 2024 budget and any increases in the revenue over current budget used to fund budgets. This section includes an adjustment to the fund balance for the set aside in the affordable housing and open space funds for the increased or decreased reserves at year end 2023. And this is performed each year, and this is because we budget those two funds with the zero fund balance. So any excess fund balance is budgeted to that set aside line item. Other notable items are 2 grants in the capital fund, one for EV charging stations for $30,000, and then a wayfinding grant for $20,000. In the water fund, we have interest income of $200,000 for the 2024 COP proceeds. And in the Affordable Housing Fund, purchase and sale of deed restricted housing units, which in the past has come out of the capital fund, but we feel it's a better fit coming out of the Affordable Housing Fund. So it's an in and out. And then reallocating the Voodoo DOLA grant revenue to the Voodoo Fund based on those auditor recommendations. Section 4 is for supplemental budgets, which are funded from fund balance reserves. With respect to all the funds, the request is for new items that have been approved since the budget year commenced. These items were typically not known and hence not budgeted in the fall of 2023 when the 2024 budget was approved. And then just some items to point out. Well, one thing to point out is that a lot of these line items in section 4 are just moving budgets around between line items, creating new line items, such as in the capital fund. We had one facility municipal building maintenance line item, and we've instead moved that budget and created specific line items for each building so that we can better track how much we're spending on each building. So it's a lot of that stuff, and that stuff can be approved by the town manager, but in order to be financially transparent, we're bringing that to you today. We've created a new community services department within the general fund, which encompasses our facilities maintenance team. And then the 2024 COP proceeds and debt payments, which is that financing we closed on this year for water fund capital projects in Shandoka Building F. Replacing a front end loader, which is again is just reallocating the budget from vehicle storage to fleet replacement in the capital fund. And then creating the Voodoo Fund and moving those costs and revenue line items from affordable housing in the capital fund into that fund. We've reallocated labor costs within the town lodgers tax fund because we budgeted everything to one line item. So just moving that out into all the benefit line items. And then a lot of line items related to the implementation of the compensation study. Total annual cost of $571,000, $632,000 with FICA and 401 match. So prorated, implementing that as of August 3rd, the total cost is $235,000, and that's broken out into each respective fund. In the general fund, we've put it all to the salary reserve line item. We budgeted $150,000 there originally, so we're adding $40,000 to cover this for the remainder of the year. And then in all the other funds, it's broken out into the 3 salary line items. And then the youth hangout, the capital portion of that we put in the capital fund, and then the ongoing operating costs in the town lodgers tax fund. That's all I have.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Kaylee, thank
Kaylee.
you so much. Does anyone from council have any questions on this report? Seeing none, there's also no members of the general public to comment in the room. Are there any on Zoom? We're wearing them down. Unless there's any further discussion from council, I would entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the Town Council of Telluride, Colorado, amending the municipal budget to reappropriate certain unexpended 2023 budget line item amounts to make supplemental appropriations from existing fund balances to various accounts, to make supplemental appropriations in excess of those estimated in the 2024 budget, and to direct the town clerk to set a public hearing for August 26, 2024.
Second.
We have a motion.
August 6th? Did I say August 6th? My
Maybe
brain
we
is
said
not.
August 2nd. Friendly amendment, August 6th, 2024.
Okay, we have an improved motion from Jesse Ray and a second from Mian. Jesse Ray, how do you vote?
Jesse Ray, yes.
Me and yes.
Elena, yes.
Maybe yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes, is approved unanimously. Kaylee, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gets us to 9C, introduction and first reading of an ordinance, to the town council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of certain deed restricted real property known as Entrada Unit N. And once again, we have Alex back in the hot seat.
You guys are almost there, and hopefully this is a pretty happy note to end things on. So this is, thank you, Mayor Errico. So this is consideration on first reading of an ordinance to dispose of real property. So this is a deed restricted unit, Entrada Inn. You might remember that the town purchased this unit and closed on it on April 30th of this year. The town exercised its option to remove this unit from the owner's decision to choose their purchaser and instead enter this unit into the lottery, very specifically because this is one of the very few units in town which is ADA accessible. So the town did then enter this unit into the lottery, which was held on June 14th. A qualified household with a mobility disability was identified and prioritized for this unit. So this is the best case outcome. That unit or that household does fully qualify. They are under contract. We are expected to close on August 7th, assuming that this does go through the proper process of an ordinance, first and second reading, and is approved by you as town council. So with that, there is a motion for approval and setting this for a public hearing on August 6th at your next meeting. If you have any questions, I'm very happy to answer those.
Great. Are there any questions for Ally?
Great success.
Success.
Great success.
Seeing no questions from council, there's nobody in the room for public comment. There remains nobody on Zoom. I would entertain a motion.
Wait, Kevin, quick question.
Mhm.
Dan represented them and did some like due diligence for them. Do you want me to recuse myself?
Might as well.
Yeah, I think you probably might want to.
All right.
Sure.
Bye.
Just, yeah, you can step into the green room for the vote.
Okay, we'll wait a few seconds to let me clear the room.
We don't have a motion yet.
Okay, I would still entertain a motion.
I move to approve on first reading an ordinance of the town of council of the town of Telluride, Colorado, authorizing the sale of Entrada Unit N and direct the town clerk to set this matter for a public hearing on second reading of the same to be held on August 6th, 2024.
A second.
We have a motion from Elena, a second from Ashley. Elena, how do you vote?
Elena, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Geneva, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. Ally, thank you very much. Item number 10, Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. There are no items for the Telluride Liquor Licensing Authority. We already handled number 11, administrative report. And that gets us to item number 12, executive session. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Some of.
Second.
We have a motion from Geneva, a second from Ian. Geneva, how do you vote?
Yes.
Elena, yes.
Jesse Ray, yes.
Ashley, yes.
Dan, yes.
Teddy, yes. We will now head into executive session. Anyone needs a break? Take it.
Apparently a huge mudslide just out
Yep.
of South Bend.
Stop it.
Look, the radar looked bad.
Yeah.
Big night at the Buck. The time is now 6:16 PM and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in the executive session were Zoe Denal, Geneva Shawnette, Teddy Erico,
Jesse Ray Quinn.
Dan Enright,
Ashley Spoken.
Ellen Levin, Kevin Geiger,
Tiffany
Tiffany Kavanaugh,
And Nick,
Clayton,
and Nick Poppy, outside legal counsel.
Bobby, outside legal counsel. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion go into the executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation F with open meetings law, I would ask you to state your concerns for the record. Seeing none, the next agenda item is to adjourn the town council meeting. Do I need a motion? Okay.
No, by unanimous